Round 7 of the Sinquefield Cup, the most exciting tournament of the year here in St. Louis. With only 3 rounds to go and all to play for, the best players in the world had to bring their A-game in a race to the finish line. 5-time world champion Viswanathan Anand tried to put the big squeeze against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and a mistake by the Russian allowed Anand to scoop up the point and leap into a tie for first. Levon Aronian coolly beat back an opening novelty by Hikaru Nakamura, and when the pride of Armenia smashed through with a winning combination, he joined the leaders atop the standings. It's the penultimate round with 3 players tied going into the home stretch. Round 8 action coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to Day 8 of the 2017 Sinquefield Cup. We are only 2 rounds away from the conclusion of this exciting event held here at the St. Louis Chess Club. We have 3 leaders, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Lev Aronian, and Vishy Anand. But Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, is trailing by only half a point, and he will surely look to make an impact in these decisive last 2 rounds. Let's go to the studio and start a day with Yasser, Jen, and Maurice.
Thank you, Christian. I'm Jennifer Shahade, and I'm here with Yasser Seirawan to cover the final 2 rounds of the Sinquefield Cup and how bunched up at the top it is.
Yes, well, Jennifer, delighted as always to be with you. And folks, we have a competition. Let's take a look at our standings.
That's right. Well, we have 3 players tied for the lead: Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Vishy Anand, and Levon Aronian. But the world champion is also lurking behind, and he's certainly intent on capturing his 2nd Sinquefield Cup title.
Absolutely.
Let's take a look at the format as we approach the finish line here. Well, it's a 10-player round robin. This is the 8th round out of 9. If it's still landlocked after the last round tomorrow, there will be a playoff on Saturday. And let's take a look at that playoff format, where it's going to start with rapid games, pretty fast rapid games, 10 minutes with a 5-second delay. If that's still tied, there will be blitz games, and finally Armageddon game if it keeps getting split.
Exactly.
And we're going to go to Maurice to take a look at the road ahead for our top contenders here in St. Louis.
Well, one of the flaws of the round-robin system is that sometimes it's a victory lap for one player in the last couple of rounds. No such luck in this one, as we have 3 players tied for first, with one Magnus Carlsen lurking hotly on their heels, and it should be an exciting final 2 rounds of this event. First of all, let's take a look at Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's road ahead, as he has Viswanathan Anand and Jan Nepomniachtchi. This should be a challenging last 2 rounds for him. He has black right now, so we'll see how he handles this situation. Next matchup is Aronian's challenge ahead. Aronian has what might be a good pairing, we call it right now. He's got the white pieces against Peter Svidler, and he's got one Magnus Carlsen to face in the last round. That will be a major challenge for him, as Magnus will be putting his foot to the pedal. And this matchup also, we should look at this one for Viswanathan Anand. Of course, he has Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and then Wesley So in the last round. Which Wesley will we get? Will we get the Grand Chess Tour champion, or the player who has not shown himself too well, acquitted himself too well in this tournament so far? We will see, but that's for round 9. Right now, we've got round 8 to play, and this one, a big one. Although he has black, Magnus Carlsen is trailing by a half a point. He needs to win if he's going to catch the leaders, have a chance to win this competition. But look at the record he has against Jan Nepomniachtchi. 3-0? What is that? I would never have expected that. But so far, Jan has owned the world champion. We'll see if that changes today. This is an important matchup as well. Aronian tied for first. playing against Peter Svidler. How many times have these guys played each other? 34 in classical chess, and it's just a minuscule difference between the two. Aronian won last year. Let's see if we can repeat that magic this year and jump and maybe take a clear position in first place. But that will not be totally in his control because these two players are tied with him. Viswanathan Anand playing smoothly in this tournament. He's just been untouchable so far. I'm not sure he's even been in trouble in any of the games. He's at +2. He'll be facing off the magician, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who's gotten himself out of trouble, played wild lines, managed to save himself against opening theoretical novelties. This should be a wild one as the players are set to begin. Round 8 should be super exciting.
Thank you, Maurice. And there's a view of the playing hall.
Yes, of course, it's getting crowded here in the Sinkfield Cup as players are arriving for the end of this important competition and also for the St. Louis Rapids and Blitz. But let's take a look at all of the pairings. Of course, we've got those 3 pairings that are really significant to the standings. Nepo versus Carlsen, Aronian versus Svidler, and Anand versus MVL, but also interesting for our American fans is the battle between Fabi and Hikaru.
A battle that may well have decided the U.S. Championship. Those two players are not having a very good outing here in the 2017 Sinkfield Cup.
Let's see what these guys are playing for here at the Sinkfield Cup. $300,000 in total prize fund and Grand Chess Tour points, including 13 for first if you win clear, and 12 if you end up winning in a tiebreak.
Very nice $75,000 prize for first as well. Very handsome.
And let's take a look at the players as they arrive. We see Vishy Anand ready to go. What are you predicting in this opening, Yasser? Our friend Grandmaster John Tisdall wrote in that he hopes MVO will be principled and roll out his Najdorf for Sicilian killer Anand in their leader battle. Do you think that Tisdall is going to be right here?
Well, first of all, a shout out to dear friend Jonathan Tisdall, who we go way back, 1976, Memphis, Tennessee, U.S. Junior. Hey, Jonathan, I absolutely hope so too. And I do believe we're going to see an open Najdorf Sicilian. As Jonathan mentions, Vishy is a Sicilian killer, but on the other hand, you have MVL, who is true to his Najdorf. He's committed Najdorf fanatic, and he plays it consistently. And there he is, one of our tournament leaders.
I say 80%.
80%.
80%. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave loves the Najdorf, and I think he'll go down dying if he has to show that his Najdorf is definitely a solid opening. By the way, you guys mentioned that Fabi is not doing that well. Well, I mean, Fabi's right now at 50%.
50, yeah.
You know, 50% is not so bad in this particular field. And if he wins a game today against Nakamura, which he's fully capable of doing, he'll be right there if the leaders don't win. He'll only be a half a point out of first going into the last round.
And he knows that. He mentioned that in the interview yesterday. You're right, Maurice. He's only lost like a rating point or 2 in this tournament.
However, he's the #2 player in the world. Well, at least was rated #2 player in the world. So even though we may say it's not that bad or anything like that, by his lofty standards, it's a disappointing.
That's right.
I mean, really?
Really?
What's the separation between him and Aronian, Anand, and MVL? I mean, isn't it a pick'em?
It's a point. It's a whole point, Maurice.
No, I mean the separation in terms of rating.
Rating.
In terms of rating.
It's a tight group, no question about it.
Right?
Very,
it's such a
very
tight group that if you're at 50% in this group and you haven't lost any rating points.
Well, you lost 1 or 2.
1 or
Exactly.
2. I mean, and if he wins today, he's got +3 in terms of rating. He's having a decent tournament. He's just not having a fabulous Fabi tournament. We've been so spoiled that he won 7 games in a row here that we're waiting for that pixie dust to come back. But that's not going to happen for another 20 years probably. So realistically, I mean, even Magnus might say he's not having a great tournament himself. And how many rating points has he lost? I don't think he's lost any rating points.
Well, at +1, he's probably keeping his rating. But again, by his lofty standards and the positions he's had, Magnus is feeling a little bit wounded. And
actually, Magnus has even gained 2.5 rating points.
Really?
Magnus has gained rating points from the rating list. Maybe I should check that again. No, he's gained 1.5.
Yeah.
He's gained 1.5 points. That means Magnus has performed the way he should in this tournament by rating. He's 1.5 points ahead on his rating. Of course, Aronian is very happy. He's gained 8.8, almost 9 rating points, according to the chess site 2700chess.com. Vachier Lagrave having gained 10.5 rating points himself, and Anand 10.2 rating points. So there's some players, clearly, they're the ones who are in first, who are playing extremely well in this event, as they have done the obligatory handshake. And knight f3.
This could still be a Najdorf, guys.
Only
Still
off
be a
chance.
Najdorf after c5,
We'd have to see
e4.
c5 on the board.
The 80% just went way down, however.
So like what, 8%? From 80 to 8?
Even something like that. But I was just going to say, in that road ahead graphic, Maurice, that you were showing, it's really shocking to me that Jan has a 3-0 and 3 draws against Magnus Carlsen. That's got to be the best record of anybody in the entire world.
Yes.
So for Magnus, this is more than a challenge. I mean, you know, to be against a guy that you've never beaten, ooh.
And usually that happens when you're a junior. The guy might be an elder, and he's played a lot of games against you when you were only 2250, 2400, 20, you know, something like that. These two are basically the same age.
Exactly.
And so how is it that Nepo has a 3-0 score? Not only that, wasn't Nepo Magnus's second for the World Championship back in Chennai?
Although
Yeah,
they, a couple,
2013, absolutely, yes. And there again, you see the how they individually match up in classical chess. They played a lot of Blitz and Rapid together.
that's right. And those games are kind of, a couple of those losses are kind of old. Well, 2002 and 2003. So even though...
So as a junior, that back in the junior days.
And by the way, going
Both
to
players.
our key matchup between Vichy and MVL, after the move knight f3, c5 was played, inviting once more a Sicilian, and Vichy declined with c4, knight f6, and we have d4 on the board. So
How do you think-
What is the third game, Jen? You said there were 2 losses that were early. What was the third one?
Oh, the third one was in Tata Steel in 2011. So that
Pretty
was...
old.
That goes way
relatively
back.
old,
But in
too.
that case, Magnus was a big favorite. He was
Sure.
much higher rated than Nepo at that point. Yeah.
Exactly.
So, and he was playing the white pieces. So that one counts, I would say.
yes, it does. It's not a junior result, that's for sure.
The junior results count too. People remember that stuff.
Yeah.
Although Fabi didn't remember his game against Wesley. I think
Right.
that was like the one exception.
The
He was
youth
like,
tournament as a 14-year-olds.
he was like 8 or something.
Right. Okay, so that's an English going on in that game.
Speaking of Fabi, by the way, check out the game with Nakamura. This is the first time I believe we're seeing a King's Indian
Ooh,
in this tournament.
that's exciting. We know that Nakamura's had some sizzling results with the King's Indian, some of his most memorable games, including against Wesley So and
that
also
was a
against
brilliant-
Gelfand.
Yeah, Wesley. And
Which
Vichy
one do you
and
like
Anand,
better?
King's Indian defense that Hikaru won against Vichy Anand in a London Classic. That was an amazing game. But yes, first time King's Indian defense in this event, and usually that leads to a very combative opening. H2, H3.
KG.
It was really, I'm going to give Levon credit for this one. Levon really rehabilitated this line, H2, H3. Obviously, you're taking control over the G4 square. You want to post up with your bishop on E3, and that way you can't get harassed by knight G4. Once you play bishop E3, you play queen D2, and white nicely develops his pieces behind his broad front of central pawns to gain an advantage in the center. The very combative opening choice by Hikaru, really, he's saying, look, I'm not doing that great in the tournament. I've got to really mix things up. I'm going to turn it around with black and play for essentially a win.
I have a feeling that you like playing against the King's Indian,
I've
don't you?
always liked playing against the King's Indian. However, having said that, when I do play the King's Indian as black, and I played it on occasion, played it against Gary Kasparov, it was the Bronstein queen sacrifice. I gave up my queen for 2 bishops and 2 pawns. And I've enjoyed it. The games, boy, I tell you, they keep you on
You like
your
it for
toes.
both sides.
I
Yeah,
like
I
it
can
for both
see your
sides.
eyes are lighting up.
Yeah.
But
And in the game of Magnus Carlsen versus Jan, the black side of this particular English has been getting more and more popular, G7, G6. Now, Levon yesterday essayed bishop b4 against Hikaru and won a very nice game with a beautiful combination at the end. Fabi earlier in the tournament played d5, cd5, knight d5, bishop g2, bishop c5, and lost a brilliancy against Vichy. So,
So it sounds like bishop b4.
bishop
is
b4,
the way to go.
d5.
None of the above.
None of the above.
G6 played.
G7, G6.
So this is a kind of like a reverse closed Sicilian, but as you pointed out in the closed Sicilian that we had earlier in the tournament, sometimes you want to have your knight not on f6.
Exactly.
So that you can play for f5 ideas.
Now, in this, being an English specialist, in this particular position, the move G7, G6, theoretically speaking, is frowned upon. If white plays d2, d3, no harm, no foul. The problem with g7, g6, in my experience, is that white should immediately grab in the center with the move d2, d4. And if you capture on d4, knight captures d4, bishop g7, then you should double them up. Knight takes c6, b takes c6, bishop g2, and the experts in opening theory consider that white's open line on g2, pressuring the pawn on c6, gives him the edge.
And we're headed in that direction, by the way. We have seen takes on d4, knight d4, and all of this seems to be appearing over the board after bishop g7, and we'll see if Nepo doesn't decide to exchange on c6. I noticed he's wearing a white shirt. I feel like the players are superstitious more than you would think for such like logical player, logical profession, right? Like I'm always seeing like white pieces, white shirt.
Right. Well, I remember John Fedorowicz with his trusty pen. Chess players are superstitious, and when things are going well, they try to repeat exactly what's bringing them success. Maurice, over to you.
Yasser, I'm going to give you a guess, give you a number guess. How many times has Maxime Vachier-Lagrave seen this position on the board, this very early position in their game, this one?
Ooh, I'm thinking because MVL really has a reputation for a Grunfeld defense, except he wouldn't play it in this move order. I'm going to say not that many, not as many as I'm going to expect. I'm going to say less than 10.
You're correct, but you're still far off.
Really? Because the answer is
0.
Whoa.
0? Is that possible?
No.
0.
0.
I went into the online database. This position, this is the position, right?
Right.
I find no games of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Like,
not blitz, nothing.
Nothing. No, nothing. How is that possible?
I can't understand how that's possible.
I'm going to keep looking, but I don't see any games. In this setup, it's too early. It seems like this should have happened to him before. Why I'm saying that as well is that he hasn't moved. He hasn't moved. Move 3 is on the board, and if you look, he's still sitting there. How is it possible? It's only 3 moves in, and he's sitting there. I can't find any games in the database. Anand must not have found any games in the database. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who is an opening specialist, who will blitz out his moves in the beginning of a game, suddenly he's thinking on move 3.
Wow. Well,
even if we could find games in the database, it's just almost autopilot you take on d4 in this position.
Absolutely.
I mean, obviously, there are other ways you can play a bit more cagely, g6, e6, but normally you just take on d4 so that this pawn doesn't get to d5. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is thinking on move 3.
Wow. Intriguing preparation by Vichy with his move order knight f3, coaxing c5, c4, knight f6, d4, the position on the board. And you're telling me Maxime's never had this position as black? I'm stunned. Really, really a stunning development very early in this game. I want to also draw our attention to another tournament co-leader, Levon Aronian, against Peter Svidler. Well, guess what? Remember that marvelous rook lift from earlier in the tournament? Well, he's got the very same position against Peter Svidler.
I said they're superstitious.
H4, bishop g7, h5, knight c6. Now, if I remember correctly, it was actually here that Levon had played bishop a3 in an earlier game, and against the move queen a5 had come up with a spectacular rook h4 in order to swing the rook across the fourth rank to trap Black's queen should Black be so bold as to capture the bishop on a3, thanks to rook a4, queen b2, rook b1. Everybody is now familiar with that game, and after, instead of bishop a3, a new wrinkle here by Levon, he first played the move bishop e2, and Peter Svidler is thinking as to what to do after this move bishop e2.
And remember, he also played something similar against Anand in a game that was eventually drawn.
Yes. Yes, that was that crazy game with bishop f5, I recall. Now, just boldly pointing out the obvious, why is Peter thinking? Well, normally speaking, when you're playing a Grunfeld, you're very happy to castle kingside. In this particular case, Peter is thinking, well, what am I going to do if White opens up the h-file and brings his queen out to a4 with the idea of simply swinging the queen across to the kingside with queen h4 and queen h7. So Peter would like to castle kingside and just get on with business, but he wants to be sure he won't be walking into a scintillating attack with queen a4, queen h4. Jennifer, we have our first caller of the day.
Welcome. Let us know your question and your name.
Hi there. I'm Marcus Everett, and I'm from Toledo, Ohio. And first, I want to say thank you to you guys for taking my phone call a year ago when I was first getting into chess. It was about analyzing games and how to get better there. But my question now, as I've been studying this game extensively for a year, I heard Bobby Fischer, what he had to say about theory, and I was listening to a talk from Feingold about confusing a player's programming, is what he said, talking about opening theory. So my question is, what is an effective way to use someone's extensive knowledge of opening theory against them? And what games would you recommend I study where players jump out of theory as quickly as possible?
Well,
Asking some good questions.
that's a tough one. Well,
Yeah, great
Marcus, to your answer, well, when you're playing somebody who's theoretically well prepared, you got to congratulate them. They put in their homework. Maybe you feel that you have not, so you feel yourself at your disadvantage. And yeah, well, it's very, very hard to exploit somebody's opening theoretical knowledge against them unless you have specialized in a particular opening or defense yourself.
Or maybe you think that the person is really good at the openings but doesn't understand the ideas behind them, and then you can sometimes choose a little bit of a sideline because they might try to just repeat what they do in their main line without actually thinking it through.
Right.
There's so
Something
many
a little
examples of
offbeat,
that.
yeah.
Like in the Najdorf, where we see people playing like strange moves. We saw like rook g1, even if your opponent isn't as well prepared for something like an h3.
Or queen d3, as it gave us of Fabian and MVL.
Or
But-
even before that, like the C3
Yeah.
Sicilian, instead of playing the main lines, knowing that, for instance, suppose your opponent loves to play the dragon, but then you play the C3 Sicilian and they try to play the dragon against that.
And it's
definitely not as good.
Effective, exactly. So something offbeat, but let's face it. If somebody's putting in a great deal of work on their openings, they're doing it because they're expecting an opening advantage. My answer to you, Marcus, is you're going to have to work hard too. Maurice.
Well, unless they're top grandmasters, if they're working on their openings that extensively, then they are neglecting other parts of their game. If they're covering all parts of the game, then you're dealing with a player, and it doesn't matter where you go. But I would say definitely the way Magnus does it, because Magnus had to deal with Anand. He's had to deal with players who are much more inclined to play opening lines and sharp opening lines against him, is he just plays anything he wants. He just plays something that's like, okay, this is a random move. It's not a terrible move. It doesn't give me any advantage in the opening. It just means it's basically equal. So let's start playing chess now. And when he starts to play chess, he outplays everyone in middle games and end games. And that's a page from the world champion, how he handles the theoreticians of the world, because he's not known as a theoretician himself. or caring that much about the opening being the way to get an advantage. So I say deepen your understanding of all phases of the game, because the opening is not going to win the game for the opponent. You can have an edge all you want. It's very easy to get outplayed in chess. One false move and you're gone. So you can have your opening edge as long as you're playing really well in terms of middle games and end games. You're going to be just fine. And I would say not to worry about necessarily neutralizing somebody who's all they do is live in end games. By the way, take a look at this position that we have here and talk about funky openings. H3 was played, bit of a KG move to try and throw off Hikaru Nakamura, who loves to play these mainline crazy King's Indian setups. So Hikaru, let's just go back to H3. Hikaru played solid in bishop to G5, C6, knight F3. This move, not the most popular one. C5 is the most popular one. But the next move just startled me. I had to check to see what was the move order in this opening, because Black had spent a tempo playing D6, and he spent an additional tempo now playing D5. That's two moves to get D5 in. Now, he might argue that H3 is a semi-waste of time in this position, so he can get the move D5 in, but still it's a surprising move. Only been played 6 times in the databases. Just an odd move in this position, especially since White can essay E5 and start to put a lock on the center. This move has caught Fabi by surprise for sure, as he is now sitting there looking at the board saying, what? You can't do that, really?
Really? Well, I'm a pawn grubber, Maurice. Why can't White play E4, takes D5, C6, takes D5, and take on F6, and just take the pawn?
You're too greedy. Come on.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there are a couple of moves here. I think bishop f6 is probably okay, but the engine's giving ef6. And did you want to take with the knight, I assume?
I assume so, too.
And now I'm going to throw some moves at you.
Yeah, please.
There's moves like b5 that can be played.
Woo!
Yeah, I know. That was sexy. Move like f5 with the idea of having pressure here, knight c6, and something else is going to happen. Like, you could back up now, probably what you want to do. And now the move knight c6. And already you're starting to feel the pressure on this pawn. If you advance it, the engine's giving some strange moves at this point, I got to tell you. Knight a5, attacking a pawn that looks well defended, bishop e2, bishop to d7. I'm going to follow its main line as it's saying that Black is okay here, even.
A pawn behind after knight d2, yeah?
Yes, knight d2. But look how you're trying to hold on to that pawn at all costs, yes.
That's what I live for.
Look at this dark square bishop on this diagonal. That just looks so sweet. You're figuring someday you're going to consolidate this position, rook c1, b3, and then ask questions later.
Right.
Okay, we'll see. The engine's even casually avoiding with queen e7, even a move like a6, looking to play b5 with aggression. Look at that. That bishop is a beast. I mean, you want to play rook c1 or rook b1?
Rook c1.
Rook c1, and now b5 thrown on the board.
Right.
And this looks like another pawn sacrifice. Lines are getting crazy. b2 is hanging. I mean, wild position. But I think that you could also have played, I mean, of course, when you took this pawn on d5 first time, I really like this move. I would probably spank that one down right away.
Okay, that would sharpen up things considerably.
Yes,
but,
especially with your king still in the middle of the board. But it's an important line to recognize that this looks very enterprising for Black.
Right. Well, I saw a pawn. You know, I just have to.
I think it's right. I think it's a principal variation to look at, obviously, and Fabi will be looking at it to see where that goes. But there's no way that Nakamura blundered a pawn.
No, it's not a blunder. It is not a blunder. It's a very purposeful idea. Going back to our game of the day between Vichy and MVL, after some thing, c5 takes d4 was played, knight takes d4, and in my opinion, MVL played not a bad move or anything like that, but not the best move. d7, d5 is, in my view, a little bit too early. c4 takes d5 and knight takes d5. And the point is, you look at the position, you go, oh, it's a symmetrical position. Yes, but it's an open symmetrical position. Then having White and the tempo in hand that you get from your opening move, e2, e4, this is something I've always tried to avoid when I was Black. I remember getting into real trouble in an Olympiad against Garry Kasparov in a similar type of position, where the idea from White's point of view is he just simply wants to drive this knight back, drive this knight hopefully backwards to a square like F3.
B4 actually occurred.
What was played. And this is like a kind of a dream position from White's point of view. Oftentimes you get into an ending with E5 and trades. But, oops, that was a mouse slip. I apologize. Queen takes D1, king takes D1. And this is what Gary did to me, and I got into big trouble. Knight B4 was, Knight B4 was, of course, MVL's choice, with the threat of queen takes D4, and watch out for that fork on the C2 square. After the move, bishop E3, E5, knight B5. You think black is just fine here? Not so. King takes. There's a fork on the C7 square. If you defend with knight A6, A3, knight back, knight C3. And this knight on A6 is really stuck out of the game. Again, this follows very closely my game with Garry Kasparov in the Thessaloniki Olympiad in 1988, and I got into trouble with black. So I don't like this move, D5 early, and I think that Vichy has basically won the opening battle after knight B4, bishop E3. I much prefer White's game. I see that you're looking at the game between...
Well, I'm looking at this game between Levon because I'm trying to understand, he's played this this treatment with H4, H5 in three of his games. And in fact, this is the fourth time in the tournament that he's played H4. As he said earlier in his interview yesterday with Maurice, if you can play H4, you got to play it.
You got to play it.
The only game that he didn't play this was his loss against Fabiano. So there you go.
The proof is in the pudding.
By
right?
the way, this line,
yes.
Bishop B5, you mentioned this, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's known to be overwhelmingly good for White.
For White?
For White's results are tremendous.
Well, go ahead. Tell us about the database.
In this line, I mean, White, if you look at the top 10 games in this line, White has won 7 out of 10 games.
Wow.
The top 10 games in the line. White is tremendous, and Vichy is blitzing out the moves. I'm not sure... We saw MVL hesitate to try to figure out where to go in this opening. And D5, if black could get away with D5, he would play it every single time.
Clear.
Understood that D5 is a break, is the most principled break in chess. Once you've advanced, once you've traded off one set of pawns, if you can get D5 in, then you're good. If black can do that for free, White can forget about it, playing these kind of moves. So the fact that MVL has gone into this line with D5, and now has his knight a bit loose on B4. White has that nice central formation. And this line is known to be good for White, at least in old theory, because there are not many new games in this line, in fact. Especially at the top level, you won't find any games in this particular position.
And by the way, Vichy's playing very quickly. Bishop B5 check, Bishop D7, Bishop C4 on the board with ideas of Queen B3
or Bishop F7 and Queen B3.
Exactly.
So this kind of switchback with more space and more time, you kind of want to keep the pieces on the board rather than trade. That's a really important moment, and preventing the pawn on B7 from being defended adequately.
Also,
so there's lots of things hanging there.
It's odd. It's odd. He's, again, one of the best prepared players on the planet. MVL is playing one of the best prepared players in history. In history. Okay. Not just on the planet now, of all time. In Viswanathan Anand. And Vichy, we thought might try to sneak him in an E4 line, but somehow he found this particular variation that has his opponent befuddled this early in the game, burning clock already. When we look at the time situation, it looks as though Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has used already 17 minutes on the big board, 17 minutes to Vichy's minute. Right. Less than a minute.
Far cry from yesterday when he had the first 40 moves prepared.
Yes.
Wow.
I wanted to say we have a caller.
Yes, welcome to the show from PA.
Hi, this is Ron from Bradford, PA. I wanted to ask Jen, it's really nice to see 3 American men in the top 10, but what are we going to have to do to get some American women in the top, not just in the top women's category, but in the top chess to begin with? We have this really big population, and yet we don't seem to have any women that are getting involved in chess, other than for yourself, of course.
Of course.
Well, I actually think...
Thank you for your question, Ron. Yeah, well, take it, Jennifer.
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. I actually do think we're moving in the right direction. If you take a look at the U.S. Championship, which is always held concurrently with the U.S. Women's Championship, the field of the women's is getting younger and younger, and actually half of the field, even though this tournament is open to women of all ages, half the field is 16 and under, which is astonishing.
Players, really, teens.
And it's really great that there's a lot of also girls competitions around the country, which is letting these young, talented girls, many of whom are 2,200 plus, compete against each other. Just recently in Norfolk, there was the National Girls Tournament of Champions, which Rochelle Wu won. She's only 11 years old, and she's also involved in the Young Stars program with Gary Kasparov, and it's really great to see girls like Carissa Yip, who's also involved in that program, do so well. So I actually do think we're moving in the right direction. Because we have a wide base to choose from. So, of course, there's Rachel Lee, who's Rex's nemesis.
Right.
There's Rochelle, there's Carissa, there's Jennifer Yu, there's Akshita Gorti, who did so well in the world team for us and won the U.S. Junior Girls. So there's a lot of names, and the point is, the more names you have, you need that depth so that one of these girls will really, they're all talented, no doubt about it.
Right.
But some of them end up going to Harvard and becoming economists or going to,
and
one
Goldman
of them,
Sachs,
exactly.
bankers, and so on.
Or environmental PhDs like Irina Zenyuk at Carnegie Mellon. So the point is, the wider base you have, one of these girls will be like zoom, zoom, zoom ahead.
Right.
And I think that we're seeing that happen. So wait a few years and we'll get there, I think.
Yeah, well, I too think we're on the right path, and a shout out to the question, Ron, really good. And let's just give some great credit to Susan Polgar and everything she's been done and is doing at her Webster program, many times collegiate champions, and her Spice Girls tournaments. Because as impatient as we might be to see a lady challenging for the World Championship, in truth, the base is growing, just as you described it. And I think we're on the right path as well. Maurice.
Well, we have a big moment in this game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen. They're in a line that most popularly played in this variation is the move castles, white, just simply castles, after black castles. But Jan has essayed another move that has only been played 8 times in this position, is the move bishop to f4, and this move has not been played by anyone at the 2600 level, only below. So a new move in the situation, and clearly Magnus knows this is a novelty. It's as early as move 8. So we're seeing a lot of interesting chess being played very early on, these opening lines, and we should point out that game with Fabi, also the one he's playing against Nakamura, after the move d5, I don't think he's moved yet. He still hasn't moved. He's still sitting at the board. It's incredible. Of course, they're always trying to catch people out in the opening. Remember that caller talked earlier about opening moves. What if somebody's really well prepared? Well, Fabi's one of the best prepared players on the planet as well. And look at what he's doing right now. He's got to go deep into thought because a different move, one that may be all the way down on that list of openings, he cannot prepare everything. It's not humanly possible to prepare everything. So Fabiano Caruana now wondering, what about this novel approach, at least at this level, to see Hikaru lose a tempo playing d6, d5, only because h3 is on the board. He can argue, well, you lost a tempo as well, but still, the pawn on e5 could be a lock. It's clearly a pawn sacrifice, creativity abounding, and causing some of the best players in the world. So far, we've seen Fabi going to a think. MVL going to a think. Magnus going to a deep think. That's the round. Round 8. They're all feeling the pressure right now. And we'll see how they handle these opening niceties.
And I'd love to draw your attention to the Levon Aronian game because this is just absolutely fascinating. I love how he's kind of sticking with this idea. You know, he played it with G3 against Anand. He obviously won a very nice first creative game versus Nepo where he put the bishop on A3. Right. And now he's kind of doing a melange of the two ideas where he's not playing bishop A3, but he is sticking the bishop on E2 and H4, H5. So.
Right. And when we left the game, I had spoken, why did Peter not just castle and get on with it? Well, I mentioned that there was this idea in the position of opening up the H-file, playing Queen A4, and then crisscrossing all the way across the board to the fourth rank.
Billiard
Queen
shot.
Billiard shot. Bishop E2, Bishop F5, a KG move, waiting move, as we would describe it, a development move. And by the way, White, please pay attention. Maybe I will sit on the D3 square if you're not careful. Also, trying to encourage the move D2, D4. Then the Grunfeld players are happy. We talked about that in the game of Nepo. That what's the problem with the D4? Well, you occupy the square and you give Black what he wants, a target in the center.
And the bishop on F5 becomes a little bit stronger too, in a way, because sometimes the C2 square can be occupied when you let go of the B4 square.
And the C file is open. So again, another KG move by Levon, Queen B3. Before he played the move Queen B3, I was trying to guess what the ramifications of trading might be. Both sides, both players lose the opportunity of castling short, but with Queen A4, I was trying to guess whether or not this would lead to an advantage for White. It was just about that point when I saw Queen B3 had been played by Levon, and this is a nasty little move. It has a dual purpose, obviously, and as he played against Nepo, he's ready to gobble that pawn on B7, scoop it up, as Maurice might say. Also, he's eyeballing an opportunity to play knight G5, attacking the pawn on F7, and really trying to encourage Black to castle short. So very cagey move, this move, Queen B3, and I just hope for Peter's sake he's come very well prepared.
That's right, but for Levon, this is a huge opportunity. Can he make it 3 in a row? You know, I mean...
Talk about a streak. That's a very impressive streak indeed.
I mean, I really love what he's doing with the opening, so we'll have to see. And the superstitions reign of these top players as Levon goes for H4 in a 4th game. But we do have a phone caller. Welcome to the show.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, you're on the air.
Hello, this is Andrew from Minnesota.
Hi, Andrew.
And my question for you is, with Hikaru Nakamura doing so poorly in this tournament, is there any chance that any of the other players will be able to catch Magnus Carlsen and surpass him in the standings for the Grand Chess Tour?
Yes, well, thank you for the question, caller. In fact, that's an issue we've been talking about. Magnus wins this event, it's all over. Grand Chess Tour is in trouble. But if you look at the standings that you see there in the graphic, yes, there is a one Frenchman, MVL. And, by the way, Levon Aronian as well. Maurice, you've spoken about the importance of MVL winning clear first in this tournament to keep the pressure on Magnus.
That's right.
Keeping clear first, yes. He could tie and get 12 points, but he would have to hope that Magnus sort of collapses right now, because Magnus has a 7-point lead on him. And if he wins and gets 13 points, that means Magnus would have to get 6 in order for them to be tied. And anything over 6 keeps a nice little lead for Magnus. And Magnus gets something like 8 points, and that's okay. It just means he has to do a little bit better than Magnus in London.
Right.
Other than those two, however, Nakamura was in the hunt. Wesley So, you see up there at 14, because Wesley played 2 events, not just one. So Wesley played 2 events. That's why he has 14. Naka's only played 1 event. So that's why he has 8. And you saw those people with poor results, poor numbers. That's only because they played just 1 event, while Magnus, Wesley, and Maxime played both Paris and Leuven.
Right.
But the math is very simple. If Magnus does well here, I think if he comes in second even, somehow comes in clear second, which doesn't look likely that he'll come in clear second. But if he comes in clear second, even if MVL wins, that'll be a 3-point gap, and he'll have a 4-point lead going into London. And odds are we're going to call Magnus the favorite again to win that event, or top 3, and he'll win London if he plays reasonably well up to his standards. So he might, but I don't think Magnus cares about that right now. Magnus
He
wants
cares
to win
about his position.
this tournament right here. He's not making some calculation about winning the Grand Chess Tour and maybe an extra bonus money, blah, blah, whatever. He's got enough money. He doesn't care. He's a world champion. He hasn't won a classic event in a while. People have been grumbling, where's the old Magnus? Remember when Vichy was winning all those world championships and wasn't winning any classical tournaments, and they were calling it the world champion malaise? What's going on? He's only preparing for the world championships. Has he become a fat cat? He's not hungry as the other ones. Well, maybe it's somebody else's turn. You see how Magnus don't want to hear those grumblings at all. He wants to say, look, I'm the world champion. I also happen to be the best player in the world. Whenever I walk into a tournament, you know who's going to win. Lately, that hasn't happened for him. So here he is now trying to figure out what to do.
Against Bishop F4.
And he could easily have been running away with this event.
Oh.
Running away with it.
Yep.
If he had just played Rook D2 against MVL, if he had played King G5 against Naka, it's lights out, bye-bye. Magnus wins. Put the wreath on now. The
Grand Chess Tour
Grand
is
Chess
over.
Tour is over. Magnus is the man again, and there you go. But those two hiccups left him looking really vulnerable lately. And I'm surprised he comes down. You saw how upset he is at himself in the interviews. And he's just not playing like the Magnus we know.
By the way, just to mention that in the game between Fabi and Hikaru Nakamura, we're seeing a pawn grub. In fact,
Gotta love it.
Fabi captured on d5 with a c4 pawn and then captured the knight. But we might be getting similar lines to what we looked at, Maurice. However, with a wrinkle, if you capture with the bishop here, now taking a gain of tempo, and I don't think black has those compensations. Remember, you looked at this line where the e4 pawn was on c4. There was a b5 shot, which I thought was really cute. The way Fabi has played it really is basically forcing black to capture with the pawn.
So you can play for F5.
Right. If knight takes F5, then it's kind of like an echo on the other side.
This is
where,
good.
Where it's
Yeah.
just stone cold good for black.
Because the timing's a little off. You need a little bit more time to get castled and protect your knight on
Right.
on c3.
So here we might be seeing e4 takes d5 with a straight challenge. Okay, I'm a pawn up. Show me your compensation.
But doesn't this come out of...
it looks like a
a
c3
Caro
Sicilian.
Khan or something?
That's exactly what I was going to say.
It comes from a Caro,
I used
yeah.
to play the Caro Khan until I fell asleep too often playing those positions. And I always try to play dynamically, and this was one of those similar to those lines. Very similar, in fact, but not...
Well, H3 is a little
H3
weird.
is
Weird
yeah,
H3 is
exactly.
it's a tempo, but it's almost irrelevant because it's a move that you lose the tempo playing C6.
Well, that's why you can sack the pawn. Otherwise,
How do
knight
you
takes
get this,
d5
though?
would probably be really good.
Especially if white had used
if-
the tempo for bishop e2, for example.
Exactly,
Yeah.
because then we would just be able to take with a knight, and we'd be like just up a
Gold,
pawn.
yeah.
Right. So that's the key. That's why this looks kind of familiar, because also from the C3 Sicilian,
Right.
which transposes to the Caro Khan sometimes in the pan out lines.
But if we follow
So
those
knight d7.
lines, the typical lines, knight d7, bishop e2, knight b6, and then you have to play queen b3 to maintain this pawn at all costs. And then the bishop normally finds some square. There's some tactic here without
because we
h3.
can
You
take
can't
on
castle
d5.
that easily because of knight takes d5.
We win our pawn back.
Well, you know
But we
me.
have-
I'm not going to give.
Checking.
I don't give pawns back easily. We'll have some real. It's a
Knight
long
takes c3,
tactical
knight e2
variation,
check.
right? That. Well, okay. Sorry for this, but this is.
No, don't apologize. We
this
love
comes quickly to mind because I, as a Caro Khan player, and how dare you insult my beloved Caro Khan?
No, I'm
by the
sorry.
way.
You are one of the people who inspired, you to play with some kind of solidity, but I was struggling to get those open positions I wanted. And I was actually very successful with the Caro Khan, but at some point I said, oh,
Knight
this
g1
is too sleepy,
big.
these lines.
Knight g1's too big a threat here. I think we're gonna have trouble defending that knight as. I mean,
Exactly.
bishop d7, knight g1, bishop b5.
And I can get too much firepower too quickly against the e2 piece.
Yeah, just queen c2, simple chess. You're
And
picking it up.
I get, I'll be up in exchange. So Hikaru is going to have to
So
prove
we
this
can't win the pawn back that
compensation.
easily, is what you're
Right.
saying. We have to think of something more clever here.
I'm sorry, we have a caller.
Yes, let us know from Saudi Arabia. Let us know your name and your question.
Hi, my
Hello.
name is Vitoro. I'm calling from Saudi Arabia. I've actually called before like 3-4 times during the
Okay.
tournament. My question is for Maurice. I really like the way he does his analysis regarding how to control the squares, dynamism, and everything. So I'm wondering, is there any books you can recommend so that the 1700 player like me can actually go ahead and maybe learn about how to control squares like that on the chessboard?
First of all, thank you for your question, caller. So the caller really likes your annotation style and how you talk about square complexes, dark squares, light squares. And were there books, Maurice, or books that you could recommend to the caller, 1700 player, who talks in the way you do, verbalizes concepts, strategical concepts?
Well, I'm straight out of Brooklyn, so I don't think there are any books. but the way I talk about the game is one thing. Certainly, I've a different kind of style. But books that I would recommend, certainly talking about square complexes. One book in particular that won't talk about it directly, but has so many great examples, is Zurich 1953. I remember this book was quoted by a lot of the players here as one of the classics that they enjoyed looking at. And Zurich 1953, I mean, it's just like, it's just so many various positional themes that you'll find in that book, including this one with great games illustrating square complexes, both light and dark. I can't think of any other book that just really focuses on square complexes alone. Interesting question. I wonder.
I have two books that I really like, well, actually three. Richard Reddy's Masters of the Chessboard. It's an oldie, but it's a goodie about complexes. Tony Sadie, Dr. Anthony Sadie had a book on strategic ideas, as did Israel Gelfer. Those three books immediately...
What was Gelfer's book?
Also, like ideas in chess. These kinds of books that really emphasize the strategic understanding. And I like them, and I think that they would be very, very appropriate as well. Jeremy Silman's Amateur's Mind, How to Reassess Your Chess.
Yeah.
Those books are very, very popular.
Well, in terms of improvement books, definitely.
Yeah.
Jeremy Silman's book is fantastic. The book that really influenced me in my career, Ludik Pachmann's Modern Chess Strategy.
Right.
Not so modern anymore, but so many interesting positional principles in that book, and certainly squares will be talked about as the whole weaknesses on square complexes will definitely be talked about as well. But that was one of my foundational books teaching me about positional chess. I think the classics still remain the great ones for that purpose. Today's chess, it's assumed that you understand those kind of things, and it's much more of a dynamic type of play that we see. For example, Suba's book on dynamic chess.
Brilliant.
Brilliant book. You must get that book just for his sense of humor in writing it alone, but also on the beautiful ideas. And I think a similar idea to what Levon is playing. He talks about the wing pawn advances. And also about losing a move and the potential in reverse positions as well. A lot of interesting ideas in there. I think Jonathan Tisdale wrote a nice book too. Wasn't
Yes.
it?
Yes.
What was Tisdale's book called?
Right. It's the title. I remember the ideas that Jonathan was writing about. Sorry.
Hopefully he'll text us and let us know.
Right.
I'm sure we can also look it up really quickly. But Tisdale's book I thought was really eye-opening as well.
Maurice, if I can turn your attention to the game of Magnus, because I had been speaking about an early knight takes c6, doubling up the guy's pawns, but this move, bishop f4, was very crafty, and it induced Magnus to play the move knight h5. I think Magnus is slipping up even further, because I'm thinking after knight takes b6, knight takes c6, pardon me, b takes c6, bishop e3, Jan would achieve the type of positions I want to achieve for white, that having lured the world champion's knight to the rim, and I'm liking white's position. What say you?
Well, whenever this position happens, the first thing, and I know it's somewhat weird, as a person who loves the diagonal for this bishop, I'm a dynamic, dark square attacking player. This bishop is one that I used to treasure just about all the time. It's like, this is the dark square bishop. King's Indian players don't part with this piece. But as someone who knows bishop takes knight, or I talk about it all the time, bishop takes knight is the most important move in chess. And Jeremy Silman's book will mention that, the idea of the imbalances and how to reassess your chess. This is the first thing I look at is, does bishop takes knight make sense? Even though it's your beautiful, juicy, dark square bishop. So bishop takes c3, Yaz, is in fact the engine's first choice.
Wow.
Pawn takes, the very first choice. And again, doubling the pawns, but giving white this monster, it looks like, potential monster on the square. And now playing something sedate like queen to e7. The main point is actually the knight's going to come back around to this square eventually. Now, I'm sure you'll argue, well, okay, I'll take this position. It looks like some dark square weaknesses. The trick with this pawn on c3, we know, is that this bishop can't get on this diagonal. It can get on this diagonal, but it can't double up with the queen on this diagonal to make any real pressure on that square. So, of course, this bishop is also quite a good piece. So this is a sharp position after bishop takes c3. But your argument stands, intriguingly, if knight c6, bc6, you could also play bishop d2 in this position, right? And go into this position and say, I have a small edge with my bishop, with your knight on the side, and the pawn structure. So that's another argument. Although I'm wondering after knight c6, is it best to play this move? To go into this kind of line. And instead, Magnus has gone completely differently. He's actually sacrificed a pawn in the game. After knight c6, he played d takes c6,
Whoa.
queen takes queen, rook takes, bishop takes on c7, and rook d4. This is what Magnus was studying deeply in this position. Now it's very hard to guard this pawn. You need to be very careful. A move like b3 suddenly runs into rook to d7, and there's a disco on your knight, rook attacking bishop, and your bishop cannot go back to try to help because, well,
Just
apparently b6, although suddenly bishop c6 shows up on the board. So some lightning bizarre tactics are starting to
that's
explode
fun.
in
King
this
on
game.
A5.
In the end, black is the one who ends up getting an advantage. And you want to know the next move? Guess the next move. Yeah.
Rook b7 takes an a5.
Try bishop b7.
Bishop
Right.
b7.
Pitting this piece to this one, your rook's hanging, and everything else is still on the board. Insane position, saying that black will end up being better in this line as well. After bishop takes d7, bishop takes h1, rook c1, and now b takes a5. And black is for choice. Black has three pieces.
and
Why
extra
isn't
piece.
So you have to play the
a5
move
immediately?
f3
any good?
right now. Sorry, Jen?
Oh, just taking on a5 immediately is not as good as that because in this one we're up a whole piece.
You mean after
huh?
bishop d7? Yeah, in the end you end up a piece in that line. If you take here now,
Oh, I meant
Awesome.
originally instead of bishop b7 because it looks like we're picking up a lot, right?
in this position, takes
Take
like
on
this.
Yes, that was what I expected.
The problem is castles. I'm just going to castle out of it.
Bishop takes c3, rook
Bishop takes
c1
c3. The rook's going to move
to c1, and the rook is hanging as well as the bishop. Wow, that game just exploded.
I mean,
into fireworks.
Magnus went deep into the line, and after rook to d4,
We have a move or
Well,
not?
he's not going to go in for that rook d7
no,
line clearly, right?
The problem
So-
actually hasn't returned to the board.
Oh, I see.
Oh, so yeah, Magnus just making use of his time, continuing to think. And we were getting a lot of questions into our hashtag
Yes,
Singfield
please.
Cup, including Jan Gustafsson pointing out that he's doing German commentary.
Yes, I should have
So,
mentioned that.
Exactly, just the last two rounds, but it's very exciting. Of course, Jan, very popular with his humor in addition to his chess analysis. And we got a couple follow-ups on the question about women in chess, including this nice photograph of a young girl who's like clearly studying our Singfield Cup our Singfield Cup coverage. And also, to your point about the Susan Polgar tournament for girls,
Yes.
the woman who won that, her name is, she's also one of the younger ones in the competition. She's in 7th grade, and her name is Natasia Matus. I believe she's almost a master or a master as well.
Wow.
And she takes part in a lot of these prestigious camps as well, like the U.S. Chess School.
Congratulations.
And we do have another caller from Jordan. Welcome to the show. Let us know your question.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, hi, Yasser. I'm Bakuz from Jordan, and I want to say I'm a big fan of you personally and the St. Louis Chess Club in general.
Thank you.
I want to thank you for your great coverage and analysis, especially Maurice's. And I want to give a shout-out to our friends at Twitch, especially Chicks of the King. And thank you and best of luck.
No
Thank
question.
you. No
All
question.
right.
Just a comment of thanks for the good show.
Yes, and a
Well,
shout out
thank you
to
so much.
Alejandro, who's doing the Spanish language
Right.
commentary with Yvette Garcia next door. And
So we have English
Spanish.
commentary, Spanish, and German as Gusti joins
The fray.
Joins the fray.
Well, we got a
put.
great team here and a great broad team behind the scenes that make this all work so well. Guys, by the way, Levon Aronian, we know he's won 2 tournaments so far this year. His confidence is surging. He's the new number 2 player in the world. And now he's on the hunt yet again with this variation that's going to be known as the Levon variation because he's got a great position right now against Peter Svidler. This move, knight to g5, simple threat now on the f7 square. Very difficult to try to castle out of this one. You're going to be in deep trouble as the white's pieces are all set to attack. But if you play this move, the e6 natural move, suddenly queen a4, you've shut your bishop out on the other side, the wrong side. You can't put it on d7 now. Straightforward pin. And by the way, this bishop is funky as well. It's bereft of squares. g4 could happen at any time. But with queen a4, rook to c8, and white can continue with the move bishop to b5. And now this pin is getting more and more dangerous on the board. If black were to now defend, let's play a move like queen to d7, then e4, and we're talking about this bishop, the life of this piece. Where is it going? Where is it going to hang out as it's starting to run around the board, not connected to the other pieces? Back to this position, bishop to b5. The Indians give castles here, but knight h7 suddenly attacking the rook, and after king takes, then you can take on g6, and this is no place for a king to be hanging out, and then bishop takes on c6, and white has netted a pawn in this position, black's king on a funky square where it is right now. Levon is starting to tighten some screws, and Peter's going to have to be very careful what he does in the next few moves.
By the way, Marie, stay with that position for a second because after the move e7, e6, Levon took a totally different approach, one you're not likely to see ever in a Grunfeld. He just played f2, f4. What a funky move that one is. Simply defending.
So unrelated
I know.
to the position.
How many times in a Grunfeld have you seen this type of attack? F2, F4.
Look at the pawn formation.
Very straightforward. He defends the knight, and he's basically saying to black, I'm going to keep that suggestion, queen a4 or bishop b5, in my pocket, and I'm hunting. I want to see your king castle. I want to see your king castle for exactly those reasons that you were pointing out that, well, there's a g2, g4. First of all, tickling the bishop with ideas of knight takes e6. And there's also that knight takes h7 sacrifice in the air, which will burst open the h-file. So Peter Svidler feeling the pressure, f2, f4. What a funky idea by Levon. He's doing it again.
The engines are saying that this is not a great move, and that h6 is supposed to be fine for black, and maybe even a little bit better for black.
Really?
I cannot believe this is going to happen, and I can't buy this assessment. I would dare black to play like that. You'd love to see black play moves like that, unless it was already supported by engine analysis. What a move, f4. I mean, that's insane. Look at this pawn. The pawn formation is not supposed to be a V this way.
No.
It's supposed to be the other way, inverted. To have the pawn formation like this, I mean, it's an insane position, but it's already an insane position because neither side is castled. White is daring black to castle. White's not clear where he's supposed to castle. He wants to keep his rook on the h-file. He wants to keep all the attacking potential, and the pieces are so loose. They're just sitting there, black's pieces. This bishop could drop. Don't forget about the knight, queen a4 coming. This bishop might be the only real piece in the position, and it's biting on granite on this long diagonal. Levon is playing such creative chess. Like you said, Yaz, Who plays f4 in this position except Levon Aronian? I mean, he just is playing some interesting ideas, and he's believing in his ideas, and Peter's sitting there scratching his head like, what's happening right now? We are in some positional chaos.
I'm supposed to be playing a solid Grunfeld. This is not a solid. This is a wild Donnybrook going on there. I just wanted to go back to our featured matchup between MVL and Vichy. Vichy slightly better to the good, but hasn't gotten a big edge, in my view, after Bishop F4, simply because it's 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2. Black is looking to just reduce the dynamic factors in the position.
So you're not worried about me getting a queen into d6, for instance?
Yeah, I would be worried about that. But remember, there was a really beautiful model game, Sergei Karyakin versus Vichy Anand, where Vichy played that that really nice knight e5 maneuver, showed that 4 versus 4 and 2 versus 2, how easy it could be for Black to draw. This position, of course, you're absolutely right, Jen. Bishop to d6 is what Vichy is aspiring for. But there's no pawn weakness. There's some square weaknesses. I prefer white, but not by that much. Maurice, more excitement.
A lot of technique is going to be necessary in that position. Nothing really changed dramatically. I did say there's a game that we haven't paid much attention to, Sergei Karyakin versus Wesley So. As far as the tournament is concerned, Sergei's not doing badly. If he wins today, he's in the same position as Fabi. He's at 50% as well. So he would love to take a bite out of crime this game, win it, and then surge ahead and hope for the best in other situations. We see Wesley there playing Joe Cool today. He's got the shades on.
The shades.
I don't know why that is. Sometimes his eyes bother him with the light, depending on where he's sitting. But he's got the shades on. Maybe it will help him. He's lost 3 games in this tournament so far, not the regular Wesley So that we have come to expect. By the way, the game with Magnus, Nepomniachtchi said, go find your pawn. You're going to have to go get it back, this one on C5. But Magnus said, yeah, I'm going to take it back. Actually, that is what I'm going to do. With the threat of taking on C3 right now with a rook, rook takes is the real threat, plus capturing this pawn on C5. This is not an easy position for white to prove anything, and it looks like Magnus with his funky maneuver, his knight on the side, rook to c4. He went into a deep think and calculated this. This is why this man is such a great player. That kind of deep think to sacrifice a pawn. And we should talk about the Nakamura game. I like what Naka has done. He played b6, bishop e2, knight a6, and remember we put the knight on d7 to b6? Right. He's found another way to gang up on this pawn. He's going to put his knight on c7, his bishop on b7, and then he's going to take this pawn from you. And according to the engines, this is easy equality for Black. Black is perfectly fine here. You need to figure out something. You've lost the dark square bishop, by the way. Don't forget that. But even if you lose this pawn, there's going to be a passed pawn behind it. But it doesn't look like it's going to go anywhere if there's a blockade on that square. So how do you maintain this pawn on this square? It looks like he's going to have to use some tricks, guys, because it seems as though Black is going to be fine if white doesn't come up with something very precise, as he's castled and the knight c7 is on the board.
Okay, well, continue that variation that you're showing, Maurice, because I think it's very consequent. Queen b3, bishop e7, bishop c4, rook b8, a4. I want to stop b5.
Not likely.
I'm not stopping b5.
Not likely. You're trying to hold on to that pawn, but some nastiness is coming along this file.
b5 is the crucial.
Yeah, why don't we show that? Because that's kind of cool. The idea being that,
the rook behind the...
For example, let's make a move like this one, and now we're going to shoot out with b5.
Right.
And we're going to take, and we're going to take, and let's take. I'm going to take with the knight, and then all of a sudden, bishop a6.
Oops.
And, pin on the b pawn.
Right.
And you've got trouble as you're about to drop a piece, and it didn't matter where you had put your rook. Maybe if you could move this rook, so you could sack an exchange. Let's try that idea. What if I had done something
or at least
like,
you might have a chance to play rook a5 or something.
And rook a5 I don't think I want to play, but this line I want to take with the knight. And then the same, this time the computer said, forget about bishop a6, I see your tricks. Bishop takes, and oh no, now the knight's hanging a different way because it's bishop. Okay, so I'll take this one, and b5. Rook takes b5. Yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Pain. So that didn't help with which rook you use. The computer's coming up with different tricks. Looks like this idea is very powerful. A6 and b5 is the one that will equalize the game.
And if we start with something like knight d2 with a trick of our own, that if you take on d5 right away, we have bishop f3, you just, like if we try to move our knight, it is kind of annoying. I feel like my knight on f3 is not very good here because your f6 pawn is guarding the e5 square.
Right. So you want to bring your bishop to f3.
Exactly.
And so you wanted knight d2.
So now knight d5 immediately would lose, so you have to play like bishop b7.
Knight d5 would lose to the skewer.
Exactly.
Queen takes, bishop f3, and oops, I'll capture this rook on the long diagonal. So we would, if we were black, we'd probably play bishop here, right?
And that's,
bishop f3. Now, we could turn the tables. Well, no, maybe not. I was trying to turn the tables and pin you on this diagonal, but I think you can get away with knight takes c3 and simply win your pawn back, and you'll be okay.
And if we take on b7 instead first, you just have knight e2 check? Is that what you were going to do?
Sorry, yes, indeed. If I took on b7, there was a knight e2 check, and unfortunately, I'm getting this pawn with a tempo against the queen.
Even if you weren't, you would have like rook b8, so you'd be doing quite all right. Yeah. So all these tactics seem to be just like one tempo too late for white. And white, if that's the case, you know, I found myself in these types of positions before in Panos, and it's a very fine line. You're up a pawn, and then all of a sudden you feel like you're worse once you lose the pawn, right? We do have a very special guest, Kitty Ratcliffe, who is the president of Explore St. Louis, is with Maurice.
Yes, we're with our good friend Kitty, who I bumped into on the street yesterday, just walking to Whole Foods, and she said, I live in this neighborhood too. Man, everybody enjoys this part of St. Louis, the Central West End. Kitty, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Tell us what's going on with Explore St. Louis. We know you have some fantastic initiatives to bring more and more visitors to the city.
Now, we have a lot of great things to showcase this community for, and people love it when they come here. We just finished today a big convention on microscopy and microanalysis, and we had scientists from all over the world, and they had a big map, and they were pinning where they came from.
What the heck was I doing while this was going on?
Really incredible.
Oh, the chess tournament, right?
Smart people from all over the world in the convention center and the hotels for microscopy, and smart people from all over the world in the Central West End for the Singfield Cup. There's a lot going on in St. Louis.
It's incredible, the dynamism in this city. And what has chess brought to this city? What has it added as we see these chess fans? I saw a chess fan in the gym today. He came all the way from India to come see this tournament. He comes actually every year.
Oh, that's fantastic. You know, I think chess has certainly found a home for St. Louis, and you know, here in St. Louis, you know, we're just delighted to see what chess has done for our community. In the Central West End in particular, of course, with the museum and the Hall of Fame and these wonderful tournaments that are going on, that puts a spotlight on this community. But even more than that, chess in the schools throughout the region. We're seeing chess boards pop up at parks all over the place, and I think the community is really excited about it.
Talk a little bit more about that, the impact of chess on kids, because you guys have such a robust program for young people here. The Scholastic program is just absolutely booming.
Well, I think it's really important, as all of your viewers know, chess takes it takes a skill, it takes concentration. It teaches strategy. It teaches you how to read body language. It teaches you everything, and it's a wonderful tool to help develop young children, and that's being done throughout this community.
Tell me also what's happening in St. Louis. What's going to happen? This is a full summer of chess. A full summer of activity here in St. Louis is always going on. Something, baseball has started. The season has begun. Of course, I've never gotten down to the riverboat ride as well. Is that still going on? Some people don't seem like they know if it's going on or not. I'm talking about some of your fellow St. Louisians.
Yeah, there are riverboat rides, and you can do that any day. And some of them are lunch cruises, and some are just sightseeing cruises.
I got to do that on a day off. Who's with me? You guys, Yasser, are going? Yeah, Yasser and Yvette. We can bring Jen and her baby and family as well. I mean, I've never been on that riverboat cruise. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, it's the mighty Mississippi. It's Mark Twain, and it's a very storied river. A lot of commerce, of course. It's the reason that St. Louis is where it is. we were founded here, and we were founded here because of the Mississippi and Missouri rivers and the confluence between those two. And you can actually, in addition to those big boats that you can take that are sightseeing excursions, you can actually get out in a kayak. There are tour companies here that do small groups of 10, 12, 15 people, and they'll take you out to kayak into the Mississippi River and take you on the islands in the middle, and you can go fishing, and it's really an adventure. You should do it.
I'm not a kayak guy, and we don't fish in Brooklyn. Those fish would look really bad. You don't want to know what's in the water in Brooklyn.
Bird watching then. How about bird watching?
Watch some birds. Watch some birds. Well, we know there are a lot of great initiatives that you continue to do here and make St. Louis such a wonderful, great city to visit. Thanks so much for your work.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
And just a comment, Kitty, actually my wife Yvette is out today. She's going to the Arch, where you've had a $600 million refurbishment going on there. Also your storied train station. Tell us a little bit about those two iconic historical sites.
Well, thank you for bringing up the Arch project. It's you exaggerated just a bit. It's a $380 million project, but that's a pretty big project.
Right.
And it's mostly been funded locally. The citizens of our community voted to tax themselves on a sales tax. And then our local corporation stepped up with more than $100 million in contributions. So there is some federal money in that, but it's mostly local. And it's reconnecting the Arch to the city of St. Louis and everything that there is to see and do here, as well as to connect to the riverfront. So that big project is almost finished. The last piece is a new museum underneath the Arch, and that'll be done very soon. Union Station is a phenomenal, one of the original train stations in this country, and it's been not only beautifully maintained, but it's been enhanced to be even better than it was when it first opened. So the original stained glass barrel ceiling is still in place. The stained glass story of the cross-country train trip is still there in the Grand Hall. But in addition to that, they've put this LED light show. Every 30 minutes, you can go in and see a different themed light show. And there's nothing like it. So I really encourage people to get to Union Station.
They lock us in the basement here in the studio. We don't even see daylight, much less get out. But I will definitely be doing some of that on my day off.
You definitely
Once again,
should.
thank you so much, Kitty.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kitty.
Well, my 7-month-old really approved of the Arch refurbishment. He was really impressed. He was
Really?
like, this is so much more awesome than when I saw it when I was 3 months old.
He had a big smile to Tabby.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But we do have some great insights today from Grandmaster Christian Carrilla with his Count's Corner.
Thanks, guys. And I do want to talk about the opening phase of one of the most important games in this round, the game between Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura, because I know a few things about this opening. So, first of all, in this position, Black is not forced to play the move d6. He can also entice White with a move castle, entice him to play the move e5. But obviously we know that this is not a good idea. After knight e8, the structure in the center is going to be easily attacked after d6, c5, and Black is going to get the initiative. So after castle, I faced this in my career. I played the move bishop to e2, and I faced the move c6, h4 immediately, d5, e5, knight to e4, and now we see the main difference from this position and the position that could have been in the game of Fabiano and Hikaru. The bishop was on g5, so now in the game of Fabiano, Fabiano would have had the bishop on g5 under attack. He would have to withdraw it. The pawn would be on h3. He wouldn't have the attack coming immediately with h5, so it would be advantageous for Black. In my game, after the move knight e4, I played the move h5, and I got a tremendous attack against Black King. I did lose that game, but that is not the point. So let's go back into the game. He played the move d6, h3, castle, bishop to g5. The Auerbach system is with the move bishop to e2 and bishop to g5. With the h3 and bishop g5, we still have the bishop on f1. So this bishop could potentially jump to d3. If c5 would be played, d5, e6. Now White would get an advantageous Benoni structure because the bishop is not on e2 yet. So he could play the move bishop to d3, take, then develop knight to f3, castle, and he would have a very, very nice position. Nakamura understood that the bishop is on g5, so he decided, okay, I'm going to lose a tempo, I am going to play the move c6, knight to f3, d5, and now we see if white would have played the move e5, knight to e4 would have been played, and black would have a very, very nice position. The bishop would have to withdraw, then I can just simply take, and immediately attack the center with c5, knight c6, f6 could potentially come on the board. The bishop from the g7 would lighten up the long diagonal, and black would be perfectly fine. So after the move d5, Fabiano decided to just simply take the bait, take the pawn. We have this position. I think he took with the c pawn first, c takes, e takes, and this is the position we have on the board. I think b6 was played, bishop c4, bishop b7. Black is going to concentrate his attack on the pawn on d5. He does have the bishop pair, so I think this is going to be a very, very complex middle game. But what I wanted to point out is the different transpositions that could arrive from various opening move orders.
Thank you, Christian. And if you want to hear more from Christian, I've got two suggestions for you. First of all, on Twitter, he sometimes gives his thoughts on the game using the hashtag Grand Chess Tour and Singfield Cup, and that's under Christian Guerrilla. He has a lovely photo of himself yesterday with Gary Kasparov watching his analysis, and he's like, uh-oh, this is not a good time to blunder.
No, not when Gary's in town.
And he's also doing annotations for the Cup Chronicle, which
it's the bulletin of
exactly.
each and every round.
And Tatev Abrahamian is also annotating games for that, and it's really fantastic. You can get a beautifully produced paper copy if you visit in St. Louis, but those are also on the website. So.
And Christian was furious that Tatev had cut out some of his annotations because it didn't fit on the page.
Get used to it, Christian. If you got a good editor, they're going to cut some of your stuff.
You know it.
But we are going to take a quick break, so if you want to look up those Chronicle while you miss the show, we'll be back in just 10 minutes.
Healthcare in America is changing, evolving, and we're helping lead the transformation. Ascension is made up of physicians and other caregivers called to deliver compassionate, personalized care for all. As one of the largest providers of care in the country, our patients benefit from collaboration between hospitals, medical practices, and healthcare innovators nationwide. Ascension's faith-based heritage means we have a moral obligation to serve everyone, especially those who are struggling. Last year, we provided almost $2 billion in care for people living in poverty and for programs to help them. Whether it's in a hospital, a neighborhood clinic, a senior living facility, or at home, Ascension's care providers value every aspect of our patients' lives and health. We listen with respect to ensure every person we serve gets the right care for them. Personalized, compassionate, that's Ascension.
back at the 2017 Sinkfield Cup. Welcome. We have some really exciting games on tap. In particular, we are fascinated by this game that Levon Aronian and Peter Svidler. Yasser, what do you think of the developments? It's quite an unusual configuration, we would say, except for the fact that we saw similar configurations in two of Levon's earlier games in this tournament.
Well, first of all, Jen, it's wonderful. We are in these championship rounds, and the players are producing some combative chess. This is a round we could all hope for. You mentioned this game between Levon and Peter. I remember the game between MVL and Magnus Carlsen, which was just chaotic. This is chaotic. I don't want to steal any thunder from you, Maurice, but we were just laughing about this game because of this move, G6 takes H5, that Peter could have played, and that was the best.
Oh, and we've got Svidler in the confessional to talk about this wild game himself.
I've looked through the games I played in this tournament in my mind, and it seems like this is maybe the first position by move 14, which it feels like I might enjoy playing, which is a scathing indictment of what I've been doing before, and also probably doesn't bode well, particularly even for this game. But by this point, I don't care. It's a welcome change. We'll see what happens from here. I really don't understand what's going on at all, and Lev probably has it all worked out at home. Once again, probably not the greatest situation to find yourself in, but at least there is some air in the position, as opposed to most of the stuff I've been getting with both colors. Happy about that.
Well, true confessions, and I share Peter's views wholeheartedly. This is a game, this is a position where both players are really enjoying themselves and having a lot of fun because, I mean, it's really hard to understand the position, Maurice.
Hey, you know, it's funny you said that. Your rationale was they're having fun because it's so hard to understand the position.
Right.
That's like, what kind of thought is that? Chess players are masochistic by nature. It's like, I don't know what's going on. I'm totally confused. This is great. Really?
Really?
This position is insane. And, you know, there's no thunder you're stealing here. Yeah, taking, of course, was another move he could have played. And then his bishop would be ready to go to the G6 square in this position. And then it would still also be chaotic. I think that we talk about chaotic positions. They don't know what's going on because what you look for are pawn structures that you understand. You play a Grinfeld, you know you're going to be pressuring the D4 square. You're going to be potentially making a trade on that square. You know you're going to hit knight A5 and potentially get on C4. You're going to try to hit the center at different angles, E6, maybe F5, depending on what white does with the center. And Peter has that all worked out in his head. He can play in his sleep. This pawn structure, I'm not sure this pawn structure has ever been seen. I mean, look at this structure. This pawn here, this reverse formation, this one. I'm actually going to do a search. You can do the search on ChessBase for this exact pawn configuration with any formation of pieces. Yaz, you have to go into your database and tell me, have you seen this specific white pawn structure in your life?
Absolutely not.
I mean,
no.
Like, what is this?
Right.
White's pawn on H5, F4, G2, this pawn on C3. Forget about the pieces. Just eliminate all the pieces from the board. Right. Just the pawn configuration. What opening would it come out of in the first place to get this position? So the players have nothing to fall back on. This is just pure chess moves they'll have to play. The weaknesses in the king, both kings will be weak now. The structure is compromised. The bishops, this bishop on C1, where's it going? How will it ever have any life? In fact, without the move D4, which will give black counterplay with his bishop. Black's pieces are well placed. All four of these pieces that have moved so far, well placed. White with only two pieces out in the game. This one is simple chaos. There are no easy positional principles from which to direct you to. We'd be lying as grandmasters to say, oh, yeah, of course, this is what you do here, because we don't have a clue.
Right.
It is a lot of fun. And what was the move G5 played, right?
Yes, G6, G5 was Peter's choice, and that brought him into the confessional booth. I think that one of the ideas that Levon had in his pocket when he had developed his bishop on E2 earlier was to control the G4 square and potentially trap this bishop on F5.
So knight F2?
So one of the ideas, so one of the ideas behind Peter's move G6, G5 was that in case of the move G4, he actually has a retreat square if he didn't want to give up the two bishops, with bishop takes E4. But I'm sure his idea was to covet his two bishops and keep them on the board with the move bishop H7. And now it's up to White to prove that he hasn't gone too overboard in pursuit of this queenside attack, because with the H-file closed, Black's king will find safety on the king side. And guess what? You have to be very careful of the counterplay that may occur by the move queen F5, queen D8, D5, and even a potential F5 in the position. This is really...
It's really sharp. So in that
super
line,
sharp. Yes.
Well, first of all, should I insert the move takes on G5?
Right.
That's a big question. I think probably at some point the answer is yes, because it doesn't give you the option of taking an F4, and I don't see it being, as long as I don't commit to playing H6, I don't see it necessarily being a negative.
Right.
So if I play, for instance, if I play G4 here, bishop H7,
right.
H6 would put you in a pretty good square on E5. So I don't think I want to insert that move.
Now D4 will hang the knight on E4. The queen protects the knight at the moment, so no D2, D4s, and the bishop's actually very powerful in the center of the board on E5
So maybe
square.
start with like bishop F3 with like some little threats against your knight on C6. So in this position.
So bishop F3, like you say, Jen, eyeballing the C6 and
knight G5, for instance, could be a threat.
So I better get out of Dodge. I'm saying that
now you castle, and then maybe I can play H6 and rook H5.
Right. So long as the H file isn't being opened, I think Black's king is actually fairly secure.
So you're going to play F6.
I'm going to think about it, because you're putting me in an awkward choice. F7, F6, or bishop takes E4, bishop takes E4. What I have to evaluate, judge is if those two bishops are not. The problem I have, let's go with F6 for the moment and just see, do you have a knockout blow? You certainly have a discovered move, right? You can potentially take on G5. By the way, don't forget that white king is still undeveloped, and it's in the center of the board. So
yes, I can try to snatch a pawn and be greedy, like knight takes C5 and see about taking on C6. But it looks extremely dangerous, Yaz, because you've got those two bishops now coming to the fore with bishop G3 check to start, or perhaps starting with something like queen to D3 with the big threat of bishop G3, and it's my king who ends up.
I like it. By the way, Black's king looks really safe and secure without the H-file being open. Queen D3 could very, very quickly turn the tables in Black's favor, despite having dropped a pawn.
So this is not really a good play, I don't think. I think what I probably should come up with something better. And maybe if I take on G5, maybe don't play G4 so fast. Maybe take on G5. And what happens if I play like knight G... I was thinking about like knight G3, trying to harass your bishop, or knight F2, trying to put my knight on like a better square somehow.
Right. You're feeling that your knight is tethered to your queen, and the knight on E4, while it looks good, doesn't do anything very specific. One of the problems with knight G3, why you wanted also to consider knight F2, is to protect the D3 square, because if Black ensconces his bishop on the D3 square, positionally speaking, he'll be very happy.
Right. And now after bishop F3, you can just meet it quite easily with, any queen move, like queen D6, which would actually also attack the knight on G3. So, yeah, it's in a way it seems harder to play for white than black, though. Black's moves do seem to come a bit easier, because basically we're trying to castle and defend against any kind of one-move threats.
Right.
And our pieces are in kind of like more normal squares.
Right.
So you say it's so unusual, but in a way it's more unusual for white than it is for black, right?
Right. There's some awkwardnesses for white because black has his Grunfeld setup. Let's take a look at the standings and understand why this, the result of this game is so critical for them.
Well, it's huge, yes, because also if you take a look at the game between MVL and Anand, that's looking like it's going towards tepid water.
Okay.
So this is super competitive game that could go any of the three ways. Is so crucial. If Levon wins the game, he could very well find himself in clear first at the end of this round. Whereas if he loses, he could be left out of the party, which is going to definitely heat up tomorrow in our final round of regular time control Singfield Cup action. Of course, it seems more than 50% chance that we're going to see some sort of playoff.
Thanks to this really bunched up group of leaders jockeying for first place.
And thanks to the fact that MVL Anand, I mean, if you take a peek at that position,
Sure.
It doesn't have that dynamism that Ronyan's game does it? I mean,
No, it's a very tepid game, as you say. It's 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2. But Vichy is eyeballing that D6 square. You mentioned it quite a while ago, Jennifer, that although black has no weaknesses in the position, at least white is bringing his pieces to bear on that D6 square with the move rook D2. Also, Vichy looking to double up.
Knight D6 is annoying, isn't it? So
Oh, big
do I have
time.
to? So do I have to play E5? That looks like a positional concession.
No question about
So
it.
I'm not really excited about playing that, but Knight D6 looks like a really strong idea. I guess, can you just meet it with how would you meet? You can't. You have to do something about Knight D6.
Exactly, and I'll have to think about that. Let me just turn it over to Maurice for a second. Maurice, can you make heads or tails out of the Levon's position?
Well, that promised that I could do a search to find out exactly has this pawn structure been played before. And I want to take you guys just a little bit deeper into the inner workings of these computers and the databases and different ways it can be used. So bear with me for just a moment. We see this crazy pawn formation, and again, making all the pieces disappear from the board to see how do you play these formations? How do you play these structures? Well, one way you can learn how to get tons of examples is by using ChessBase. And so we go into a board position. We go into ChessBase right here. And one of the features of ChessBase, it allows you to search for positions like this. So we'll first start with a database. We have over 6.5 million games in the database. So all these games have just been listed. I know you're seeing a whiteboard right now. I promise to make this a little bit easier. But I'm going to filter list. And I go to the filter list, and I put in this pawn structure, this pawn formation, and eagle-eyed, everyone will be able to recognize this comes from a King's Indian. So if I put this pawn formation in classical King's Indian and I hit OK, the database starts searching immediately. It finds tons of examples, and it's still searching, and it comes up eventually with a whole bunch of examples. And if you just even picked one of them, you'll see magically the King's Indian formation that I put in, except with pieces on the board. And we're going back as far as London 1848 to see the first time this structure appears in the database. All right, let's get out of this guy and instead, again, filter the list. And we're going to clean this off. We're going to reset everything. And I'm going to put in Levon's formation, at least the game going on right now. So we get this pawns like this, one on here, one on there. And then we're going to put the black pawns in, which are here, 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 and here. Now I have all the black pawns in place, the white pawns in place. And I say to the database, please find a game with this formation. And it looks, and we got a whiteboard. We got 0. This pawn formation does not exist in over 6 million plus games played in the database. This formation is not found at all. These players have never been in a position like this in their lives, and they are going to be playing concrete chess, move after move after move, to see what happens next. And that's why they're saying they're having fun here, because they get to play a fresh, interesting, crazy position. Hopefully they can play it with precision so they don't mar it because they're not used to where they are. But we are in some completely original territory. Yes, this is the kind of stuff that we do relish when we say, wow, we're going to learn something today.
Right. And we just see this spicy move, Bishop B5 from Levon as he making a challenge that he shouldn't have. Because with this move, Bishop B5, clearly Black's knight is in this absolute pin from the queen as well as the bishop. But the question is, what about the move Queen D5? which does double duty. Firstly, queen to d5 protects the knight on c6, very importantly. Secondly, it introduces a threat by black himself with bishop takes e4.
What about knight? I was thinking about knight. If knight f2, are we threatening e4?
Well, this was my question.
Yeah.
Queen takes g2, and the position just blowed up.
Right, but I do. So what happens after e4 now?
e4 now.
So that's why I put my knight on f2 instead of g3, because it would have been hanging on g3. Right?
Exactly. So your knight is protecting your rook, very important. Now black has two minor pieces in capture.
Just castle.
Well, I'm not.
Right.
I'm saying it's a piece sacrifice, but. Both players are trying to maul one another's king. Now, if you take my bishop on f5, I'm happy because after the recapture, you're opening up the e-file against your queen.
Take the other piece.
Take the other piece.
I can only take one at a time, right?
Right. And here, well, geez, my head hurts. Bishop g4, g5 takes f4. It's a piece sacrifice for a couple of pawns and for ghost, well, I don't know if they're ghost threats. Maybe they're very real threats against White's king. I don't know. I really, really don't know how to judge this.
Maurice, what are your thoughts on this crazy line?
Yeah. My head is spinning. My head is completely spinning looking at these variations. These are impossible lines. They're literally fairy tale chess. In this position after bishop c6, the position you guys were analyzing, so you call it a piece sack. Try a rook sack. Rook takes c6 in this position.
Okay.
I mean, how do you understand it? After queen takes, and now the pawn is pinned, suddenly the move g4.
Right.
g4 with the threat of g3. This knight will have to guard this rook. The rook, best move, rook f1, g3 in the position. And now if you dare move this knight anywhere, let's call, I mean, where do you put it? It looks all like bad squares. Bishop takes bishop g4 with a mate threat.
Ooh.
Those pieces on a1 and c1.
I mean, these pieces are irrelevant.
Right.
You're down a rook, but you're not, because this piece is not playing, and this piece is not playing in the game. The light square bishop is a monster. So that means that g4, rook f1, g3, the Indians are giving bishop to b2, trying to get out of the middle as fast as possible. But now with this check, king back, and this check, rook up, and now bishop h3, bishop g4 looks like it makes a lot more sense, but bishop h3 according to the Indians even better, and I see, the threat is queen g1.
Right.
The threat is back to queen g1 to flush the king out.
And then bishop g4.
Yes,
wow.
exactly.
Those are some beautiful lines.
This is crazy. But you have to find rook c6 in this line.
So let's explain why is rook c6 the key move? Because
g4 looks very attractive.
Yeah, the bishop is guarding.
Why not g4 right away?
G4 you just takes on f5 and now your queen's hanging. So you
rook
lost
takes
the tempo.
c6.
So now, but you lost just one free move. Now queen e4.
E4 is a great
splitting you off, and the rook and the queen are on the same line. So that.
Brilliant.
So there's an extra. So there's an extra defensive option here. Whereas if when we play, so let's just look at the difference again.
Bring it up on your board.
Yeah, bring it up on our board. Yeah.
So the point is, queen d5 may actually work out really well for black.
After this idea, knight f2.
Queen takes g2, e4, castles short.
Before you make that castle short, just first, you want to somehow find logic in this exact position, right? How do we get our orientation? Because as strong players, you want to know what's the logic of the situation, even though this is all calculation that's going to confirm it. But the one thing black has on white is
king positions
and lead in development.
Right.
White's down a piece of, look at the rook on h1, bishop on c1, rook on a1, ridiculous pieces. Black is fully ahead in development. He's also stolen the g-pawn. So it's not a surprise that castles is the next move.
And the problem is g4 would be a candidate move, except then after bishop takes c6 check, it's against the rules of chess to castle out of check, right? So this is just a really a kind of a move that you would see because of that, right? It's almost like a move order thing. You have to castle first.
Absolutely. Castles first, get your king out of dodge. As I constantly say in the opening, you're fighting for the center.
And now after
development and safety for your king. Bishop takes c6 is our main line. And now this very handsome move, rook takes c6. I like this move a lot. Maurice was looking at the variation of queen takes c6.
That now takes on f5 just loses the queen, whereas before you could take on f5 and sack the piece back and get some coordination via it. So that's the key difference.
Right.
If you look at the other way around where we played g4 immediately, yeah, so now you're just losing your queen, whereas the other way it was a really nice get out of dodge to play g4, take on f5 here, so you're giving back a piece, but in return the queen is coming with that key billiard shot into the defense, so crucial.
Exactly.
And back up again in the same analysis, by the way, very important to note that after bishop takes, put this pawn back on g4, bishop takes c6, rook takes c6.
Yes.
Rook takes. If you decide you've seen queen takes c6, g4 is going to be too strong to handle, you might take on f5 and go for that queen e4 line. Looks like you're transposing, except you're not. He doesn't have to play g4 now. He just takes on f5, guards e4, opens the e line, and it's death. It's like death.
We're down only down a piece here. This is just totally crushing for black. I mean, we've been extolling the virtues of waiting the Grunfeld by not playing d4, but here you're really regretting the lack of development that would normally come from playing a more traditional opening. So.
Well, what does this mean? Does it mean that Levon has overreached in the position and that queen d5 is actually turning the tables in Peter's favor?
Absolutely. Queen d5 is a great move right now. Black is fully harmonized. Okay, so principles of chess do apply eventually. At some point, he's being ultra-specific with his play. But what is wrong with Black's game? Like, if you point to Black's position and say, where do I point? This is what I've got. This is what's great about my edge. If you look at White's position, you start looking around, you might say, okay, maybe this pawn shouldn't be here. Maybe it should be back here. Okay, so that's one thing. But what else is wrong with this game?
Nothing.
Zero. There's nothing wrong with Black's position.
Yeah, very classical development.
Very harmonious. Knight out, rook out, bishop's out. Everybody's happy. Pawn structure is not so bad. You look at White's game and you say, we've never seen this pawn formation ever. And you got three pieces in the game. You can't castle easily. How is Levon happy with this position? This position is starting to break down into something that we can actually understand and at least claim to understand. To understand, especially after seeing the justifiable variations, or the variations justified by the engine. But if you just look at it directly, you'll say, actually, Black's game should be okay.
And we know that Peter is looking at this stuff because we've seen him in those post-game analysis interviews. Not only does he have such a witty tongue, but he also calculates lots of variations.
Very well.
And very beautiful ones. His creativity is certainly going to be stimulated by this. But my problem is, like, if we don't play knight f2, what do? It's not like knight f2 wasn't like an attack. But we have Christian Carrillo with a special guest, so we'll go to that first.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with former world champion and current second of Fabiano Caruana, the mastermind behind Fabiano's novelties, Rustam Kasimdzhanov. Rustam, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
You were world champion in 2004. Then you had to play a match with Garry Kasparov that never materialized in 2005. Tell us a little bit about that, the story behind that.
The story is... the story consists of two parts. Yeah? Me winning the World Championship in 2004 was, of course, a happy ending story, and me never getting this match against Garry was not, clearly, because I really wanted to play that match. I thought this would be, irrelevant of how I'm doing the match, I thought this would be a great thing to do. And why this match never took place, if I'm not mistaken, Garry Kasparov is in town, and I think you should ask him, because I really wanted to play that. And I don't think it was any fault of mine that this match didn't take place.
What do you think about the former system of the World Championship and the current system, the current FIDE World Championship system?
I think that the current system is a bit heavy because it's so complicated. I mean, the previous system, okay, with the knockout, it had its own drawbacks, of course, but objectively, everybody got a chance. I like it. I like the fact that, you get together, everybody gets a chance, and even people like me, once in a blue moon, we can win the World Championship, which is a great thing, I think, because it also helps, for instance, me winning the World Championship, whilst maybe not such a historic event for chess itself, for chess in Uzbekistan, it was amazing, and Clearly, the same was the case, with Ponomarev winning the World Championship a couple of years before that. So, I mean, it gave opportunities to many people in many countries. The system now is heavy because even the qualification to the candidates, which precedes the World Championship match, is almost incomprehensible for a normal human being. I mean, even like professional chess players will have to look at regulations like 5 times to understand who qualifies where and why and how. It all starts with continentals, zonals, rating lists, nominees, and so on, and Grand Prix, and so on. It's just so complicated.
And you think Magnus Carlsen's participation in the World Cup, which is unprecedented, do you think he's indirectly trying to alter the current World Championship system?
I don't think he's trying to alter anything. I think the world champion, he is known for his fair play in general. But I think there might arise situations mathematically that he, without actually wanting it, that he will affect the participants of the candidates. And even there might be situations where if he gets into the final, he might actually, influence the odds of his immediate opponents in the semi-final and so on. Whilst his participation is great beyond any doubt, it does create unfortunate possibilities for, tweaking the system without wanting it. So there is some play for, there's some space, not for foul play, of course, but for indirectly influencing things which he probably shouldn't influence. Yeah.
And you've worked with a lot of world champions. You've worked with Vishwanathan Anand. Now you're working with Fabiano. Tell us, how did this collaboration came to fruition?
Well, I think we always had decent relationship with Fabiano when we were when we were not working together, but we were playing in the same tournaments. So we played quite a number of games in some Grand Prix cycles.
What's your score with Fabiano?
My score is -1.
-1.
I made a lot of very stable draws, and once he beat me in a game that was very difficult to lose. So every now and then when he wants to annoy me, he reminds me of this game. And then he is such a great player and was developing so nicely that it was only very natural for me to be interested in this work, and I was happy that he also felt this way.
And finally, I just want to analyze the current position that we have in his game against Hikaru Nakamura. I bet you are a part of the opening phase, you know what exactly happened, but right now we're in the middle game. What do you think about this position? From a strategical point of view, from a tactical point of view, try to decipher for us this position.
Well, I think to begin with, what we should understand is that Black has 2 bishops on b7 and g7, and that these bishops are potential strength. And I think, without going into too much detail, it will be fair to say that Hikaru's opening choice was a success here. White is pawn up.
Despite the fact that White is a pawn up, and even if he loses one of the pawns, the structure is still superior for White, more or less. But if this black bishop on the dark square bishop on g7 opens up, then he could create a lot of havoc.
I think what we should understand is that there is no structure here. Yeah? I mean, all the pawns are potentially weak, the b2, the d4, the d5, and they will all potentially fall. For instance, if black starts going like knight takes d5, and White takes, for instance, on b5, and knight f4, and then f5, things will open up very quickly. Or Black can also look at moves like b4, for instance. And then if queen takes b4, then Black will take bishop d5, and will take bishop f3. So I think Black's main problem at the moment is that he has so many tempting possibilities. But also, I wouldn't be surprised if the position is still within reasonable limits. Probably it's about equal if both players play correctly. And, I can only hope that Hikaru will be ambitious, because I think if Hikaru wants to make a draw in this position, it is not difficult for Black. But I hope Hikaru will play for a win and we'll get a full-blooded fight.
Prediction?
I'm afraid... Objectively, I would say it's going to be a draw. I do want to see a fight.
Well, thank you for joining us, Rustam.
Thank you,
guys.
Christian.
Back to you.
Wow, fantastic interview. You know, the thing I like about the way Rustam thinks is that he thinks about worst-case scenarios when he's talking about those formats and, like, unexpected things that could happen that could create incentives or even inadvertent affecting the results by somebody who shouldn't be.
Right.
I think that's brilliant. You know, obviously I'm biased, but my brother Greg is also really good at that. Like,
Yes.
so when he does things like the Pro Chess League, he's always thinking about some
Worst case
weird,
scenarios
bizarre
and what
thing
happens,
that could happen.
Super duper tie breaks.
Exactly.
And things like that.
And I think that's just such a great philosophy when you're thinking about things like that. Like that's why he was the one who came up with that idea of the time, that brilliant idea that he wrote about in Chess Space, where
Right.
in order to have a tournament without draws, you take the clock time after a draw and then you play again.
Exactly.
So, for instance, if you spent 29 minutes in a 30-minute game
Guess what?
to achieve a draw, you're going to be left with 1 minute.
For the next game.
Yeah, and that interview kind of enlightened me, like the way that his mind works.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I must say I've known Chasm for quite some time as well. And first of all, he is very, very objective and very fair. And it's been a pet peeve of mine about the World Championship cycle. That I'm speaking specifically, of course, about the FIDE World Championship cycle and how chaotic and difficult it is for Joe Public to understand it. And he's sitting there saying, look, he's a former world champion. He's an international grandmaster. He's a top player. And he has a hard time understanding all of the rules and regulations. And by the way, the very different time controls for the Grand Prix, the World Cup, and so forth. And something has to be done to make that a simpler and fairer system. And I hope it happens sooner rather than later.
Do you agree with his assessment in this? Speaking of objectivity, he's
Yes.
saying here, Hikaru has achieved what he's wanted out of the opening.
Oh, without question, he's absolutely right. I really like the most consequent and forcing move in the position for black, and I like it a lot, is this move b5, b4. You know, I don't give away pawns frivolously. Queen takes b4, as Chasm correctly pointed out, will be met by bishop takes d5. Very nice discovery. This pawn on b2 is going nowhere, but the real problem is that after bishop takes f3, g takes f3, black will have compromised white's king, and as he was saying, he's hoping that Hikaru will try to get ambitious. Probably white will have to play the move knight e4, and as Chasm again said, the position's probably about even, but that Hikaru actually won the opening battle.
What do you think about the move knight takes d5
here?
One move back.
Oh, I'm sorry. Without the move b4. Knight takes d5.
No. b4, sorry,
Yes.
b4, queen takes b4.
Queen takes b4.
Yes, bishop takes d5. Bishop takes d5.
Bishop takes d5, yes.
Knight takes d5.
Didn't think about it. Okay, I'll take the queen.
And take.
And take
What is
back.
this position?
You've got a rook, knight, and pawn for the queen. From a material point of view, black has got to be happy. I'd probably take black here, Maurice. I don't know, knight, centralize my knight. Might be very, very hard for black to win if you get some fortress position with, 4 versus 4. But
Two passed pawns, though. Can you get it going at all? A bishop on c4 would be really, really nice if you could put the pawn on b3 and start extending forward.
If you could get a position like this where this pawn was on b5 and supporting the knight, then you're really happy camper.
That's hard to pull off.
I think you're ending up losing one of your passers is the problem. Not that this is, this looks like
knights.
a potential bailout.
You could trade knights in that position, though.
After knight d5, trade
you
knights?
can trade knights. The question, the issue is, can you play bishop c4? And I can't play b3.
So you want something like this, for example, so you can play for bishop c4, yeah?
Right. What does this mean? The dark square bishop is not having that great an influence necessarily, but
not at all. And the pawn on f6, as much as I might want to put it to f5, that would open up the e5 and g5 squares for the knight. So I probably end up having to put my bishop maybe on the dark squares. You get this, this, this. Again, you've got a knight, a pawn, and a rook for a queen. It's decent.
And the rook, the knight on f3 is not going anywhere. Now I'm greedy. Fix my bishop. Now I want to find my square for my knight, but I don't know where to put it.
No. guys,
It looks like it's stuck on that square.
news from the Levon Aronian game
yeah,
between
let's
Peter
turn to
Svidler.
that one.
Very big news.
I'm a bit surprised here. After knight to f2, which we had looked at, we were thinking that Peter Svidler was furiously analyzing those lovely variations for him, it turned out, after queen takes g2, but he did decide against this move, perhaps missing something in these critical lines, or
he missed the rook
judging, maybe he was looking at just the good old
p-sack.
p-sack and not looking at the very beautiful move order idea of doing the rook sack, and so he's just retreated with the queen to d6.
He's
but,
just getting out of the way of any e3, e4 forks, pawn forks, attacking queen and bishop. But he definitely stepped down from that really great challenge, queen g2, and the rook sacrifice was a beautiful line in his favor. After the move queen d6, this is, quote, the solid line, and if, he was in first place or something and he didn't want to take any risks, I'd understand the move. Queen g2 was begging to be played.
Yes, and no. I mean, we have the issue when we are looking at positions with the engines of things looking like they're easy, like, just sack the rook.
Right.
I mean,
It's
it's not
easy for
easy.
us
It's easy
to
for us
to
sitting
sack.
in this seat
Yes.
to just show what the engine is showing. But for those guys to find and assess and the rook sacrifice and the whole nine, absolutely not easy at all. So it's easy to understand why he'll say, okay, I chase your knight back, then I reposition my queen, I'm very solid, and everything's good. Now, back to the engine, though. The engine tell a different story as well. This move is another type of sacrifice because Levon can now play very directly. He can first start by taking on g5, and after taking back, play the move e4, so he starts to get things that he wants. The bishop drops back to h7, as it has nowhere else to go. It can't go to g6 because it will be taken. And now, I know you're a pawn, Grubayaz. I know. Will you take on a7? I mean, it's just a pawn. And the engines give castles, takes on b6. Pass pawn, 2 pawns up. The engines say compensation. I'm going to give you even the next move to give you the freedom to take both of those pawns. How do you assess this position where 2 pawns up, the engines are giving white less than a pawn advantage, saying they see black's not necessarily counterplay, but just compensation with the dynamic pieces. But is it enough to scare white off of playing like this? White can take 2 pawns. I mean, this looks like the most greedy way to play chess you can imagine in a position that already doesn't make much sense. But can you play like this? Grab the 2 pawns. Your pieces are still back here. Black is totally lined up to try to smash you. By the way, the next move for white that he's given is castles. Ooh. And white is saying, I got 2 pawns. Show me your comp. Show me your compensation.
Because queen g3 and bishop e5.
Queen g3, are you sacking a piece?
Yeah, you're just
making sure you're not sacking a piece.
You're just playing bishop c6.
Bishop e5 and move the rook. And where's the mating attack?
Yeah.
I mean, even here it's dangerous. Rook d6 is possible to get your piece back.
With the g4 pawn coming in, but there's got to be something better. Let's see. Let's go back.
It turns out it's not in this position. G4 suggested as another move right now. Sacrificing no because of the e pawn is hanging. G4 could be played as well.
Yeah, G4 looks nice. Okay, but yeah, these are some really fascinating lines.
This is as crazy as the other stuff that we were looking at. Although the more Queen G2, definitely the engine found this crazy sacrifice on C6, showed what was possible in those lines. Peter may not have judged those lines deeply enough or accurately enough. That stuff's not easy. We have never seen this pawn formation in the history of chess, at least according to the databases. Maybe some members of our audience could find such a position in such a pawn formation in the history of this game.
6.5 million games in the database.
In the database, exactly. Completely cray-cray position we've got here. So we can understand why Peter might not have solved all the niceties there. He's playing classical chess with his last move. And they are going to end up, I feel, in time pressure in this game. Queen d6 moves 16 in the game. Either somebody blunders and it's easy, or they're going to end up in time pressure and it's going to be wild. This is just too bizarre a chess position.
Funny, Maurice. No, I remember Bent Larson hitting me with a comment like that once. I don't play chess like this. Queen takes a7, queen takes b6 in that position you had up on the screen. I don't think many grandmasters worth their salt would go for those two pawns. The problem that Levon is facing is, what's the alternative? If you don't go on a pawn hunt and play, all out for first place, how do you make benefit out of the position that you have on the board? In other words, in this moment, if you don't take on g5, if you try to play ambitiously, for example, e4, bishop h7, and again, you were talking about taking on g5. If you try to play ambitiously e5, and you're thinking to yourself, okay, I'm going to play d4, and I'm going to get things going, well, the queen would just come right back to that beautiful d5 square, and you would be really upset that you've pushed your e-pawn all the way to the e5 square.
You still have problems with your king, except now you're not up 2 pawns.
And g2 is hanging. So if you don't play e4, pardon me, if you don't take on g5 and take on a7, as Maurice was showing, I don't see, you don't really want to play d4 here. After castles, bishop a3, you're going nowhere over here on the queen side. Your bishop, congratulations, you brought your bishop into the game, but guess what? You're hanging on f4, so you don't want to deal with that. So is there an alternative, I'm asking Maurice?
Well, you could start with e4.
Right.
You could play e5, and then you could castle. Okay. And in this line, the most logical move for black is to take on f4 to crack the pawn structure. Right. And now you play the move knight to g4, holding on to this pawn. The pride of your position right now is this pawn. And preparing to take on f4.
With the queen.
With the queen.
Right.
Now black could castle.
Right.
And the problem is, if you play on f4 now, the pin is gone, so just clock.
Right.
I mean, you could start thinking about some angles in here maybe.
But you'd have to take on c6 first.
Yes, the right thing to do, as you agreed, is to take here first.
Right.
Rook takes c6, and now take on f4.
Right. Okay.
And now you've kept the formation intact. Black has his bishop, but knight f6 and knight h6 are both in play in this position. And there's some sanity here, although I don't like this rook over here and this bishop over here for the moment. But there is some sanity, although this move, bishop d3, is playable, and that bishop is the difference in this game right now. Bishop d3.
But this is a very reasonable alternative.
This is a reasonable alternative.
Okay.
This is reasonable might be one word. Sane is another word, as far as I'm concerned.
More intuitive.
Right. Yeah, something where you can actually play chess again.
Right.
And that's what they're trying to do, is to settle down to play chess again. The problem with Peter's last move is that he allowed this type of solidity to occur. Queen d6 instead of queen g2. Queen g2, and we're in fantasy land again. We're in madness.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate for Peter that he saw that queen e4 idea. Because if he didn't see that, he'd probably go for it.
True.
So he saw like one move too many. He could have stumbled into the sacrifice line and then find rook c6 later.
Amazing variation.
Right. The rook.
He saw the e4 move and he just got chased off of it. But if he had found that rook sacrifice, wow, that would have been one of his great games ever. This would have been a total brilliancy on his part.
By the way, Maurice, after that move, bishop d3, that you had, we reached that end point where you play bishop d3, rook f3. I like the rover, nothing wrong with the rover, but because the knight on g4, and you've already got the g6 pawn off the board, an exchange sacrifice like bishop a3, and say, please take my rook, I'm going to crash through on the dark squares against your king. This is very, very promising. I know it's a bad bishop. Yeah. Put it on f6 and you'll sign my score sheet. Yeah, I get it.
I want to attack, and then it's like I'm going to be limited to this one only.
But no, this is fun for white. I would enjoy playing white.
Yeah,
here.
I mean, king h8. The Indians give king h8. Looks like h6 is hanging.
d4,
rook
perhaps?
f2. D4? Wow. You're a brave man. Queen takes.
Bishop back.
Now you're going to bring your bishop. But then why don't you put your bishop on just get that
Yeah,
going?
I was.
Why don't you back it up in the first place?
Right. Maybe I should have. Yeah. But
yeah,
this
I
at
mean,
least.
you need two, and this is comp. I'm not sure how much. Well, your pawn on d4 is going to allow an opening of a file, yes. So
That's
I'm
right.
a little concerned about that last move
With
as well.
reason, with good cause, yeah.
I don't know. You don't have to sack an exchange. Like,
Right.
why do you bother? Bishop d3, why don't you go like this?
Yeah, no, the rover makes perfect sense.
And then you can move your bishop. You're threatening to move the rook on g3, knight f6, knight h6. You're in there with a shout.
Yeah,
No question about that. By the way, there's a fascinating position. This
but
one
the knight's
here.
just gone back to e4, so Levon looks like he's repeating moves.
What?
No,
What?
I mean, just for one
What?
move, he could change his mind, but that gives Peter a second chance.
What?
To
To
play
find,
queen
Oh
to
my
find queen
goodness.
g2.
Oh.
And Peter is settling in.
Oh, he's
no.
rethinking it.
Uh-oh.
Whoa.
Wow.
This could be amazing.
You just try to repeat moves to gain some time on the clock, maybe get a draw, and then all of a sudden your opponent says, never mind, queen g2.
Wow.
We'll see.
Oh my goodness, Levon might have walked into
Playing
his
with
own
fire.
trap.
Playing with fire is Levon Aroni, and Peter is really, you can see him now. He's really bearing down because he wants queen takes g2 to work so bad.
And again, that line that you mentioned with that nice save, that's what I think was the final move in his analysis, which caused him to move on because it's so linear. Queen takes g2.
Recall it for me, Jennifer.
You mentioned
queen takes g2.
Queen g2, e4.
Right.
Castles.
Yes.
And now after
Bishop
takes c6, rook c6.
Queen takes c6, g4 variation is where we were.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then you were explaining that because the e4 pawn is pinned to the queen on c6, you can't take on f5, but white
But
is
I meant if
facing
he didn't see this line, if Peter hadn't seen this line, the problem is that after takes on f5 here, he might have continued on with g4 here in this position.
takes here g4. No, sorry.
No, I meant...
I've got it wrong. I'm sorry, Jennifer.
Yeah, after castles, bishop takes bishop takes c6, g4.
Yes,
right?
here.
Yeah, here, and then.
Yes, I know what you mean.
Yeah, exactly.
Then you
Then takes an f5, rook takes c6,
c6,
queen e4.
Right.
I feel like this is what he analyzed, and he was like, "Man, this piece sacrifice is so exciting, but like I'm not playing this with the queen coming into defense, right?"
The queen is beautifully defending now. Yeah.
So he has to
here
somehow.
you'd have to trade. Sorry. Here you'd have to trade.
Because of the fork, yeah.
Yes, queen takes queen. I guess you have queen f3, but that's pointless. So queen takes, and pawn takes, and then the knight goes to g3.
And then you're
the
worse.
king runs, and you're just down a piece.
Right. The knight is actually super with the queens off the board.
So somehow Peter has to find like there's something else or some other branch of the tree.
That's rook takes c6.
Rook takes c6.
It's such a sweet move.
Rook takes c6, queen takes. Let's go with this position again. Rook takes c6, queen takes c6, and now g4. You are a full rook down.
Yes.
Is it a full rook?
Yes.
We have at least have a pawn for it. We have one pawn for it. Mm-hmm. Yes. So you have a rook for a pawn, but the slow threat of g3, which is actually pretty fast.
That's landing with a club.
And if g3 is going to happen, then you're going to pick off a knight. You might think maybe even here you might think you only get a knight. But the point is that d3, which white really would want, doesn't work because of the knight, the pawn hanging on c3.
Yeah.
So white cannot consolidate the position.
He can't develop his rook on a1 and his bishop on c1. I mean,
wait,
that's
but also,
devastating.
sorry, back up. Put the pawn back on g4. Levon might actually, Svidler might actually think maybe queen a4 after g4.
Right, queen a4.
a4 solving all problems.
But isn't there still g3?
Except g3 is back in business, and your bishop is not hanging, so you have to play, again, this rook f1, which is going to be terrible for white in the long run.
Yeah, similar line as we looked at before.
Yeah, there was a bishop h3 coming with after rook f1 check. And black is very happy.
Oh, this is
once you see rook c6, I mean, the problem is seeing rook c6. I think once you see it, the analysis for Peter will be like quite happy.
Yeah, well, it's rook c6, and also By the way, G5, G4 is
It's
really
a lot.
great
Those
move.
are
Right.
because
amazing
you're
moves.
You're not taking
Amazing.
on F4. You're actually bypassing an opportunity to capture.
But look, he's
and
thinking
play
about it. What else
Of
is he?
course he's thinking
I mean,
about
maybe
it.
he's. That line is so linear, though, with the queen G2 and the queen coming to E4 at the end of the variation after castles. So, I mean, it could
have
be
to
that
see
he's
what she
seeing there's
says.
an opportunity. And
by the way, as exciting and as tumultuous the waters are in that game, we have a very placid game going on between Vichy and MVL. However, having said that, I really like White's
Oh, yeah, I thought you
Vichy's
liked the
position
bishops.
very, very much indeed. The players have reached this position 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2 on the queen side, so the structure are equal, but the configuration of the pieces is definitely not equal. Vichy already doubled on the open D file, as well as having the 2 bishops in the position. This is very unpleasant. Very unpleasant for MVL.
And that bishop can reconfigure itself to the A2, G8 diagonal, which is going to be
Forcing the king into the corner and out of the game. How did Maurice? How did Vichy spin and get such a nice position?
Well, we talk about the most important trade in chess, bishop takes knight. That happened in this game, and it allowed for Vichy to get the position he has right now. But I also want to talk about an idea that when I first stumbled on it, it just opened up my eyes to the possibilities in chess and contributed to my becoming a grandmaster. And this idea that every move in chess has a drawback. And now, so you argue checkmate doesn't have a drawback. It does, but it's just that the pluses dominate whatever minus that we want to talk about. But every move has a drawback, and there's drawbacks in different ways. And one of the ways is a drawback is how pieces get connected to one another. So check out this variation. Queen takes D2, rook takes D2. So what is the drawback to rook takes on D2? We can discuss this theoretically, but I just want to show this concrete point. Rook takes D2, you can look around for a drawback. It doesn't guard the rook anymore on A1. And it connects with this bishop along this diagonal. It connects with this pawn. It doesn't look like anything wrong with that. But there's a very strange drawback that is only revealed in a deep variation. And I'm going to talk to you about it. There's a weird drawback. You'll say, this has nothing to do with the position right now. The drawback is that these 2 rooks are connected by a knight fork. Okay? A knight landing on this, where you say, what? So? Who cares, right? Okay, I'm just pointing out potential drawbacks. Now let's go forward a little bit. Rook C8 with a potential discovery along this line. Knight to B5, now being aggressive, going into the position. E5, chasing the bishop back. Knight A5, attacking this bishop. Bishop dropping back to F1. And now, in this moment, he decided to play bishop takes knight. And this is how he got the 2 bishops. He gave the 2 bishops to white. But instead, he has this odd move, F6. Not odd. This sacrifice, F6. And now the move, knight takes on A7. And after rook A8, the knight comes back. And voila. Knight to B3, exposing the drawback from a long time ago when it was played. Who knew that the position would evolve this way? But it existed. Now, this line continues, of course, because bishop C4 check can show up on the board. Bishop F7 in response. Bishop takes B3. Bishop takes on B3. Now this pawn is hanging. Now you have to look at the position. Isn't it funny? It's black who has the 2 bishops in this position with dynamic play against his pawn and a very powerful bishop. He has sacrificed a pawn for it, but it's looking like black gets compensation. For example, a move like knight C3 can be met by bishop to B4. So white has to be really careful here. It looks like it actually is liquidating because he's going to take here and end up with this extra pawn. Or you're going to end up capturing this pawn. Or if you play a move like A3, for example, then this bishop is a monster. You can never put anything on this square. He might even consider taking in this position and play the opposite color position. This, the engines say, was the best way for black to play. And it's interesting that that drawback played itself out many moves later in one of the main lines in the position. So you always want to look for any drawbacks, no matter how fanciful, because they could feature in the game. Now, this is the kind of stuff that's just very, very deep. And like I said, this is when I was approaching the Grandmaster level that I found this idea to be the most compelling. And it takes a lot to be thinking about these drawbacks constantly, a lot of energy and a lot of calculation. However, MVL in this position decided, I'm going to reduce all the energy from the position, trade in this way, and play for super solid chess, and give him this position on the board, rook to 8 to D1. Of course, White is definitely a bit better here because of the bishop, because of the file. Well, the two bishops are really the one, particularly this joker, who's quite strong. But there are no pawn weaknesses whatsoever in Black's position. So the position is solid despite having to fight these two bishops. Remember that game he beat Wesley? MVL beat Wesley with the two bishops? It seems like a lifetime ago. But wasn't it round one or two? He beat the first game he won in the tournament. He beat Wesley with the white pieces, and his bishops mauled the knights. Remember that game when his bishop played bishop h2?
When Wesley played f5, opening up.
Yes,
the position.
opening up the game for the bishops. Exactly. Anand is not. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is not going to play f5 ever in this game. But it was Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in that position having to use the two bishops, using the two bishops to advantage and winning. Now he's on the other side of this. Anand with the two bishops. Anand has a predilection for the knights. Preference he has for knights over bishops. But I think in this position he'll say, thanks for the bishop.
Right.
I'm going to make good use of it. But he still has this very solid position that Black has to try to break down. As long as you don't have pawn weaknesses, it's not that easy to break through. We can give White the edge optically for sure, but is it enough? Is it substantial enough to win this game?
A lot of work still to be had in that game. And what about the game of Magnus Carlsen?
While Peter's thinking for over 10 minutes, which certainly increases the chance that he will refuse to repeat, right? The longer he analyzes queen takes g2, the more likely it is that he'll find this idea.
He played queen d6.
And he has played queen to d6. Okay. So is that how many times after knight e4? That's already a draw,
He
right?
can get his draw. Ronian can get out of here with a draw.
And he
has played it, and they're looking around, and all those fantastic variations will have to remain behind the scenes.
Well, certainly Peter was looking at some of them.
Levon dodged a bullet.
Gigantic
really
missile.
did.
Not a bullet, yeah, it's a missile.
Well, how bad was it after queen
It was
g2?
really bad.
Does he have to play e4 here as well? I mean, what else can you do?
Well, precisely. He just snabbled a pawn, and your king. Oh, let me bring. Well, I'm sure the players will come down, and Peter will rue the day that he didn't play queen takes g2. But just to what you were about to ask, queen takes g2, not only do you win a pawn, and a very vital pawn at that, but you're basically freezing to the entire king side. The knight is tethered to the rook, the king is going to be stuck in the center, and you've got to get some compensation.
Actually,
for this.
hold the phone. Hold
Please.
the phone. This line is a different. There's another variation for White to play very defensively here. White could play the move bishop f1.
A move I didn't consider, by the way. We
Neither
were only looking
did
at
I.
E4.
Neither did I. We were
looking
looking
at
at the
E4.
fanciful lines with e4.
Okay.
But bishop f1,
Okay.
and then if queen g3,
Yeah, that was my first move.
then bishop back to b5.
What? Can White play like this? No.
But can't you try another? You can't try another sacrifice here.
You could try a lot of sacrifices.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, I have, instead of repeating, that is.
Well, then I'll play queen g2. We'll make a draw, and I'll force you to find bishop f1, which, okay.
Yes, this is a different way to do it, though.
Yeah.
This is not as.
No, but just
Look at Levon. He's pointing out this.
Queen takes a7.
No, it looks like he's. Is he?
Yeah,
oh, yeah,
he's
showing the two
playing
pawns.
queen takes a7.
Yes,
queen
he's showing the
takes
two
b6.
pawns line.
So after bishop b5 instead of queen g2, what else can we do here as Black?
Pardon me.
So no, after bishop f1, queen g3.
Well, is queen g3 my only move? But,
You're saying you could go to f3 as well?
F3, he can play bishop
Bishop
e2 at least.
E2.
So again, you're just kind of hitting me wherever I go.
Okay, so queen g3, bishop b4.
Or even rook h3. Rook h3 is possible also. If you're not. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, you're saying that. You're saying
Blindness,
if I just go back to d5, it's different.
Well.
If I went from f3, bishop b2, and then to d5.
Sorry, in this position, Jennifer, after queen f3, bishop e2. Okay, White is trying to hunt a draw. Okay, we understand that White wants to make a draw. So queen g2 would be met by.
And then queen d5, you can always.
So if I force you back to d5, well then that's the piece sacrifice. So there is this line with queen g3, and Maurice is saying, okay, we'll play bishop b5, castles, bishop takes c6, and at least in this case, you're not getting the rook sacrifice, and you're not getting g4, g3, which was just completely crushing for black. So this would have been a better, the
other
only
hand,
defensive
we
try.
have takes on F4 here, so how does that look?
Right.
That would have been an attempt to try to win the game.
Right.
With something hanging
But-
on C3 potentially.
No, I can't
I mean, the
capture on F4 with my queen because I've got to keep my bishop
So
protected.
after pawn takes, can I try bishop takes C3 now?
Yeah, now, woo. This is another pawn, but I think I've got to take that bishop, right? Got to take that bishop, queen takes, and maybe skedaddle over exit stage,
Yeah,
right?
this is looking like all of your pieces are hanging again.
Well, I'm not very happy after maybe king h8 or king h7.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
this king is looking really toasted. And what is this? We got a rook for 2 pieces plus
And
a bunch
you
of
got
pawns.
a bunch
yeah.
of pawns to go with it too. So bishop takes c3 definitely would be keeping the game alive. I've got another.
Remember, the only
trick,
reason we didn't like the piece
by
sacrifice
the
in that
way.
other line was because you were getting your queen into the game, right?
Right.
It wasn't because it wasn't enough compensation. It was because you had this like shuttling queen move, which was shutting us down.
Exactly.
So you're saying king f1, but don't we have bishop d4 or something? Oh, you have rook g1, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
that's
I
right.
was going to, but guess what? I saw the bar on the side just went all the way down. I went king f1 because I thought, oh, aren't I clever? I'm threatening rook g1, but apparently the computer sees a move that just.
Well, for one thing,
There is
you're
bishop
gonna-
d4 and bishop d3.
In the
maybe?
worst case,
There's-
in the worst
bishop
case,
d4
you
and
can
bishop
always
d3.
get 2 rooks, so this is not a real threat. King rook g1 is.
Yeah.
You're just trying to draw, right?
Right.
And
Or
then,
after bishop
I'm
d4,
trying to bail out.
After bishop d4, rook g1, there's bishop d3 check, right? That looks
Yes.
pretty strong.
Yes, that is also quite strong.
And then we.
Well, how does the game? How does
Oh,
the
I'm
game
saying-
work?
Bishop d4.
King f1, bishop d4, rook g1, and there's bishop,
bishop
d3
d3.
check.
Nice. That's a very nice
You have
blow.
to take,
And then I
and
lose
then rook and queen g1.
with a check.
Yeah, and your rook is also hanging on a1, so.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a killer blow.
Well, Levon is in first place right now,
Right.
Yes.
pending the result of at
No.
least 2 games.
Well, but Anand has the advantage. But will it be
Yeah.
enough against a Maxime Vachier-Lagrave?
But somebody will certainly join or possibly pass him.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
It's only temporary.
Yeah.
It's only temporary.
Only temporary.
Good.
This draw with the white pieces, and he plays Magnus tomorrow.
Wow.
While Magnus, by the way, is suffering a little bit in his game, it looks like.
That was the game that I had wanted to pull up some time ago. Remember when we left it around these parts. Magnus had sacrificed his c7 pawn in order to play rook to d4 and regain this white pawn on c4. The game had continued c5, and Magnus continued to hunt the c4 pawn down with the move rook c4. We see castles, rook takes c5. The rook came to c1, defending the knight on c3, knight f6, and this rook has been having, it's kind of been getting booted around after the move bishop e6, bishop f3, and Magnus's rook has gone to d4 to c4 to c5 to h5, and now all the way over to a5.
A little bit of a journeyman. By the way,
For
bishop
sure.
c7 here.
Still being irritating.
What would just
Where-
mess with his mind?
Yeah.
Where are
am
you
I
putting
supposed-
that guy? Because a6 is possible, but
It's not my favorite square for the rook. No
no.
question about that.
And guarding this d8 square with that last move as well. But is it just annoyance? Is it just a fly? Or is it really?
Well, I'm saying you're swatting me around, but if I return to the c5 square, can you exploit my rook? I'm thinking if the knight were to move, you could continue to harass me with knight a4, but then I actually find a perfect square on c2. So at the
not
moment,
easy.
other than just constant harassment, we may see a repetition, by the way. There is a repetition in the position. If white is especially ambitious, bishop b4, at the moment, yeah, you're kicking my rook. You're kicking my rook. I get it. I'm not the happiest guy, but there's nothing that certain. And instead of chasing this rook on a5, Jan said, hey, listen, your rook on a5 is out of the game. Let me just play the move rook d2, preparing light Vichy and non to double my rooks on the d file. And guess what? When I do get in a bishop c7, there's a rook d8 check, and I may be hunting your king, which is pressed on the back row.
Look at the time situation as well. Almost double the time Nepomniachtchi has on Magnus. What is the move number?
It's quite early, actually. Move 18, I believe, is the move.
So he has to make
rook d2.
he has to make 22 moves out of this position. I mean, it's not like a super complex position, but it is annoying.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
White has a little something you've got to think about.
Yeah, and a move I'm not that happy about playing. There is knight e8, protecting the c7 square, attacking the bishop, but after bishop b4, I just see it very easy play for white. White wants to play rook d1 and rook d8, and Magnus is there are some poisonous issues in this position.
All right, Magnus' time just jumped in the
29.
The screen to 29
so it looks
minutes.
like we had to update our clocks there. Let's continue our look around the horn. I'm going specifically to the game between Fabi and Hikaru. Hikaru did play the move b4, knight e4, f5, knight d2. Okay, it would have been nice to go to the c5 square, but bishop takes d5 would have forced us to address this knight on f3. So knight d2 was Fabi's choice. Knight takes d5, bishop c4, knight b6, and Fabi has regained his pawn, but it's two bishops versus two knight, and white has two passed pawns in the position, and we're up to date with the players here.
Critical moment there, he could have played bishop f3.
Right here, bishop takes f3. I'm definitely not recapturing, I'm not recapturing with the pawn because of queen g5 check. Oops, that would be hurtful. So I'd have to recapture with the knight, forced, and rook takes b2, and well, while a draw is the most likely, I think I would actually prefer to have white because he does have a passer versus these two double pawns.
And we can always blunt your bishop with the move knight e5.
Knight e5, but I mean, you know, hey, I've got a passed pawn. First of all, I want to get rid of this rook. This rook really does bother me. So I'll try to trade off black's best and most active piece, and hopefully, you know, on a good day, I'll get a passer and make you
Work
suffer.
for it.
Not that much, but yeah, it should be a draw, but a smidge for white. But he, as played, and Chasm said it himself, he's hoping Hikaru will play ambitiously, which the move bishop d5 was an ambitious move, and queen c3, and we have this current position on the board. I like the extra pawn. I like having the extra pawn.
What a surprise.
What a surprise. I don't I have to be true to my nature. I'm a material boy.
So that big game between Anand and Maxime
Let's go to the
Vachier-Lagrave,
top.
if you had to put a number on it, like, not even for these two, obviously, elite, superlative players, but if you were playing this game against, say, a player in the U.S. Championship, like, so
Right.
another grandmaster, but
Right.
not as strong as yourself.
I see this game as a 50-50.
50% win?
50% win, 50% draw. I
And
mean,
don't
two
forget that
result
1 or 2%.
Yeah, that 1 or 2%. That's
Of overpressing.
Yeah, that's true. So call it 45-45 or something like that. But I do see a two-result game happening here, and MVL still trying to defend. Maurice, what do you got?
Well, in this position, MVL, again, it's so close when you have two bishops. But it's not about the two bishops. Whenever you look at a board where there's a bishop and a knight versus two bishops, you have to focus on the bishop that the other player doesn't have. This bishop can fight this one. That's not a problem. Usually, that's just an easy thing to do, a relatively easy thing to do. The problem is this knight can't fight this bishop, and it never can. So the knight will have to assert itself in some kind of powerful way in order to make sure it equalizes the game, balances out the position. This bishop in this game had a choice right now. The choice was to go back on this diagonal or go to d7. The Indians like this move, bishop to d7, rook c7, and keep the bishop on this diagonal. You can understand Anand feeling like this bishop might be a little silly sitting on this side of the board, especially since black gets to play a move like knight to c4, although rook to c2 does pin on this line. The tactics seem to hold for black after rook over. If you trade now, then takes, this rook is defended, so b3 doesn't do anything because the knight can just back up. Again, you have the two bishops, but it's about this one, whether or not it has any real value in this game. The Indians like white just a little bit there. Instead, Anand decided not to send his bishop on this diagonal and just to back up directly, which allowed MVL to play knight c4. Now that is a knight you want to see. Knight was over on the a5 square, now on the c4 square, hitting the pawn and creating some kind of discombobulation in the white position. Rook to c2 now can be met by knight to e3, and suddenly you're hitting everything with this knight. That knight turned into a monster. This is what you want to do with a knight when you're fighting bishops. And you'll be able to take this piece as well. So this line did not appeal to Anand, and what happened? He got rid of the knight off of c4, allowing rook takes c4. And now as you look at this position, even a move like rook to d7, which looks like it's a power move, can be met by rook to b8. And now the position is balancing itself out heavily. White has pretty much nothing in this position, actually. King is going to go to e6 at some point. This rook is active enough. There might be something tiny, wispy, tiny, but black is also able to play bishop to c5 at the right moment if the king moves. He has to time out this rook sitting on this square. Be watchful, but it doesn't look like white has anything serious here. Black's pawn structure is fine. A little bit of activity. This game is fast moving towards a draw, and we will see most likely a three-way tie for first place after this round. Nothing resolved whatsoever. Can Magnus win his game? Not looking like it at all. But three players tied for first. If they draw and Magnus draws, we'll have the same position we started with today, with Magnus needing to beat Levon to get into that coveted spot. We'll have a chance, at least, of tying for first, as Vishy and MVL will have separate opponents to play against. MVL will have the white pieces, though, in the last round. What's happening now? No idea, but it's looking more and more like round 8 is going to resolve nothing at all.
That's right. The tension will just continue to increase here. And when I asked you the question, of course, I know, Yaz, that you thought you were going to get to keep the two bishops.
I really did.
You hadn't seen all of the progression.
Right, to that moment.
And I was asking like a theoretical question against a player of slightly less. Obviously, now the U.S. Championship being an elite event with like. That tournament is becoming almost like a super tournament, but I meant like against somebody slightly lower rated than you, you would win half the time.
Oh yeah, as Sam Shanklin and Ray Robson, give either of those two players matching up against each other, that it would be, well, again, 45-45 with a 10% chance of black winning. But I really like the two bishops.
Especially for you, because that's your toolbox.
Yeah, of course. That's where I got all my muscles, is winning those technical endings. And Bobby Fischer was really the man of the two bishops. He loved them. But we have a special guest in our audience, Jennifer.
That's right, Peter. So they're talking about a game today that could have blown up, but instead repeated.
He was saying in the confessional booth that he was having a lot of fun looking at this game, but shortly thereafter, the fun was done.
Yeah.
Peter, this move, queen d5, knight back to f2, you guys repeated. What were your thoughts? Because you clearly were thinking about queen takes g2.
I was thinking, actually, no. I mean, queen takes g2, I did not believe was working, and I was already informed by people who are armed with, better brains than we are live, that it was apparently working. But those lines like e4, bishop g4, or, I mean, e4 castles, I guess, bishop takes e6, bishop g4, I guess this is what the machine gives, yeah?
No, rook takes c6, actually.
Queen takes, and then what? And g4.
And then g4.
Oh, no, this I didn't. No, okay. Had I seen this, this is very beautiful. No, we both thought that the line is bishop c6, bishop g4, but there I didn't believe I was giving mate. And yeah, rook c6, g4, I just failed to notice. Yeah, this is. It's not impossible to find, but it's not easy to find either.
No,
I
not
think.
at all.
And no, I was basically choosing. I was choosing between queen d6, which is a repetition, and bishop h7, which continues the game. But after bishop h7, I started. Let me show you the sample line, which eventually turned me away from this move. Like white takes on g5. There's also an incredibly complicated line starting with, let's say, e4, queen d6, queen takes a7, which Levon was considering. But But that's a different kettle of fish. What I was worried about, if I start with bishop h7 here, he takes on g5, I take with the h-pawn, I don't have anything better. He goes h6. This is a difference, because if I go queen d6, this move doesn't exist. And let's say if I play bishop e5 here, he can play e4, queen d6, d4. She takes d4, bishop a3. And I started getting completely mated in these lines. And this, I mean, judging by what the bar is telling me, I can't see the moves, but the bar seems to be suggesting that this is indeed completely curtains for black. And because, like, my intention when I played queen g5 was just to blitz out bishop h7 after knight f2. As I said, I considered queen g2, but I couldn't find why it works. And if you don't see how it works, you kind of start looking at other opportunities. And I was choosing between queen d6 and bishop h7, and I was about to play bishop h7, but whilst Levon was thinking about knight f2, I started spotting all this, and I thought, okay, bishop h7 doesn't seem to work, and maybe I should have returned to queen takes g2, but
very hard to go back.
Yeah, well, once again, I've already kind of settled this question in my mind that this doesn't work, and yeah, and then I didn't really. I decided not to investigate, and yeah, this would have been an incredibly beautiful idea had I seen it, but.
But actually, just to give you solace, it turns out that queen takes g2. Only if he tried to win when the bishop was on f5 would you have this line, because he actually has, after queen takes g2, bishop to f1.
Yeah, this is what he was planning to play.
Oh, he was? Well,
yeah, he wasn't planning to play e4.
Well, then bishop f1 just repeats the... Well, no, sorry, bishop f1. But
there's some queen g3.
There's some queen g3 thing that's funky as well. So you'd have to play funky the first way, and then play funky like this also, but it still all works for you.
Yeah, but once again, it all starts with you need to see the g4 move. If you don't see this original geometric idea, because like if you don't see this, you don't really understand what you're giving the piece for.
You're giving a rook too.
No, I mean originally it's a piece.
It's almost instantly it's a rook. Right?
I did consider it honestly, but I mean you obviously consider taking on g2 because if it works, you probably just win. But yeah, couldn't quite make the final step. Like I stopped one ply short of something beautiful there. And yeah, it's regrettable that the one game which actually looked like it was alive ended so soon. But once you don't see this idea, I feel this repetition is actually quite logical, sad as it is.
Yes. Well, it would have been fun, but good thing we can calculate variations on the side instead of
These are sort of, as the saying goes, these are not your pieces. Yeah,
that's right.
It's very easy to give them away when they're not your pieces.
That's right. Will you play Wesley? Is it Wesley?
No, I play Fabi.
Sorry, you play Fabi tomorrow.
Yep.
The way his game is going right now against Nakamura, there's not going to be that much tournament value in the game, if you will, because neither one of you can actually win or come in second or so forth. So how do you get yourself up for this game? He's got a 4-1 edge on you in classical chess.
Well, I respect him a great deal as a chess player, and it's my final attempt in this tournament to do something, and would be nice to finish it on a high. But I'm not going to be treating it like specifically differently from anything I've been doing so far. I wouldn't say it has been working splendidly, but. As you said, I mean, there is no added significance to this game, and I will try to get something. Obviously, I mean, there is no point to come to the board if you're not trying to get something. But we'll see how it goes.
All right, wish you the best of luck.
Sure.
Peter, if I can just ask you a question
for
a moment. Okay, so in this position, you got your beautiful Grunfeld thing going. You'd probably be much happier to see a white pawn on d4 because then you would be absolutely in your comfort zone. You're playing a very creative player like Levon Aronian, and he plays knight g5, and you're thinking to yourself, this guy's throwing the entire kitchen sink against me.
Not exactly. This is kind of the spirit of the line. When White plays this e3, b takes e3 line, in particular when Levon plays it, because I mean he is now promoting it very, very heavily. This is not being done with the intention of switching to some slightly preferable Grunfeld. Let's say another very strong player who does this constantly, or at least regularly these days, is Boris Gelfand. And he actually switches to some, he goes after g6, he goes bishop b5 check perhaps, and then at some point d2, and he tries to get some kind of a preferable Grunfeld. He's played a number of games there, one including me, one including Jan Nepomniachtchi recently, and so. And there's a lot of theory there, but Levon is doing it with completely different ideas in mind. And there it doesn't really transpose to Grunfeld type stuff. It continues being this kind of extremely weird structure. And yeah, I expected knight g5. Knight g5 is the only really logical continuation there, trying to punish me for leaving so many pieces somewhat unpraised. The f7 is hanging. If I play e6, this bishop on f5 can be locked out in a lot of positions. For instance, after queen a4 here, like f4 h6, it probably wasn't, no, he played f4 first. f4 h6, and in this position after queen a4, rook c8. First of all, when I went for all this, I missed that I cannot take on g5 here. I thought I can take on g5 and I'm just better. Queen c6, king f8. But then I realized that the bishop actually doesn't escape. e4, rook c8, queen a2, and I thought I played b5. But he just goes queen c2, and the bishop is still caught. I still lose this bishop. It doesn't quite work for me here. So that's a problem. And also after rook c8, something I expected him to do was knight takes f7, king takes f7, and d4. And I'm not sure if it's any good, because, for instance, there's this b5 move here, which might be extremely strong. But this is what I expected to happen. So I never really... Once white goes h4, you never really expect it to go back to normality.
Right. We just saw a draw in the game with Anand and MVL, so that game is the result of your game has left this tournament up in the air. Who knows what's going to happen in round 9? You got any predictions?
No.
Yes, indeed, it is a crazy situation we have here. It's never happened at the Sinquefield Cup, that round 9, and we're all clueless as to who the winner ought to be. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy the rest.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Sure.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Maurice. Indeed, we do have another result, and a very important result, as our two tournament leaders did match up well, and a draw was the result. Jennifer.
That's right. So we maintain that big tie up at the top with Levon Aronian, Maxime Bashir-Lagrave, and Vishy Anand.
With only Magnus Carlsen who can catch them.
Exactly, and yeah, that's just going to make round 9 absolutely huge. As you got to imagine that in round 9, there's going to be a lot of attempts to win because nobody wants that massive tie for first place.
Right. We'll start in round 9. We'll start getting our minds over the idea of what happens on a 2-way, a 3-way, and a 4-way tie for first. But in the meanwhile, as Levon gets all microphoned up, he will be joining us to explain what was going on in his mind in this very exciting and chaotic game that he revels in.
Well, let's get into the mind of Levon. He's with Maurice.
Well, he once again played the Aronian variation and kind of dodged a bullet this time. There was a very dangerous queen takes g2 in the position that could have made the game exciting. Were you not worried about this line at all?
Not at all. I thought bishop f1 and he needs to repeat the moves.
But he played queen g3.
Yeah, bishop b5,
and
castle, bishop c6.
And take on f4?
Yeah, I saw 2 moves here. I think first is king e2. Another one, I think, is king f1. And it's a very sharp position.
Even the capture on e3 doesn't...
No, capturing on e3 is not possible. He has to... Yeah.
We got the board. Let's get the board up.
Yeah, now bishop f6. And here I had a couple of moves. I wasn't sure which one to opt for.
Also, I mean, capturing on e3 is next, right? So.
But capturing on e3 is not a threat, because takes bishop c3, king f1. You're actually helping me. So here were moves like bishop e4.
Wait. If I take on c3, I'm attacking your rook on a1.
King f1 and then rook g1.
The rook g1 idea. Okay.
Yeah, king f1. So I wasn't sure at all. And I was surprised that people thought that black missed any chances. Actually, I thought that I would have some chances, I mean, early on. But I blundered a really beautiful idea. That's why I played f4. You know, I thought that I'm playing... it's an interesting line to show. Yeah, I thought that f4 is very strong because he can't play h6 due to queen a4, rook c8, and knight f7. But I completely missed that after e4 he can play b5. Now I can't play queen c2 because of knight d4, and too many things fall. Or maybe knight b4, one of two. Yeah, and knight b4, I think. Yeah, and if I take bishop takes b5, he plays bishop g4, and bishop c6, queen d3.
Queen d3, yeah.
And so I was kind of, this is a horrible position for white. I mean, he's just attacking. So I've missed this, and then, yeah, then I had to play knight e4. Probably I wouldn't have played f4 then. Yeah.
I think it's just like queen a4 here.
Yeah, it's probably tiny bit better for me, although I'm not sure. Maybe it's nothing. I didn't really analyze bishop f5. I mainly checked b6. Bishop f5 was a surprise, but I thought what I did was very logical. And then, yeah, I think this position is very interesting. Knight e4, g5, bishop b5, queen d5, knight f2, queen d6. Here, at one moment, I thought I'm much better because I can play e4, bishop h7, and then take on a7. You know, with the idea to, after castle, play queen b6, gf, rook h3. And, you know, the trap is too strong. But then, instead of castle, yeah. I mean, the pin. What I mean.
Pin on c6 is too strong.
But here, I didn't like some queen f4. I mean, it was so complicated, so it was difficult to calculate it all. Queen b6, bishop takes e4. No, because queen b7, queen c7, and it's fine. And here bishop takes e4, and castle bishop d5. Yeah, and it's really strange. I mean, it seems that black should be the one losing, but his queen g3 threat is so strong that black is probably better.
Good stuff. Very. Now, this formation had never been seen in the history of the game, at least according to the databases. Was that playing any role in this position? Because Svidler came back and said, Svidler went to the confession booth actually and said that this is fun. Were you feeling that same way when you were playing the game?
Yeah, I was. I mean, of course, the tournament situation is, it would favor to play a solid opening, but I wanted to, I mean, immediately fight for winning chances in this game. But yeah, I didn't really like my position because it seemed too wobbly. I mean, I felt that if I don't play precise, then I might end up worse, and I didn't see a good move for myself.
You play Magnus Carlsen tomorrow with the Black Pieces. You are tied for first with two other players whose destiny you cannot affect and control. They have it in their hands as well. What are your thoughts going into that game?
Well, there is a lot to gain, and there is a lot to lose, so it's going to be exciting, and that's what we play chess for.
Agreed. We look forward to that. Levon, thank you so much for regaling us with your variations, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Levon. Thank you, Maurice. Being Levon Aronian, you know.
Is that a new movie?
Yeah, like being John Malkovich, right? Of course, a play. But this game, and, you know, it was so chaotic. It was a game where all three results were possible, and some of the variations were just fathomless, how to calculate.
And let's take a look at our standings.
And there we have our tournament leaders all drew.
Levon Aronian, Maxime Bachir-Legrad, and Avishai Anand. And really that last round pairing between Aronian and Carlsen is so perfect, as Carlsen will be playing with the white pieces in need of victory to catch up. So we'll no doubt see some kind of fireworks in that game tomorrow. I can't wait.
People like Karyakin and Caruana, maybe not Fabi so much because he may not win today, but certainly Sergey, if he could get something, they could close the gap as well with a victory. They're happy to see draws.
Oh, yes.
That's right. And one of the leaders also with us, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, after his draw against Anand, is with Maurice.
Well, he sat and thought a long time on move 3, but he somehow managed to equalize the position and get a draw. Maxime, we saw you in this position after the move D4. I looked in the database, and I didn't find a single game with you in this line. Is there a game in your professional chess career where you have played the move? In this position, you played D4. It seems shocking.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, of course, the critical line is taking on D4, knight D4, E5, knight B5, D5. But I had no doubt that Vichy was better prepared than I was, and so I thought, what's the big deal with D5? I mean, it's probably slightly worse, but I felt like I should be able, to play at least on more level terms.
Wait a sec. So you had not prepared this position?
Well, I had absolutely no memory because I looked at this, of course, but just, if you haven't repeated this before the game or even before the tournament, then it's tough.
Wow. So you were already on your own playing this kind of liquidating chess, and you ended up with a slightly worse position, but it seems like it wasn't so bad. You got away with.
There were a lot of interesting moments, but I mean the most interesting moment is probably after the queen exchange, and I wasn't sure about what I did because, I mean, first of all, I wasn't sure that White needs to play rook fd1. Maybe queen e2 or queen e3, I'm not sure. Something like that might be a try, because e5 bishop g3, it's still probably slightly better for White. Anyway, he went rook d1. Yeah, rook c8 I'm not completely sure about, but it seems like a natural enough move. Knight b5. And there my first intention was after bishop g3 to go... yeah, I had two options. It was knight d4, was the first one. There, White just takes on d4 and rook c4, bishop e5. I couldn't find a way to equalize there. So I settled on knight a5. And after bishop f1, also my idea was knight c4. But that's just probably bad. Knight a7, knight d2, knight c8. I have to go bishop c5. And rook c1, and no knight e4 is answered by bishop d3 with a huge advantage. And if bishop d7 means that's the last subtlety.
Wait, let's just finish this line. In knight g3,
rook c5.
Rook c5.
Yeah.
Just so that the audience.
Yeah.
Knight g3, rook c5, and the knight is often no man's land.
Yeah, doesn't matter. I mean, the position is so bad. Even if your knight could go back to e4. So anyway, no, and after bishop d3, bishop d7, no, I mean, just go bishop f1, knight c4, I mean, all this first line. Knight a7, knight d2, knight c8, bishop c5, rook c1, knight e4, bishop d3, bishop d7. No, I felt like knight e7 check is a nail in the coffin. Bishop e7, bishop e4, and I'm losing a pawn, I think.
Critical pawn loss there.
Yep.
So was there anywhere else he could have gone to get maybe an advantage?
Yeah,
because it looks like
I felt like I was worse, but so I took on b5, played f6, but out of sheer necessity, and I felt like maybe rook a1 was not the most precise. I felt like instead could maybe try either bishop d7, something like bishop d7, because I cannot really go rook fd8, which was my first intention. And now rook ad1, rook c7, and b4 was... bishop e6, king f8 is fine for me. No, it's not. It's not at all. I have that's rook c8 in the end. Yeah. That's not fine at all. Yeah, with 8 kings and rook c8. That would have been. So anyway.
So that means that you have to move the rook.
Yeah, I would have gone rook c7 after bishop d7, but I think it's slightly worse. Because you just go bishop e6, bishop d5, maybe some f4. I'm just worse.
So maybe he should have gone to this variation, bringing his bishop onto the d7, and then
bishop
e6
d7 felt much more natural than
doubling rooks.
Yeah.
So one slip and you get the draw. You are now tied for first again. It's a major log jam at the top, the three of you there. Magnus is struggling to see whether or not he can join you as well. And if he doesn't, there'll be a lot of people chasing you also in this next round. It's round 9.
Well,
you get the white pieces, though, against the Pomniachi.
Yeah, according to the tiebreak rules, I pretty much have to win tomorrow. I mean, the tiebreak rules are what they are, but yeah, I think if the situation stays the same, then there's no playoff, and Levon wins the event on account of most wins. I mean, I'll have to double check that, but anyway, I pretty much have to win tomorrow if that's the case.
But Levon is playing.
Magnus was black, but if he loses to Magnus, then Magnus gets ahead of us. No, wait. Actually, no. That would change the situation. I think I would be then playing a tiebreak with Vichy, but okay, that's too much calculation. And I mean, the tiebreak rules definitely would need some remodeling because they don't make much sense. But yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
All right. Well, you just said it. You have a game you have to win tomorrow. Good luck with that effort, and we'll let you get your rest.
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you, Maxime. I mean, wow, we've been so spoiled in these Sinquefield Cups. Pardon me. The players all play combative chess, and this is going to be the most exciting finish we've had in Sinquefield history because, as Maurice had said at the top of the show, we've always had a tournament leader, and it's always been rather clear as who was going to win it. And of course, Fabi, when he won it on a streak, definitely put his mark. But everything to play for.
That's right, and MVL said it, like, out for blood tomorrow because he doesn't want to, be in a tie and
where
end
he may not
out.
end up getting into a tiebreaker. But
Exactly.
we have one of our tournament leaders as well.
That's right, Vichy Anand is with Maurice.
Well, he probed, but wasn't able to land any blows, and the game ended in a draw. Vichy, this tournament is good. This is exciting, at least for us. What was your feeling of playing the game?
Well, he surprised me a bit with d5. Luckily, I was at least aware of the existence of Giri Swidler from earlier this year in China. And I think I noticed that you could put the bishop on f4 and put the queen somewhere, but obviously I didn't elaborate. And that's why at the board I found myself unable to kind of make up my mind where to put my pieces. Perhaps instead of queen d2, queen e2 makes more sense, but he has queen a5 and something like that, which I wasn't sure of. So I went queen d2 to keep the pressure on his bishop, but he just went bishop e8. Afterwards, I saw many ideas with bishop d7, but somehow I couldn't make it work completely. And it fizzled very fast, and that's the problem. Of course, instead of f3, I could play f4, but f4, bishop c5 check, bishop d4, I didn't quite see how to progress there. Maybe instead of rook a d1, I can play bishop d7, but I've not yet played f3, so there's still a move I have to toss in there somewhere.
Right, he was saying bishop d7 with the idea of bringing the bishop to d5 somehow.
Yes, and what? I mean, he'll play the knight c6 or knight c4 somewhere. I didn't see it as being a killer thing. But of course, I'm talking in general terms. I mean, you can play something like bishop b4 here, or even g5 somewhere, I thought is just to try and cement my bishop a bit, so that then f3 he can give a check and come. I must admit I didn't really see how to make progress. Of course, the computer will show something very precise, but
right
I
now
didn't see it on the board.
the computer's bar is saying that it's pretty equal, the position there. But
okay.
Well, nothing has been answered after this round. You all certainly wanted to have something, but you didn't get it. Tomorrow, you have Black against Wesley, who has not been acquitting himself great in this tournament so far, but we know is Wesley so. What are your thoughts going into that game?
Well, like you said, someone like Wesley, in fact, anyone in this tournament, you just have to play chess. Of course, you try to keep your options open, but you also just have to make sensible moves. So,
MVL has said he has to win tomorrow based on the tiebreak rules that would give Levon the victory if there was a big tie.
Okay.
Do you have that feeling as well? You have to win tomorrow?
Actually, I try not to find out the tiebreak rules too precisely. I did this once, and I never got to the tiebreak, and I thought perhaps it's unhealthy to start thinking 2 steps ahead. Anyway, I'll play tomorrow's game and go from there. But anyway, now that I know the tiebreak rules anyway, thanks.
Sorry. I'm just doing my job.
Yeah, now that I know them anyway, well, I'll keep them in mind and try to find something.
All right. Sorry for letting the cat out of the bag, but it's what we discussed on the show. You've been playing flawless chess so far, no losses in the tournament. Certainly would be a worthy winner. Good luck in your last game.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Vishy.
And as we see this round start to shake out, let's take a quick break.
Alrighty.
A moment comes in chess when you need to test yourself at a different level. Chess24 Premium offers the tools that you need to reach your maximum potential. From hundreds of interactive video lessons to becoming part of the Chess24 community. You can analyze with friends or coach your students live. You get 24/7 coverage of chess news and events, access to premium analysis and commentary, and the chance to interact with grandmasters and other top players and coaches. Get advice from the best and even challenge them to a battle. Be the best chess player you can be. It's time to level up your game with Chess24 Premium membership.
Mr. Matheny, what's your favorite part about this sport?
I think the strategy.
How much do you hate to lose?
I don't like it at all.
What about being second guessed?
I don't like that either.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't have moved that rook. Checkmate. Sorry.
Whether you've played chess for years or never before, come experience all the sport has to offer at the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis.
welcome back to the 2017 Synchro Cup, where we have 3 games still underway, including a very critical one for our standings between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen. And what are your thoughts on this game, Yasser? Who do you think is likely to make any headway?
Well, of course, when we had left it, it was all about this black rook that got sidelined. We had left it just about this part on our break. And after the move knight e5, Magnus is looking for an opportunity, of course, to play knight c4, and in conjunction with his bishop on the long diagonal, snap a pawn on b2. That was stopped by the move b3, but Magnus played knight c4 anyway, and they have reached this position where, with this move c5, White has refortified his bishop on this very nice d6 square. If he gets the move e4, e5 in, he's going to be a very happy camper. Magnus will be in trouble. I think Magnus should prevent that move. One of the lines that I was actually looking at was b5. Don't ask me why, but for some reason I was really focused in on this position where Black has compromised his structure, and I like White's position. So after c5, I don't think we're going to be seeing the move b6 or b5. Instead, I'm anticipating that Magnus will play rook to e8. Perhaps we'll see rook e1 and something like bishop e5. And if we get this, then we could get a wild game with f4. And guess what? That's a very, very powerful pass pawn. In short, what I'm saying is I prefer Jan's position at the moment.
And we did get a couple moves if you want to update your board.
Okay, sure. I will just flip back and forth. Sorry for that. And we do have what moves? What moves were played?
b5.
Rook e8. Oh, e5.
b5.
I like that move because bishop takes e5 would be a no-no. You get your hand stuck in the cookie jar there. So you're walking into a pin, and f4 is going to spear a piece. So after e5, b5 was played. Captures, and the players have reached this position.
Looks like a draw.
Looks like a draw, actually. If I play the move rook takes c6, well, why is this a draw? Rook takes c6, rook takes a2, rook takes b6.
Bishop e5.
Now we can take on e5 and play bishop d4? No, there's...
Yeah.
We're hanging at the moment on e8.
With a check.
Oh, but rook f2 check.
Rook f2 check.
Start,
that's the nasty move. And after king takes, bishop d4 check, and Black
all
has
the pawns
time
are coming off the board.
to play rook takes. Yes, all the pawns
Actually,
just
Black
came
will
off the
be up
board.
a pawn in that line. But
exactly. So rook takes c6, rook takes a2.
Actually on the board now.
Instead of rook e1, or after rook takes b6, bishop e5, just all the pieces will get traded instead. There's no reason why White would want to go into a line where they're down a pawn in endgame.
Right. So you would get a straight 4 rook ending with 3 versus 3. And let me just update the board again just to make sure I'm up to date with the players. And instead of rook takes b6,
we saw rook e1.
Jan has played rook e1.
Well, that makes
defending
sense.
the pawn on e5.
But can't we force everything to get traded off somehow, like with rook a5 or something?
Well, rook a5, at the moment the rook on a2 is doing a good job at preventing White playing f4. So
you'd want to try something different here.
Probably simply rook just defending the pawn, and it's 4 versus 4.
Or b5, yeah.
With b5 on tap. And so that game is heading for a draw opening.
So we should also point out other games as well as that game, a draw for Magnus. What can he do? He looks like a draw. A draw is a draw. So he's going to have to beat Aronian tomorrow. But this position here, there are a couple of other positions that are fascinating, although they don't seem to have too much of a bearing on the standing, but they're worth looking at now anyway, as we've seen the other games fizzle out. He's been up a pawn, has White for the longest, but he's worse. These bishops are evil. There's one bishop on d5, one bishop on h6. These knights being tethered to squares. They can't move. Look at this queen on f1. Amazing how Black decided not to get his pawn back and instead to use the power of the two bishops. Now, remember I talked about two bishops versus bishop and a knight. It's really about one bishop, as in the Anand game was about that bishop that could have gone to d7, maybe e6, d5. But two bishops against two knights, it's really a two-bishop advantage. Now we're talking for real. You can't figure out how to trade off these pieces. Those bishops will just laugh at the knights at any attempt they make to get traded off the board. It's just not going to happen, and the bishops will choose the moment, the place, and time when they trade themselves for knights. So it is actually black, though down a pawn, who has the edge in this position because he's simply dominating the knights, which just have no squares, no good squares to think about. Or if knight goes to c4, this knight on f3 could get chopped, the pawn on b3 could get chopped. This is a true two-bishop edge, even though he's down a pawn, Naka trying to figure out where it is he can milk something. The problem is that this position could easily fizzle out into a draw if he wins both pawns on b3 and d4, but has to give up his bishops in order to do it.
Well, one of the things I really like about the position for Nakamura is this ability just to apply pressure with the two bishops. And I'm trying to, in my mind, put together a winning idea for black. So the first thing I would do is post my bishop on f4 and maybe even later play it to d6 with the idea that what I want to do is get my kingside majority rolling with some kind of f6 g5 or h6 g5. So let me just make some moves here for black. So let's say we play the move bishop f4. I'm just going to make some moves here.
And we do have a draw in Magnus Carlsen, our world champions game against Jan Nepomniachtchi. This leaves us with that dramatic last round pairing between Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian. Both of these players with tumultuous tournaments, which actually ends up giving them some edge in the potential tiebreak situations. But Magnus, of course, is going to be playing for a win with the white pieces in that game against Levon, hoping that Anand and MVL don't manage to win their games,
Right.
and then
He gets in the tie for first.
yeah, he either wins the tournament or gets in a playoff. Either situation will obviously be great for Magnus, considering that he hasn't had the best tournament.
Right. Well, it's an interesting paradox. For the last 400 years, grandmasters have always prided themselves if they go through an event undefeated. That's always been the goal, you know, +2 undefeated, +3 undefeated, and so forth and so on. Whereas the tiebreak rules, from the organizer's point of view, they want to encourage fighting chess and victories and defeats and get the players really in that frame of mind. Whereas for the players, again, it's been always their ultimate goal to go through undefeated, and they can say, I was invincible, untouchable. So we have two invincible players who might have actually been punished for their approach to the tournament. Intriguing.
But it's very interesting because most wins, that type of tiebreak actually rewards people for having a very dramatic and exhausting tournament. So there's some logic in that respect.
Right. I always like going undefeated in tournaments because it's like I don't lose any sleep. You know, after a loss, it's not really easy to get some sleep. So we'll
By
see
the way,
what happens.
this
in round
finish,
9. Yes,
let's
the finish.
just clean up the books here. The finish, rook d2, and here Jan Nepomniachtchi played rook takes b5, and the draw was agreed. A lot of players would do a double take and say, wait, didn't he just hang a piece? Well, after rook takes on d6, e takes d6, rook takes e1, now the move rook to b8 check, very important move, king up, push, and now you have to play bishop f6 in order to stop this pawn from queening, and then when the queen happens, then bishop takes and rook takes, and then the game will end in a draw. So actually, he probably could have switched the move and played d7 first as well, because this check is coming no matter what. So this is why they agreed to a draw. Magnus now still a half a point behind. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed since yesterday.
Jennifer,
it's the same
these are
score.
our standings.
That's right. We've got three players tied for the lead. Levon Aronian, a former Sinquefield Cup champion in 2014, in 2015 rather, and then we've got two newcomers to the top of the standings, MVL and Nishi Anand, both trying to win their first Sinquefield Cup championship ever, and Magnus Carlsen, our world champion and our first winner of this now storied event, is trying to make a lay claim to the title in the final round.
Well, and also as you see that current standings, thanks to all of those games being a draw, it has opened up the window just a little bit for Fabiano and Sergey. They need to win their games to pull themselves up to the score of Magnus Carlsen, and they would be a half a point out of first, So we could have a really crazy
That's
final
true.
round.
Especially with Karyakin. I mean,
Yes.
because I do like his position. Fabi, it seems a little tougher.
Okay, Fabi's going to need a lot of help from Hikaru if he was going to win that game. That is for sure. But wow, we're really setting ourselves up for a championship showdown tomorrow.
Yeah, and I really
for
think
round
that
9.
players, in view of the potential ties, potential playoffs, potentials not getting into a playoff, I really think that Anand, and particularly MVL, who seems so cognizant of those competitive factors, I mean, he's a math guy after all.
Right.
I really think he's going to really go for it in his game.
Well, just the fact that he said as he came on air, he may simply have to win tomorrow. That's it. That he may have to win tomorrow to get in the tie for first. But for a moment, we have Jan with Maurice to discuss his game today against Magnus Carlsen.
We're with Jan Nepomniachtchi, who definitely tried to press to see what was there, but Jan, it looked very hard for you to make anything of this position. His rook kept dancing on this rank back and forth, and then finally it settled on a6. You probably thought you had something, but couldn't find any moves.
Well, it was some preparation. Okay, of course not to this particular game, but okay, I had some idea in this line, like this early bishop f4, because normally black is going to play knight e5, rook e8, and d6, and okay, they achieve some normal pawn structure with no weaknesses, and bishop e4, I mean, is the move to, to prevent black from achieving this position, and okay, this knight h5 is critical. So this endgame, which appeared like, I think it's more or less critical as well. And I think here c5 was the move, but after rook c4, I couldn't remember, files, because maybe here white can castle long. Then bishop f5 is the move, and I mean, at the board I couldn't understand what's going on. Because if bishop e6, then okay, just rook d3, rook d1, and I think this is some good initiative, because knight is stuck on h5. Well, and maybe instead of this bishop e5 was the move, but anyway, it's very, very complex. So okay, I just spent like 40 minutes here and just decided to go for some normal position. Rook c1. Yeah, and here I thought like it should be somewhat better for white, because okay, this rook is really strange. I mean, okay, after rook d1, bishop e6, maybe it was a mistake to play bishop f3 to provoke rook moving to a5, because in fact maybe rook is on a5 is not that bad. I should have started with rook d2 or something, or maybe just simply rook a2 c1 and then okay, just b4, b5, e4, just some normal play. But I mean, I thought that bishop f3 is interesting. Like sometimes I can gain a tempi, like b4, or bishop some there, and okay, infiltrate the file. But I mean, in fact, it doesn't work that great. Like rook d2. Okay, here Magnus started to panic a little bit, I believe, that because okay, all this h6 is like making some deep prophylaxis out of nothing. And here, but still, rook e6 is a tricky move, and here it's hard to find the way to build up, because okay, bishop a2 is unpleasant. Okay, at some point I have some tricks like b4 or b5 and knight b5. So maybe b4 was a move here, but yeah, then maybe rook a3. So I'm not so sure. Maybe it simply doesn't work. So okay, I decided to play e4. Okay, I was choosing between e4 and d3, and I couldn't come to any firm conclusion what is better. But okay, I thought e4 may be slightly more active. So I think it's all more or less the same. Like maybe I should have started with bishop e2, but I mean, if bishop e2 was the correct move, it's just too deep. Just too deep. I mean, So bishop e2, rook e2, and I have some time to play e5 and b3, and maybe this was actually the way to to gain some advantage, because okay, this rook is completely out of play, but I mean, okay, bishop g4. Fortunately for black, he's just in time. Like here, okay, I could also start with bishop b4 perhaps, but I mean, then okay, knight c4 and rook b6, and. Yeah, okay, maybe after knight c4 I can play rook d8, maybe this is the way. Just exchanges and then b3. I mean, this is king d7, b3, but it's not so clear, because finally this rook, I mean, it looks so ugly, but in fact maybe it's not that bad, but maybe something like c5 or, I don't know. So it looks like black should hold this. I mean, so that's why I played b3, and okay, I thought maybe I can gain an extra pawn somehow, but in fact it's very hard to do this. Well, maybe I should have played something like rook d3, instead of rook c2, and after bishop g7 to play rook a3, just to surprisingly to exchange this very passive rook. I mean, in fact, it's not passive anymore when pieces are gone and okay, it's pressing. But I mean, here as well, black can go for something like b5, and it feels like should be enough counterplay for black. Because I didn't really see if I'm going to to achieve something here. Okay, so okay, I think I was trying to press a little bit, but okay, Magnus was defending well. He wasn't playing too bad, and it could be some problems if he would get into some serious time trouble. But fortunately, after this bishop g4, pieces are going off the board, and it's hard to keep the tension for white.
Well, Magnus wanted to beat you. You know about that because he wanted to get into a tie for first. MVL has stated he has to beat you tomorrow, and will be coming all guns blazing.
That's good to know.
Yeah, all guns blazing. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, at least he should try a little bit. Yes. Well, but generally, it's not so far at this tournament. It's not like anyone is beating me. It's I'm losing the games myself. So that's a little bit annoying. But I mean, okay, it's a little. At least it's better than getting to be outplayed like in every single game. So there is no such problem. Like yesterday, honestly, I just wanted to offer a draw, but it was a move 27. Instead of 30, and okay, I thought, okay, let's play on a little bit, and then okay, I just blundered something extremely simple like b3 after rook c2. So this was my deep miscalculation. Yeah, so okay, yeah, I don't know. So I'm a little bit, happy that tomorrow is the last round because it's really tough, okay, to play with all those tough guys. But still, I believe so. Should be a normal game unless I blunder mate in one or something. Yes, it should be a next stop. Yeah, in this way.
All right. Well, we wish you best in the final step of this journey. Get your rest.
Thank you.
Quick question for you, Jan. You may have the best score of any player in the world against Magnus Carlsen. You had 3 wins and 3 draws going into the game today. To what do you attribute your extraordinary success against Magnus?
Well, I have no idea because maybe I just a little bit more concentrated when I play against a stronger opponent. And it's games against Magnus are normally very tense and fighting, and I'm not getting bored. At the board, like yesterday perhaps. So maybe that's why. And at some point it could also be like some roots from our childhood when we played each other a lot on some children. You've championships like under 12 or something.
I see. Well, thank you, Jan, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right. Well, Maurice was right about that. They don't forget.
They don't
especially
forget
when they win.
The youth tournaments. Yes, indeed. Well played game by Magnus and Jan there. I thought Magnus was taking some liberties in the opening, as he sometimes does, but this rook maneuver across the board, and the rook was getting all chased. He found all the right answers to Jan's attempts to win the game.
And some fighting words between him and MVL is that I think MVL is still kind of stinging that he lost that game, allowing Anand to catch up with him in the lead.
Yes, sure.
But now there's plenty of people tied to the top. Now there's also, of course, Aronian, and with Magnus just half a point behind, it's many players that MVL has to watch for tomorrow. And here's one of them, world champion Magnus Carlsen with Maurice.
Well, he didn't get to get his revenge against Nepomniachtchi from their younger days. But today, Magnus, it seemed like there wasn't much you could do as you try to mix up this position. It just seemed like White had just enough.
Yeah, basically, I have an excellent position. If my rook is somewhere normal, then I'm probably just better. But I never could seem to, I never could seem to find a decent plan. This whole idea of centralization with rook d2 and so on was was quite strong, I think, and maybe I should have like taken on f3 or after. No, I mean like bishop g4 and then take on f3 or something like this, play for a draw. But I mean I didn't want to play for a draw, and then I used up all my time, and I realized my position is just worse. Well, this whole bishop g4 business was basically panicking. I mean, I didn't want to lose on time because I was thinking, not finding anything, I mean, I'm lucky that I got off so easily. I think it could have been worse for sure.
Well, you have a situation where it could have been worse, and the players who are ahead of you would have won their games, but in fact they all drew. So now you're only still a half a point out of first, and you're playing against a good buddy of yours, Levon Aronian. What can we expect from that battle?
It's hard to say. Obviously, there is only one result for me in that game, which is relevant. But we'll see. But
all out for the victory.
I mean, I was lucky today that I'm still in with a chance, even though I didn't quite do my part. But yeah, obviously tomorrow only a win counts.
All right. Well, we look forward to seeing that in your game. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Magnus. And turning to our game between Fabi and Hikaru, again, it's that 2 bishops versus 2 knight and a pawn position. Very intriguing position that's going on in this game. Great fight, but the difference is the times. Look at the difference in the clocks. Minute 45 seconds for Fabi, 10 minutes for Hikaru. But fortunately for Fabi, he only has 5 moves to play, and he just played a rook e8 check, king g7. This is the current position on the board.
Actually.
Queen e1 has
and now
also
Naka's
been
back
played.
on blue.
All right. So Queen e1, White is clearly now looking at an opportunity to play Queen e5 check, which will be very awkward for Black to meet. So this is the threat that Hikaru is facing. I'm assuming bishop f4 to stop this very big check, but what other choice does he have?
He has rook d7, and this position is getting very dangerous for Fabi right now, as he has started to extend forward, and we know there are always drawbacks to moves, and Fabi was able to release the problem of his pieces in the position, but he himself is facing some danger in the heart of his position right now, as well as all aggressive moves. Let me get Queen e1, rook d7. You're giving rook c8, Yaz, on the board, but after bishop to f4, you are still frozen in this position as White, although you can attack the king with a check.
Sure.
King can just hide on 8-6. And it's living pretty. And the thing about this position, it's actually hilarious to me about this position. It just so reminds me of that same concept we talk about with Aikido. You go forward all the way, and then suddenly you're like, what's happening on my backside? The same thing is happening here. With this bishop on f4, it looks like he was defending the queen e5. His king is running not so fast. He's also thinking about moving his queen over and starting to exploit your position as well. So you have to be very careful. Also note that at some point, this capture on d2 will happen with g2 hanging. So it's not like White, which looks like optically he's attacking, is out of the woods. As all these squares are covered, b8's covered, a8 is covered by a bishop, and White has 2 rooks in the heart of Black's position, but the Black king is laughing as it sits on that square h6, and it's White who's feeling all the pressure here, and the engines are in fact, though down a pawn, giving Black a 2-pawn edge in this position. Wow. So dynamically, it's just crushing because you pushed your pieces too far ahead, and now you're not protecting yourself in the heart of your own country. So this is an amazing position. If Naka wins this, Fabi just simply, his chances just evaporate, just like that. So he has to pay very special attention. But first of all, Nakamura has to recognize that he's actually okay and play a couple of defensive moves. The rook d7, bishop f4. Maybe even he can switch that move order. But if he's okay, then it's the problems in Fabi's position that's going to count.
Speaking of chances, how
Thank
are
you,
Sergei Karyakin's chances against
Wesley.
the other American, Wesley So, as these two great American gold medalists face off? We've also got Wesley So having a bad tournament, but really in this game, for the drama of the tournament, the key thing is if Sergei wins, he's actually in there with a shout because he could also get himself to +2 by the end of the event.
Well, guess what? Wesley's in real trouble in this one as well. I mean, our Grand Chess Tour winner of 2016 had a year for the ages. Essentially, he won the Grand Chess Tour in dominating style, winning Sinquefield, winning the London Classic, winning clear first, and doing it while being undefeated. He's already crashed to 3 losses, I believe. And right now, he's facing real problems. He's down a pawn.
Knight C5 on the board.
And Knight C5 has been on the board.
He's not down a pawn. It's even, no?
It's even,
Oh,
yeah.
sorry. I saw
even.
him just capture pawn on C7, forgetting that the pawn on B4 was being captured.
But
So
maybe
thank
you
you
were
for...
thinking...
No. I was thinking it was a pawn up, but by all, it looks like White has everything he wants. His rook is already on the 7th rank. His knights are ready to jump. E5, E6 are both huge targets, and as well as the G7 pawn. Black's rook on C6, knight on B4. Wesley definitely in trouble
Like if
here.
you take here on D4, it's not so easy.
Knight takes D4.
It's not
right?
so easy to keep defending this E6 pawn. I mean, the one thing we have going for us, I guess, is that, I mean,
And-
especially with G7 hanging, because we don't even have any kind of like knight takes E4 tricks trying to distract you.
Right.
So the lack of coordination here is pretty striking.
And the loss of the E6 pawn might not be such a bother. It's the loss of the E6 as
But this
well
move, Knight
as the
A6,
D7 pawn.
this move, Knight A6, though, is possible. And Wesley has played it without taking on
Without
D4
taking on
first.
D4 first, okay.
So maintain,
Knight
which is kind of
A6.
curious why he didn't at least liquidate on that square. I guess he's judging that he's going to win E4. Knight A6 virtually forces knight takes knight takes on E5, or pawn takes. But is he trying to keep winning chances alive with his B pawn? That would be odd. But Knight A6 he played right away.
Okay, so after Knight A6, Rook A6, now...
Now, unfortunately...
And actually, I'm sorry, guys. The engines are giving Rook C8 as the first move here, not trading.
Okay.
If you had taken here, you'd have liquidated a little bit easier. But now, Rook C8, leaving the position as is, and asking Black to find the move.
Right,
And if you
'cause
take on
knight C5
C5,
would
he's going to
be
take with a
pawn.
D pawn,
Yeah.
and suddenly he has a strong passer, and your pawn will be in some danger. But now you have to start defending, thinking about the C pawn.
Right.
So it looks like Rook to C8 is the strongest move here, as
Much
opposed
better.
to trading on A6.
Much better because knight on E4 is not possible now. So just another example of trade-itis.
But why after Rook C8 takes on D4? Oh, because would be played, right, Maurice? I mean, you wouldn't take on C5 and give the guy a passer. You would play E5 takes D4 after Rook C8.
I guess we could play, can we play E5 here? And then
Yes.
Then take on D4. That way we don't lose E4 like we were in the other variation.
So I would move my knight, let's say.
There's some problems. Knight D7.
Ah, now I see
Yeah.
why you wanted to put your rook on the C8 square, because knight is heading for F8 with a big check. Whoops.
That would force the king under some discoveries. He dropped the E6 pawn.
I don't want to
So
do
if
that.
after E5, can you take on C5 at that moment?
Yes.
then I take
and
on
no, because if you take on
F6.
C5, you can take on F6.
Take on F6 and
And
F7 is coming. Ugh.
Right.
And obviously I have no time to take back because my knight is hanging on C5.
Right.
That's really unfortunate. Knight D7 almost saves the day, but the king can't get back in. So I'm saying if Knight D7 instead, there's just F7, right?
Right. Knight
And
D7, F7.
no way to reach behind and prevent that pawn.
And maybe you're not
He
even
found
gonna
it. Rook C8. No auto trades in chess,
Yes, beautiful.
unless
a
it's
nice-
forced or
nice line.
fantastic. But he realized it was neither, and so instead of taking on A6, Wesley had to take on D4 before playing Knight A6, apparently, and now he's left himself a little bit of trouble.
White's edge is increasing, indeed. So the possibility of Surya entering the fray as one of the potential victors of this tournament emerges, and he's playing Nakamura in the last round.
Wow. Wow.
The plot thickens.
So once again, take a look at our standings here, Jennifer.
Well, we've got 3 tied for the lead. Levon Aronian at MVL and Anand. Magnus Carlsen currently in clear second, but as we've been talking about, Sergei Karyakin, his game pending, can join Magnus in a tie from 4th through 5th, which will leave him in striking distance in the final round if neither of those 3 players win their game.
Right.
Anand, MVL, and Aronian.
And the game with Nakamura and Fabi is crazy. It's fun. Well, for us to look at anyway, because playing this must be difficult. After Bishop F4, Rook D7 we were saying was more accurate, but he found Bishop F4, which was the secondary defensive move here. And Fabi played the move G3.
Wow.
Attacking this bishop and loosening everything along this long diagonal. And it's Nakamura's turn to think. Nakamura is down to 2 minutes and 11 seconds. Fabiano at 145. Remember, there was a big edge for Nakamura just a second ago. Well, while we were talking, all he was doing was thinking. And his time is now under 2 minutes. And the best variation for him, apparently, is to take on F3 and then go back to this line again, Rook to D7, holding up the position. But he didn't see Rook D7 the first time. Will he find it the second time around? And they're currently at move 30. Well, if he gets to this position to be move 38, and Nakamura does not see this move, Rook to D7, it looks like, and he's not happy with his position. So there might have been a turn suddenly of events as Naka is showing the kind of face that makes us think he thinks he's losing or much worse. And he's just not sure of himself at all. Look at that. His time just ticking down. He's down to 120 right now.
Well, I'm sure when he played Bishop F4, he thought G3 was not available because perhaps he was just anticipating Bishop G3, FG3, Bishop F3. But instead, after shaking his head for some time, he did find your variation, Maurice, which was to take on F4 and
Bishop F3,
Bishop F3,
Bishop
and to allow his. Oh boy.
So after Bishop F4, G3,
G3.
Bishop takes F3 has been played after
Right.
a vigorous head shake.
Vigorous.
And then G takes F4, and now
He's got to find Rook
Look at
D7.
this.
he's challenged to find this
still
move.
Not happy. He's played Bishop B4 instead. Stopping the queen
Bishop
from
B4
going.
blocking the file.
Ooh, Bishop E4. Well, that just gave away any advantage that he may have had in the position.
Completely.
Yes.
Now the white queen can end up on the C3 square. Knight takes E4, Fe4, queen C3 is being given by the engines as a dangerous line that has turned the game around. And by the way, you got moves like, not only do you have D5, you have moves like Rook to C7 suddenly emerging on the board. Rook C8 with checking ideas emerging on the board.
That's a powerful square for that queen.
And the
attack
first
and
move
defense.
found, and will he find queen C3 Fabi? And if Fabi wins this game, he's in the mix as well, and we have chaos.
Famous move 40. We've seen Fabiano errant at this stage, but I like this this queen c3 move in that it attacks and defends at the same time, and it defends both the a1 square and the pawn on d4, but it also attacks, of course, with ideas of d5 and rook c7.
By the way, queen c3, rook f6 is the engine's first defense.
Rook f6,
which is a move that grandmasters just don't want to play.
Yeah, right, exactly. That's why I pointed out.
You don't
want to walk
pins.
into this pin.
Not a move 40 with 1 minute on the clock.
I think there's no question he's finding queen c3, by the way.
It's a very natural move.
I think it's just so natural.
And why wouldn't he? Yeah, because you think that if he tries to just take a pawn on e4, I mean, that would be the other thing that he would probably look at, right? I mean, pops right out at you.
Yes, you're right. You're right. This looks so messy, though. Those pawns look so ugly, but you do go up 2 pawns. Can he win? No, you don't.
He's just going to think this is nothing. So if he sees queen c3 and sees his possibility for actually winning the game.
Right.
That's the question, though. It is move 40.
So it's not an easy
If only it was
question.
move 41.
He's
but he
found
played
it.
at queen c3.
He's found the better move, of course. Queen c3, and now Nakamura has to find
rook f6,
Does
which
he
is
have
a
to?
good move now.
Does he have to? Like, if he doesn't, is he just going to lose? Like, what happens? What other possibilities do I have here? Obviously, f6 loses instantly to rook c7 check.
Right.
And if you play rook d5, what does that lose to?
Well, if you play rook to d5, just blockading the pawn, I
Takes him.
like both rook c7
Takes in rook c5 is also a possibility, but but you're
takes
saying
in queen c5. You mean? Sorry, takes in like this, and you're just angling for this guy.
I was thinking, I was thinking about playing rook e5 and trying to push my pawn through after rook takes d5.
Right. No, but this is white for choice, big time.
Yeah.
No,
in all
check
of
this
these.
out. Let's point out another variation.
Rook. Oops.
After
sorry.
rook
d5. He doesn't know what to do. He needs to play rook f6. Rook d5 trade. He's playing queen a6 trade and queen b4. How
Queen b4
nasty
instead.
is that?
Yeah, that is nasty.
The threat of queen f8 unstoppable with the king being flushed out, with queen h8 coming, with your king being mated on a stick.
So therefore, he played this move, queen a6. How does that help? He's just trying. He's trying to create some counterplay with rook a1 check and queen f1. And now, what's his plan on d5 check?
Yeah, how is he going to meet d5? I guess his plan is go king h6. I don't see this as being a safe king, by the way, anymore. Remember when there was a dark square bishop on the board? You bet that was a safe king, but it sure looks vulnerable.
What's happening here?
Our king's not that safe either, is it?
Why is because queen a6 was the last move, Maurice? I'm sorry.
Oh, he's
queen
saying why doesn't he have?
Why did Nakamura get an hour? No. What's going on?
No, Fabi's got the hour too. If you look at the camera shot, you'll see that they both made time control. Indeed, yes.
Wow.
So queen a6.
D5.
D5 idea, king h6. I mean, it looks wild because Fabiano's king's not that safe either, right? Rook a1 checking queen f1 is certainly in the position. So what happens? What happens with like a forcing move like queen e5? We're not actually threatening checkmate.
That's the problem. You're not threatening checkmate, and I can come down here and gain some counterplay.
And it might have to be one of those 0-0-0 situations.
Well, just be careful. Okay, so check king h6. We need a really good move here for white. First of all, we have ideas of queen c4 and just stopping this nonsense of queen coming to f1 or to e2. So we can cut off black's play, but isn't there's got to be something in it. How about rook g8? Idea of checkmating directly. Do I get any gold stars for that
draw,
one?
don't I? Oh no, I don't. Rook a1 check and rook h1. Is that coming in for a draw? I'm trying to get in with the queen f1 check.
You're trying to get a perp. I get that. You may be flushing my king out. Whoops! I just saw the bar go down tremendously after that blunder. I'm guessing queen d3 check is very, very good for black.
Because that pawn is suddenly unstoppable. Indeed, that's
So
a funny
rook G8
variation.
yeah,
so
rook G8 is
that
not
does
my-
lead to a draw if you take, right? Yeah, you can't get out. So
Yeah, I'm not happy with rook g8. So here,
what about queen g3 trying to defend and attack at the same time? Because I'm covering the f2 square at least.
Yeah, you're covering the f2 pawn. You got ideas of check.
I'm trying to play queen g5 check and queen e5. Yeah, but it's not an obvious threat because it seems like you're kind of shuttling back and forth.
Okay, so let's just cut out the nonsense. Say, okay, I'm not going to checkmate your king, and you're definitely not going to checkmate my king. I'll play the move queen c4. You're not going to trade queens and give me two connected passed pawns. So I'll just make you suffer being a pawn down, and who knows? On a good day, I'll just take another one.
Well, I was waiting for you to get to that point where you said, take another one.
Right.
You could take another one right now.
Oh,
yeah.
just do
Yum.
that. Yum.
Gimme.
And now-
That's two extra pawns.
And now rook a1, there's also rook.
No.
Don't do
don't
that.
move. Don't need to move. Just drop your
Because
rook
that
back.
allows queen f1 actually, would be devastating.
that's-
You got rook e1 now, yeah.
I have to block the check.
And that's
two extra pawns.
That's two extra pawns. Your king is not safe. White's king is in no danger right now because both queen and rook can't quite get there.
Whoa! So bishop e4 not only gave up the advantage, it gave up the game. I mean,
He's
this
in
is
big
two
trouble.
pawns.
He's in big trouble after rook takes d5, king moves, rook takes on e4, or d5, any move. Rook takes on e4, and that's two pawns, and you're begging for a draw. He went from much better, much better,
a 2-point advantage
to now fighting for his life.
Right.
And this is the break Fabi needed. as sometimes when you're playing badly and things are not going your way, it just keeps happening.
Well, it's great that it's moved 41 now for Fabiano because he needs his
Can
time
really
to calculate
reflect.
Rook E4 and also to make sure that these other lines aren't stronger, like the Rook G8 idea, which is obviously something with seconds ticking down on your clock. You have to check. It's only made in 2, right?
Right.
So,
Jennifer, it's madness. If Fabi and Sergey were to both win their games,
they'd both be alongside Magnus.
There'd be a potential for 6 players to take first place in this. This is crazy. Look at that. So both Fabi and Sergey needing wins to score 4.5 and bring themselves up in a tie for 4th place with Magnus, with all to play for tomorrow.
It's even worse than it was this morning. Even worse.
Only
And,
Peter Svidler has been mathematically eliminated.
And Fabiano was playing Svidler in the final round with Black. That's not really a pairing we've been talking that much about lately because it didn't look like
Karyakin play.
Karyakin plays Nakamura with Black.
That means everybody is playing the wrong guy except Magnus. No, even Magnus.
Magnus is playing Levon.
Magnus is playing Levon, so that's a topsy-turvy. That would mean every pairing would matter?
Every pairing matters, absolutely.
Every
yeah, here
single
they are.
pairing?
Would have an potential impact on first place.
If Sergey and Fabiano both win, that's still a big parlay.
Yes, that's correct.
But yes,
But
these
it's
are the
looking
pairings.
more likely than ever right now, though.
But of course, MBL, Jan, that's for first. Wesley, Vichy, that's for first. Magnus, Levon, that's for first. And only the other 2 games are questionable, which can be answered. Fabi.
Before, we weren't saying that about Fabi's game for sure. Maybe a little bit about Sergey's game, but now more than ever we're saying it. These 2 might actually win as well, and we would have absolute
Madness, chaos.
bedlam at the top.
Who wrote the script? Who wrote the script? I mean,
I
that's
want some
amazing.
food. I want some food. Everybody's asking for food this round.
Wow.
This is to be up for grabs.
I think we're going to get a +3 to win the tournament, though. I do feel that it's one of those players, MBL, Anand, or Levon, are going to.
I'm telling you,
Levon's got a tough order. I agree.
I have a lot of experience in round-robin events, and I can't recall any of them ever where every single game could impact first
the final
place.
round. Yeah, the final standing. It's amazing.
First place.
And
Yeah,
by
in
the
the
way,
final
we
standing.
didn't look at Sergey's position.
Let's do it.
Look at Sergey's position. He's got a pawn on C6 right now.
Ooh.
And he just played the move King F3, which is pawn under.
We left
so
it
let's,
after
we left it
knight
here.
A6
Let's play a
with
couple of
C8.
moves.
Ooh, knight takes C5, a move
Did
that
happen.
we didn't want Wesley to play. Knight takes C5, knight, it was pawn trotting to C6, and after rook A2, obviously black is hoping to play rook takes F2 with a check, and then bring his rook behind white's very, very powerful pass pawn. King F3, breaking up that construction of rook and knight attack. This looks won, and just flat out winning for
Right.
white.
You understand it because the knight has to take on F2, not the rook, because you
Right.
lose the knight. And once your knight becomes disconnected, then you have a big problem. C7, and the threat is rook H8 check followed by queens. So your rook now has to do double duty. It has to play rook C2, and then the rook moves over to B8. You've got to clip this guy. There goes the knight, and you're fighting this battle that does not look close.
Nope. That's an easy win for the knight against the 2 pawns. Wow.
And Fabi did play the move D5 in his game, and King H6 very quickly in move 41. Let me show something in this line as well. If you remember this D5 move, and surprising that he did it so quickly. D5, the engines always felt like you should put a rook on F6. And this is sort of like no way you put a rook on F6, right? If you're a strong player, you're not going to do this. For starters, rook C6 looks like a problem, but your line, Jen, rook check and rook H1 saves the day.
Right.
This one allows for a perpet as king takes, runs into queen check, king up, queen takes on F2 with check, and you have saved the game with a perpetual. Just going to keep checking here. And if rook H1, king to G3, now queen D3, and guess who's winning this game? As this pawn is going down the board, your king wants, the queen is going to take on H3. Something's going to happen terrible for you. King to G4, for example, allows queen to E2, and your king is being run around as rook G1
Yep.
and then mate on H5. So back here,
Queen D3 was a nice one.
Queen
yeah.
D3 is a beastly move, creating problems. Queen takes, pawn takes, and this guy's just going home, straight all the way home. So Rook F6 does not lose immediately to Rook C6, and now after Rook F6, White should go for this ending. Rook takes, Rook A1 check, Rook E1, and now very importantly takes, and this move. Well, now the Rook is no longer pinned, so that's important. This move, Rook F5 by the Indians. And Black is in a different kind of fight. He's guarded against the push of this pawn. This pawn is vulnerable. This queen is still active. Your king could become a little bit problematic, but this position is still 2 pawns for White. So that's a challenging case to make.
And Rook F4 no good because of Rook C6 or something?
Which position? This one?
Yeah, and there. Rook F4 was no good because of Rook C6. Is that right? Yeah.
Rook takes on F4 immediately.
Yeah, there's
this
Rook,
move.
There's a Rook C6 and Queen E5.
Yes,
probably.
Rook with this coming here. However, oh no, he changed the game. They're playing so quickly. King H6. We liked Rook E4, but Fabi went for the attack with Rook to G8 and allowed a draw immediately.
Rook A1 and Rook H1 again.
They missed this move, King H2 and Rook H1. The move you suggested earlier, Jen, Fabi just missed, playing so fast. He probably thought he was winning. Now his chances of winning the Sinquefield Cup are about to be officially over.
Do you think he missed this, or he just
He completely missed it, and there goes Naka, saving the day. Unreal.
Listen, I love both these players. These are our American gold medalist heroes, but this is painful to see because Fabiano could have been in the race.
Well,
so
not
close.
only that, but when he got to this position after D5, King H6, he had all the time in the world. He had made the time control. He could have, really just studied the position, felt, just realized that there's this perpetual threat, a perpetual check threat, and gobbled up a second pawn. And the players are about to agree to a draw as a huge opportunity has been lost by Fabiano.
That's just incredible. That is absolutely incredible to watch. How it is that all this happened and then he ended up only drawing the game.
Wow.
Very dramatic game here between Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana, but they're both out of contention for first place now.
Exactly, with that result. And you've got a couple of people back at the hotel who are quite relieved that Fabiano will not be joining them in the winner's circle or attempting to, as Fabi just made a horrendous error not playing Rook takes E4. By the way, I'm guilty too because Rook G8 was my first move. I wanted to play Rook G8 and it was you, Jennifer, who pointed out the perpetual check against Rook G8, and that was the move that threw away victory.
Well, you wanted to play it as a suggestion, but you in the game you would actually stop and think about it and say, okay, if I play Rook G8, it looks like I'm killing the guy.
What
am I
possibly
missing?
And then you see it. There's only one thing to see.
The key thing is to see this Rook E4 move, taking the pawn, but even more importantly, guarding the back rank, so that you can play Rook E1.
Precisely.
That's really the point of the move, more than just grabbing that pawn that's kind of doomed anyway.
Well, you know that Black's Queen on A6 is eyeballing the E2 and F1 squares, and when you play Rook takes E4, Rook A1 check, you've got this defensive, very, very powerful defensive move, Rook E1, which keeps Black's Queen and Rooks and majors out of the game.
Keeps it passive, and that gives you the material advantage and the positional advantage.
Bingo. That's it. Two extra pawns.
Let's take a look at the standings as we see this disappointing result for American fans who they love Fabi and they love Naka, but they also love one of our players fighting for first out of nowhere.
Exactly.
But this is what we've got. We've got 3 players tied for the lead: Aronian, MBL, Anand, our world champion Magnus Carlsen, a half point behind, and Sergei Karyatkin hoping to join them if he manages to win this endgame versus Wesley So, but it looks like he's going to do it.
Exactly. He's got this beautiful knight on E5, this huge pass pawn on C6, and great pieces. and it just looks really, really, really tough for Wesley. Wesley looks like he's about to crash to his 4th loss. And again, this is a man who went very recently on a 67-game no-lose streak. So we're seeing something that is just, frankly, a terrible professional career loss for Wesley. He's just having a really, really awful tournament, and it's about to get a little bit worse.
That makes whoever plays him tomorrow,
Vichy,
we look at it and say, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
You're not playing well. We're going to make this game last as long as possible. There'll be no trades in that game. We just want to keep playing and playing, because we know when people are playing poorly, it tends to just keep happening. It's a snowball effect.
Right.
You somehow just can't control the mistakes.
Right.
It's tilt. You say it in poker, it's tilt. It's very tough to have the same mental fortitude, even for these elite players. We obviously there are notable exceptions, but like Kasparov and Carlsen, the world champions.
Right.
But it's very tough when you're losing not to have your confidence shaken, and having shaken confidence never good for your game.
Absolutely. No, nothing else to say. And by the way, Wesley, recognizing that knight takes f2 would have gone into that lost position, has played the move knight g5 check. I'm expecting Sergey to play the move king e3. And the nice part about this for White is, like, all of his pieces are really good. And on a good day for White, he also gets to play h4, h5, and sets up those checkmating patterns with a knight on g6.
I thought you were just trying to trap the knight.
No. By the way, there's a
Yikes.
trap knight.
But we've got Hikaru Nakamura after a save versus Fabiano with Maurice.
Well, he needed a miracle in the end, and he got one, but he had such a great position before. Naka, you had those 2 bishops. You were down a pawn but controlling the board, and then suddenly it all went haywire. What happened in this game?
Yeah, I just made another one-move blunder like I seem to be doing in every game. I mean, basically, I just forgot that after g3, I couldn't play rook a7, or was it rook a7? There was something I saw at any rate that just completely didn't work. But yeah, it just was terrible. I mean, because basically, here, I mean, it's already out of control. I should just never let rook e8 happen. I mean, if I'm going to do this, if you go back like 3 moves, just go back, yeah. Like, instead of rook a1, I mean, if I really want to get this idea, I should just play like king g7 here, I guess. And I mean, I don't know if it's, I mean, anything, but I mean, if I'm going to play for rook a2, I should just play king g7 first and then go rook a2. I mean, it's just idiotic not to do that, because yeah, I mean, I suspect I was still okay probably after this bishop f4 g3, but I mean, the way I played it was pretty terrible. I mean,
now here the Indians did give the move rook d7.
Rook d7
with the idea of then playing bishop f4.
And black's better or something? I mean,
yeah, much better apparently.
Rook d7. Oh wow.
Because now you get to play f6 for free.
Rook d7. Okay, yeah, that's a very nice move. Yeah. Actually, I didn't see this. I mean, it's. Yeah, I mean, if I'd played this with some kind of concrete idea in mind, then yeah, I think rook d7 would have been possible to see. But I mean, I played in. It was actually basically just a blunder. Because yeah, also I thought I had bishop f3, gf4, and bishop h1, but then just f3, and I think it's just like completely winning for White. Like after f3, or maybe even d5, rook d5. Yeah, just f3 though. I think is
to answer bishop f3.
Well, I think queen e5, for example. Or wait, then king h6. I mean, maybe I'm just insane. I don't know.
Well, can you maybe?
No, sorry, not queen e5.
Double
sorry.
on the 7.
Yeah, sorry, not queen e5. Yeah, I think rook e7 here actually. I think is the problem. Yeah, rook e7 here, right? Because now I have no good squares for my queen, and I think on queen a8. I mean, for example, I think White has rook e8 just forcing a draw for starters. But I think also is there maybe some rook f7 trick? No, there isn't, because then I go king g8 and queen. Or yeah, maybe this works. Takes rook c7, king g8, queen e7. Yeah, and it's just mate. Yeah, I mean, I kind of saw these sorts of ideas from a distance, and then I just like, yeah, I didn't really see what I was doing. I mean, I mean, probably I was a little bit lucky to get to this point. So I think, I mean, Fabiano just kind of he started waiting, but if he doesn't move the rook from c2, for example, like if you go back here, like somewhere around here, if he just sits basically, I think probably it's completely fine. Like if you just play like, I don't know, like rook e1, rook d1, or I mean some kind of shuffling. I mean, I don't really think. I mean, obviously black's better, but I think probably the best I can hope for is some kind of 4 versus 3 or something like that. You know, like somehow I'd like take on d2, I win d4 at some point and win b3. But I mean, I never really saw it. But yeah, I guess I had some chance towards the end when Fabiano blundered. But you know, so somehow finding rook d7 is, I mean, that's just amazing. Yeah, that's just really amazing. Yeah, I mean that's why computers are so good. I mean, just bishop f4 and there's like the king's completely free. That's wow. Wow, yeah. I mean,
well, you're also in time
goes,
pressure as well. You're down to like your last 5 minutes.
Well, I mean, I had
actually about 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think I had like 20 minutes, and then yeah, when I used like 5 minutes calculating this this bishop f4, and yeah, I mean once I didn't see this rook d7, I mean it's just very messy, and then yeah, I mean I was then at the end, I mean I was lucky that Fabiano blundered. I mean because. I mean, probably I would have drawn the game anyway if he played rook takes e4. It goes into some long end game where I think he's like it's like queen and 3 against queen and 2 or queen and 4 against queen and 3. And I mean, probably it's a draw, but the game probably would have gone for another 2 hours or something, and I would have suffered. So I mean, I was a bit lucky from that standpoint. So yeah, I mean, not very good, but that's how it goes. Sometimes I guess. I mean, fortunately, I'm not the only one who's playing like who's playing pretty terribly.
You did mention you're about to say something else, but Wesley So not doing well right now either, and it looks like Karyakin is going to win that game. If he does so, he'll have to beat you tomorrow. What does that set up in your mind as far as the last round game?
So he has a shot?
He does.
Okay, I mean, sorry, I'm so out of it that I mean I haven't been playing for first. So I really haven't been following the standings much. I mean, I know. I guess Levon and Vichy are at the top. So
Levon, Vichy, and MVL, all three
also,
tied,
yeah.
and Magnus will be tied with Sergey. If he wins now, he'll be tied as well. They'll be both a half a point behind, and everyone fighting for victories. But as you know, it could easily fizzle out into draws.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a strange tournament. I mean, I think for almost everyone. I mean, you've seen. I mean, as I think I alluded to before, I mean, at some point I felt Magnus was playing the best then, like Levon was, but he played this, you know, one-move blunder also against Fabiano. So, I mean, everyone seems to be making mistakes, but you know, fortunately the tournament's almost over, and hopefully I can just play a good game tomorrow, because, I mean, really, I thought today was a day where I was playing a very good game, and then, you know, then I completely turned it into, you know, just an absolute mess. So yeah, I'll try to play a good game of chess from start to finish. If I do that, then hopefully I can do better in the rapid.
All right. Well, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thanks, Maurice.
Thank you, Hikaru. Thank you, Maurice. And let's turn our attention to this game between Sergey and Wesley.
But the knight has been ousted to the h3 square after that variation we were looking at, yes.
Exactly. So knight takes h3 for the moment.
Now, can White just like force victory here by playing c7? You have to go rook c2, and it's like, boy, do I have a lot of moves to try to put my knight on a square that protects the pawn.
Remember, though, like, that knight-pawn relationship, that diagonal relationship, takes 3 moves for your knight to ever defend that pawn.
Right, but I can get in a tempo with knight d7 because I'm threatening that knight f8 check, which came up earlier in this game, right?
Right.
So at least that one's with tempo, and then I guess a8 or e6, yeah.
So you want to go here and a8, or
just move the rook and
then
queen,
move the
right?
rook and queen.
You were trying to do it the other route, but
Well, yeah, I mean, but c7. Actually, there's actually even no rush. I mean, for the moment, it's almost like you could play against the knight. You know, you just keep the knight at bay, like knight d3 and f4, or f4, and this knight on h3 is so out of the game. I'm trying to set up mating nets with g4 and f5, but
you're down a pawn now.
I know.
You're down a pawn in this position.
That's a huge c6 pawn.
That's
but
right.
We have a special guest in
That's
studio.
right. Fabiano Caruana with Maurice.
Well, first he was up a pawn, then he was in trouble, and then he was winning, and then the game ended in a draw. Definitely not a normal day at the office, although chess has its vicissitudes. what did you miss right at the end? You just missed Rook H1 and didn't
Yeah, I
see
just
Rook
wanted
E4?
Rook H1. But is it actually winning? I mean, I'm not sure.
The engines give it as just a couple of pawns up.
I mean, it's going to be one pawn up, right? He'll win the D pawn back, and we'll probably trade rooks, and we'll play queen ending with the B pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Which, obviously, is going to be a lot of fun for me to play. Not much fun for him to play.
So, when you played Rook G8, did you think the game was over?
Yeah. I thought I was winning. I saw stuff like F6, Queen G3, Queen E2, Rook C7, and then Queen G6 as a threat. I kind of got a bit too excited.
Queen E2, Rook, with the nasty Queen
Yeah.
G6 idea. Nice.
I mean, besides that, Rook G7 is also a threat, so... Yeah, Queen G6 and Rook H8, mate.
Love that.
Yeah, I mean, then I immediately realized that Rook H1 is a possibility.
When you play the move Rook G8, did you see the draw as soon as you played the move, or only after he played Rook A1?
I mean, pretty much immediately I realized that Rook H1 is possible. Yeah, okay, Rook E4 is interesting. I guess he'll play Rook A1, Rook E1, take, and probably Queen D3. And
is there a prophet in his position somewhere?
Yeah, there's like Queen E5, Queen H3 is a draw if I take the rook. And I'm not sure if I should go for this one. My king becomes too open. Yeah, this is a draw. So, I mean, I have other moves. I can play like Queen E3. I'm not sure if I have anything better than Queen E3, but at least Rook D, or first Queen D1. I'm not sure. Oh, I guess Black is not afraid of the rook ending. Yeah, now I have to decide if I want to play F5 or not, and I have a feeling
it's hard to get behind that pawn to push it.
My king is very open. I have a feeling it's objectively drawn, but it is still, there are definitely winning chances, and I should have gone for this.
Right. Well, definitely was an opportunity for you. Now you're mathematically eliminated from the win in this tournament. You play Svidler tomorrow. What can we expect?
I'll try to play a bit better. I mean, obviously this was not a good game. The only thing I really did well today was I managed to create some confusion and time trouble. But he also, I guess, wasn't in his best form because at least he should, even if he misses the advantage somewhere, he shouldn't get a nearly lost position from what he had. And he definitely had good winning chances at some point.
I will ask this painful question. What's up with the Americans? We got demolished in the match of the Millennials, and in this event, not acquitting well at all.
I'm not sure the two events are really connected.
Well, they're connected by one thing. We're not doing well on home soil.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just a coincidence. Yeah, and obviously Wesley and Hikaru have had bad tournaments, and my tournament has been definitely not good. I mean, better than theirs, but still pretty disappointing. But I really don't think that has anything to do with home soil.
No, I'm not saying that home soil is bad for us, but it's been tough, and we said that before the tournament started. Let's hope that we do better than we did in the match of Millennials. That hasn't happened well.
I think we have done better than that.
Oh, well,
to be fair,
that may be a point as well. Let's hope the Rapids Rapid and Blitz will prove to be better for us. Good luck in your game tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Fabi. And looking at the game of Sergey, by the way, I liked what Sergey did. He didn't rush with the c-pawn, placing it on a vulnerable square on c7. Instead, what Sergey did was very nicely sensible. He's played this move f2, f4. And what Sergey has in mind is he wants to capture this pawn. He wants to go king d4, and then he wants to go knight c4 or rook c5, and just easy peasy, because this knight on
h3 isn't playing, and your pawns aren't really playing either. It's actually one of one of the most completely, I mean, you can look at this position and see White's winning, even though White's down a pawn. It's just like visual.
Right. The knight on e5 versus the knight on h3. Compare those two pieces. Compare the kings also. The very active and good white king in the center of the board, coming very closely to escort the pawn and to block the file. And the king on h7, actually vulnerable.
To knight d7 tricks, exactly.
If this was a bug house game, I'd say, give me a pawn, give me a pawn, give me a pawn.
Oh.
Pawn mates. Pawn mates.
Just about any diagonal piece mates.
Right.
Except the king, of course.
Right.
Well, he's just played h5, so we can put that on the board.
All
h5
right.
by black, giving his king a little
Does anybody
air.
play? Everybody plays drop mate in Bughouse, right?
Correct.
It's okay. It's kind of unheard of.
In Holland, they do play the other version a little bit, but the drop mate is certainly far more popular than the other version where you can't put the piece down with check. But after h5, okay, I'm just grabbing this pawn and I'm saying, okay, I'm going to play king d4 and rook c5, and it's all about the pass c6 pawn, which is really, really the key to White's victory here. h5, unfortunately, yeah, it does get out of the drop mate, but whatever counterplay there is in the position comes far too late for black. Positionally dominating pieces for White.
Well, as we watch the conclusion of this game, where it seems like our American star, American dual gold medalist, Buzzy So, is going down, we're going to take a quick break.
All right.
back at the 2017 Singfield Cup, and we are nearing the final round of play, but one game is still underway, and Sergei Karyakin looks like he's really on his way to victory against Wesley So, which is going to put him surprisingly in the hunt for first place.
Absolutely. When we left it, we just left it at these parts during our break. Just as expected, rook takes b5, knight f2, the white king is going to create a bridge for the rook. White's threat is to play the move rook c5, and it's all about this passed pawn that's marching up the board. Wesley had to play rook d2, knight e4, bringing his king back, and we have reached a position, this position I'm expecting the move rook c5, and while Wesley has brought his knight back to defend against the promotion, the pawn promoting, it's all about the active white pieces, the king, the rook, the knight, versus the king on h7, which is stuck. It's a spectator to events that are happening on the other side. Sergei is going to win this game and put himself, as you said,
in the hunt.
In the hunt.
And now Yasser, about that line, after knight c8 check,
yes.
Are you just, I mean, just to point out how dominating it is, you could probably just play king b7 to win as well, right?
Whoa, giving up the rook.
Too risky?
I don't think.
I mean,
that
I
it's
wouldn't
needed.
go for this, but I'm just saying for the sake of argument, is this also winning? Just playing with the idea of king d8 and queen.
Conceivably, yes, but I don't know.
G5 maybe. G5 is a good move.
Yes.
Too many pawns are getting traded.
Yes,
yeah. So that would be
exactly.
too risky. But
King b5, just
a move that doesn't
just
require
chilling.
calculation
Exactly.
when you're totally winning.
Well, and what's very important is that if you do trade rooks, the point is you're not going to get that ending that we just looked at, because I'm not going to let you give up your knight for the pawn. For example, let's just play a few moves here. I'm going to dominate the. Oh, you can't even go there. I'm going to dominate the knight after, for example, knight a7. I've got knight c6. I'm not going to promote my pawn. After, for example, knight b6
Although even
check,
in this case, you might be winning anyway.
king d8. My next turn is to play either knight to d7 or knight c4.
Right.
And you're not going to. I'm not going to let you give up your knight for
And
my
have a
pawn.
shout, right?
Yes, I'm not even close. So Wesley will not be able to. He will have to keep the rooks on the board.
So we'll have to keep checking with the knight, for instance. Oh.
Or sorry, I was going to
Let's
check
keep
with
checking.
the rook. Checking with the knight is a good move, actually. Darn
Because
it.
we just can't.
Well, no, then I get what I want. I think you have to check on maybe a7.
Right, to stop king c6.
Okay, so I'll do it this way. I'll get my king to c6. Can you stop me from? Wow, you can check me some more. Funnily enough, you can actually keep checking me some more.
We're going back to c8 in that position too.
And I could go back to c8. Okay, maybe
that
it's
forces
not
us to-
trivial.
No, but king b4, but
Pardon
king
me?
b4 is the last check.
Okay,
So just go back to b4, Maurice is saying. So after knight d...
knight d6 check, just drop back to king.
No, king,
b.
not knight d6. Knight d6, king c6, you have no more checks.
Right.
He means knight a7,
Knight
king
a7.
b4.
And then drop back to
King b4,
b4.
and then that's the last check. There were no more
Right.
checks.
But now, I still want. I still don't want to give you the opportunity of giving up your knight. I want to go king c5 and king b6, and I want to chase you. But definitely.
But wait, go back. You
Yes.
just played rook rook over. What about rook a7 in that position?
Rook a7 now.
Rook a5, sorry, attacking a7.
Oh, pardon me. Much superior. Yes.
And if knight c8, just rook a and just
Right.
then go torture the knight.
And keep wherever your knight goes, whether to b6, to d6, or to e7, to keep hitting the knight. Although in this case, you may actually get what you want.
No. You don't hit the knight. You play knight c4.
Ah, nice. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, this is...
That very, very much clarifies victory for Sergei.
The knight on...
By the way, there's a big difference in the clock. Is that a factor here? 17 minutes to an hour and 8? No.
Wesley played the opening so quickly. He got to this position he actually had like an hour and a half when they got to the new time control because he got the extra hour and he just had so much time. But only Sergey's been burning clock all this time, playing very slowly, trying to make sure he wins this game, and it looks like he will. And also, Wesley is suffering right now. It must be just so hard for him to sit there, this young man who had such a brilliant 12 months or so.
2016, Grand Chess Tour champion.
2017, Tata Steel winner ahead of Magnus Carlsen as well.
Absolutely.
So he just kept going before finally losing to Mamedyarov.
In the Gashimov Memorial.
Right, he lost the very first game, in fact, and his streak ended immediately. But then he came back and did okay.
Right.
But since then, he has not quite been...
Well, the point is, the wheels really fell off in this tournament. This is where this is the shock of all shocks, that losing 3 games prior to today and facing a lost position as we speak.
And look at his face. I mean, that's the kind of look that's just dejection and disappointment and trying to figure out what to do and being forced to play yet another game. These are the kind of things you'd like to just drop out of the event.
Yeah.
No mas. Give them the victories, please. I don't want to play anymore.
Right.
But to have to come back to the board and play again and again, and then tomorrow he's going to have to play a game that will affect the standings in the largest way. He's got to play Anand. He will have the white pieces, however, so he can try to staunch the bleeding there.
And he probably will, knowing Wesley in this tough tournament, and knowing that Anand needs to win. Wesley might just try to annoy Anand and play a very insipid line.
Yeah, to vacuum the pieces off with the white pieces.
It might be a smart idea, although I feel like Anand, I'm not sure how he's going to react to that, because as he said in the interview, when he tries too hard to go crazy just because of the tie breaks, it can backfire.
Right.
And we're going to review our final standings. Our final standings after this round, current standings: Levon, Aronian, MBL, and Anand all tied for the lead with 5 points. Magnus Carlsen with 4.5, and Fabiano.
Having a big game tomorrow against one of the tournament leaders, Levon.
So,
Magnus needs to win, and Sergey needs to win to catch Magnus and then to play for first tomorrow.
Exactly. It's probably there's a good chance somebody will get to 6, but I'd say, what do you think the chances are that one of these 3 players will win between Aronian, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and Anand? One of the 3, and so that we'll have +3 for the champion.
I think that's a very reasonable chance that that's going to happen. Yeah.
You say that's
I mean, Magnus could very well win, but at the same time, Vichy or MVL, one of those 2, or Levon, could win. Yeah. I think that's a very good, realistic chance. And especially
higher than 50%.
Yeah,
I would put it higher too, because
a little bit,
especially with what MVL said about how a draw is probably not enough for him.
Right.
So
he really recognizes what do they call
math
it?
Behind it.
Yeah, the over and under and the return on investment, right?
Yeah.
Or return on it.
Well,
the return.
Yeah, exactly. He understands, like a lot of chess players are more purists.
Right.
And they're
they
just
just
thinking
play
about the board.
position.
Exactly.
And
of course, if he's always going to make the best moves, but kind of in those little things, like the opening choice. Where
a little bit more provocative, willing
Exactly.
to take some more risks, mix it up, yes.
He's got that kind of poker player, math-oriented mentality, which I think is going to increase his chances for a loss, but also increase his chances for a win, and that's what he wants.
That's the way Hikaru plays in such situations, too, by the way. He's willing to take... He's a gambler. He's willing to gamble, and, when you get the opportunity to win such a great tournament, you really owe it to yourself as a player, as a fighter, to do your extreme best.
That's right. Maxime could become the 5th unique the 5th unique Sinquefield Cup champion, and Anand could as well.
And Sergey.
That's right, Sergey. Although Anand has the clearest path, of course, a much clearer path than Sergey, because if he wins with black, he's right up there.
Clear.
Whereas Sergey has to have a lot of things shake his way.
Exactly.
First he has to win, then he has to hope none of those other 3 players win.
But we still have a potential for a 4-player tiebreak, a 5-player tiebreak.
Wow,
it's crazy.
No, not 5.
Not
you
5.
You can't have 5.
No,
because
but a
Magnus
four-player.
Magnus is playing Aronian, so
Right.
there's no way the two of them get in.
Exactly.
But
So-
Four is possible.
Four is
with
definitely
Sergei.
possible.
Yeah. Wow. Well, we'll talk about all of those ramifications as they crop up for tomorrow. But
That's
still, let's take
Sergei
a look.
played Rook B3.
After the move Knight D6, he played the move Rook B3. Okay, I thought Rook C5 was an automatic. This looks pretty darn good too, avoiding a lot of those checking variations we've seen, because White's idea is he's just going to play this move Rook D3 and cause this knight some very serious discomfort. The knight drops back, then the king can get to B7, and again, I think that's all she wrote.
The C7 pawn is going to cost him at least a knight, which, even if you don't want to take a pawn for a knight, it's still pretty good to be up a piece.
Right.
And
well, now that I'm looking at though, Maurice, we can force that right away. We can play knight E8, give me the pawn, force you to play knight C6, and there goes.
Yes.
So we get this ending of 3 versus 2, but I just don't see how it's possible that Black could trade off all of the pawns.
Well, H4 would be a good start.
All right, let's
If
take
it
a
were
look
possible.
at that. We'll snip it, of course.
And then I guess somehow get behind that pawn, Rook F2 or
Rook
why not
F2, or maybe Rook H2. So Rook F2, yeah. So I want to keep. I think I want to keep the F pawn on the board. I think that's the pawn that's really a good one. If you go after the H pawn, well then I'll go knight, and now I'll defend the pawn with the knight. But simultaneously, I'm also stopping any chances for Black to play the move G7 to G5, forcing a pawn trade, and that's easy.
So what if you play Rook H2 then?
All right,
Rook
from the
H2
start.
to start, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess you're going to still play knight.
The same deal, right?
You still want your knight to get to E6.
Big time, yeah. Whether it goes through D8 or D4, it doesn't matter.
Takes.
Takes, and that's ideal for White. Then this is easy. Rook and knight and pawn.
Yeah, you're just going
versus-
to win that pawn on G7 eventually and just
And King
push your
D6 is
other
coming.
pawn.
Right.
Yeah.
And the whole unit holds together.
So
Everything harmonizes, exactly.
So although at exactly this moment, Wesley has the opportunity to force the exchange of knight for the pawn, it's no good.
But there were instructive moments in this game as well, and you see these.
Seeing a lot of great endings, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
Wow.
I love that move, Rook C8. That was really pretty. Just a great demonstration of that, like, kind of creeping move where.
Sorry, you mean earlier?
Earlier with Rook C8, where when he played Knight A6.
Right, and then we got the passed C pawn. Very, very instructive. I'm telling you guys, we really should make an endgame book based on the Sinkfield Cup 2017 alone, and it would be a darn good one.
It would cover most of the major endings, except for your hated queen ending.
We nearly had one today. It could have easily been Fabi if he had
Right.
played Rook takes E4 and the variation he showed in studio. We could have easily had a queen and pawn ending.
That counts, I guess.
Well, it could have been interesting.
But we've had lots of minor piece endgames, lots of Rook endgames, lots of beautiful pawn endgames and analysis.
Yes.
Wow, especially yesterday in that Berlin.
Pretty impressive. Oh, that endgame yesterday was incredible.
The E6 little finesse, some really
This
lovely
whole
things.
event, just remembering game round 1, round 2, it literally feels like they happened 3 weeks ago. I mean, we've been here a while already. The match of millennials.
Right.
I know, Yaz, you came in for this one as well.
Right.
But even just remembering a win by MVL from round 1, for example, when he beat Wesley So, it's like, when did that happen? It happened so long ago. The content in this tournament, every round has been so rich. Even the ones with draws have been fighting draws. And you just feel the energy the players have brought to this tournament. There's almost a sense of desperation almost. The players really want to win this Sinkfield Cup, and they've come and they've brought it, and they've come with disappointments and missing chances. Even players who are not doing badly, guys like Peter Svidler, who's saying, yeah, but -1, come on. Could have been doing better. No need to cheer about this one. It's like this Sinkfield Cup has really brought out the fighting spirit. I don't know if it's the summer, right in the middle of summer, or it's because this is such a big event. because of the standings for the Grand Chess Tour, but whatever the confluence of factors have been, this one has really been an exciting event.
I couldn't agree with you more, and I keep telling Rex and Jeannie the same thing. I say, we are being spoiled by the players. The players come to this event in particular. I don't know what it is, the weather, as you were saying. Maybe it's just all the fans that are gathered upstairs, Maurice. They bring their A game, and they really want to demonstrate their skill. So a shout out to the players, and also for joining us so often in the studio. Even when they didn't have the result that they hoped for, they've been very, very sportive and kind to us and joined us and shared their thoughts. So a really big thanks to all of the players and all of the fans for coming out and cheering them on.
And I think they came in with that attitude as well.
Absolutely.
They came into the tournament with fighting spirit, gloves off. We're going to play some chess. And it looks like knight
E8
was indeed played, a knight C6. And he will be able to capture the pawn, and he has done so.
But he's going right into that ending that we have just verified for ourselves, that after the move H4, White's going to have that knight D8 maneuver. And Wesley has played the move Rook C4, which is a lot more cagey. He's still setting up for the H4 break, but he's not giving White that opportunity that we've looked at to play knight D8, because the knight obviously is still in a pin.
But can we start with,
I think we just start with, again, the only threat, well, threat is a hard word, but the only idea for black is he wants to play H4, so let's just protect our F4 pawn. On our next move, we're going to get out of this pin, release our knight, and we're going to play the game a piece ahead. So Rook F3 would be my blitz move. I briefly considered the move Rook B4, but I said, well, I would never want to allow the trade of the G3 pawn.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
Rook F3 would be my, first automatic kind of thought in this point.
And let's take a look at what our next couple days look here at the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis. Well, the final round tomorrow is a 9 out of 9. A huge round it will be with those matchups between Carlsen and Aronian. Everyone's eyes will be on that game, in addition to the games with our other leaders. And if there is a standstill and we require a playoff, it's going to be held on August 12th. And we're going to go through some of those permutations tomorrow. But the time control for a potential playoff will be game in 10 with a 5-second delay to a rapid game match. So there'll be actually 2 games, white and black, and if that match is tied, there'll be another mini match, but this time with blitz, so game 5 with a 3-second delay.
Right.
If that 2 is tied, then it goes to Armageddon.
Wow, I can tell you, Armageddon is great fun for the spectators, but I tell you, those Armageddon games, they take so much nervous energy out of the players. I mean, you're not normal after that, after those games. And by the way, we didn't see the move Rook F3. Instead, we saw King D6 right away.
Killer blow.
Immediately came Wesley's only chance, H4. He's begging for an opportunity to trade off all the pawns. And after H4 was played, Knight E5 was played with a tempo against the Rook on C4. And this is our current position on the board.
So now after Rook to D4 check.
No, he had to resign, and he did. Rook D4 check, King E6.
Pawn takes G3, F5, yeah?
As Karyakin has vaulted himself into contention for the title. But
Wow.
yes, the pawn to F5 was going to be the killer blow there as Wesley So goes down. Is this his 3rd loss in a row? No, he had to draw somewhere,
Draw
in between. But to lose 4 games
out of
Wesley
5.
So out of 5,
Oh.
and
you're just pulling up the current rating after that.
Yeah, Wesley drew against Fabiano yesterday.
I see.
But
stem the bleeding,
but
we had spoken about that. I
he
recall
lost
it now.
before and after the rest day. So before the rest day, he lost to Magnus, and then after the rest day, he lost to Aronian. So,
And by the way, this really is putting his qualifications into the candidates as a rating finalist in great jeopardy as he tumbles in the rating list.
And I'll point out that he he started the tournament number 2 in the world. Is that right? He was
Yes.
number 2 in the world on the live
Yes.
rankings. He's now number 8 in the world.
Wow.
And he's lost 17.7 rating points.
Wow.
In one go, which if you lose 10 rating points, you feel horrible.
Right.
17.7 rating points in one go. Wesley So really having a nightmarish event.
Agreed. A nightmarish.
And this is where we stand going into our final round of play here at the Sinquefield Cup. Levon Aronian, MBL, and Anand, all with 5 points. They are tied for the lead. If either of these players wins tomorrow, there's a very good chance that they'll get clear first, but we'll have to see. Meanwhile, we also have Sergei Karyakin and Magnus Carlsen, who are very much in the hunt, because if neither of the players who are tied for first can win, hey, they can get in there and catch up, and both of them, both Carlsen and Karyakin, do have pretty good tie breaks by virtue of the fact that the first tie break in this event is most wins. And since both of them lost the game earlier in the tournament, that means that they must have more wins than somebody who's undefeated by the end. It's easier to keep track of losses than wins when.
True that. Yes, but by virtue of the fact that they have more victories than the players that they would be tying with, that certainly helps their tiebreakers. And well, the only Fabi drawing, that game doesn't count. But all 4 of the other fights will be fights to determine the first place.
That's right, and of course the biggest battle of all there is Magnus Carlsen with white against Levon Aronian, because either of those 2 players could win the whole thing.
Right, and if I had to bet, I'm saying MVL with the white pleat, with the white pieces against Jan. He's going to look at that game and say, look, I've got to play with my best chess. I really, really have to play hard and win that game.
But here's another player who is suddenly in the hunt at the Sinquefield Cup. Sergei Karyakin is with Maurice.
Well, he had a chance, and he made good on it. It's not easy to win on call. This champion, this great player, did so. Sergei, you knew you had an outside chance of maybe being in the hunt. What were your thoughts going into this game, realizing that if you won, there's still a possibility you could still win this tournament?
Yeah, well, I was just concentrating on my game, and especially I knew that Wesley is not having the best tournament, so I just wanted to get a position where I can play for a long time, and maybe after some play he can make some mistakes, and actually I got this position. I mean, I'm not saying that I had something special out of the opening, but the position was completely playable, and we played for the long time. And I think he made a few inaccurate moves, and I think first of all he should not have taken on c3 on the move 39. Because he should have played rook b7. That's what I think, to defend the pawn on c7. And after he takes, after the time control, I'm already better, and I was very happy to find a very nice maneuver. It was probably the most difficult to find in this game. I played knight c5 on move 45, knight c5.
And then rook c8?
And after knight e6, rook c8, and it's hardly important that after e takes d4, which looks very logical, I have e5, and if he takes on c5, I take on f6, and if he goes back, if he goes somewhere with the knight, then I have knight d7 and knight f8, and I'm winning. So it was difficult to find, but then later on, I was also surprised with his move. Knight g5 check on a move 50, because I mean I didn't even consider this taken on h3, because the knight is out of the play. I thought he would play some knight f6, knight d5. Of course, should be winning for white, but I mean it was better. And then okay, basically it was completely winning, but I was just trying to make it sure.
When someone is playing this off his game, somebody as strong as Wesley So, are you surprised to see him just keep making these kind of mistakes, or is it just the way it is? Sometimes you just have a bad tournament.
Well, I think we all had a bad tournaments in our lives. So I also had a bad tournaments, and finally he has also. So it happens, but there can be many reasons, and maybe he is a bit too tired because he played a lot of events and with a very good results. But now he's probably a bit tired.
All right, well, step one out the way. You have step two. You have Hikaru Nakamura tomorrow with the black pieces, and only a win will do you any good in order to win the Sinquefield Cup.
Well, I'm playing black, so it's. We'll see. I'll try to show my best. It is completely the same what I said yesterday. I'll just play chess, and okay, we will see. Because I think Hikaru also wants to improve his situation. So I don't know. We'll see.
All right, well, we wish you the best of luck in that game. May you bring your A game.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Sergey. It's really an exciting tournament. My goodness, you've made it great for the commentary team here as we're sitting here scratching our heads saying, who's going to win the 2017 Sinquefield Cup? Well, at this moment, pick them.
It's totally up in the air, Yasser. We've got 5 players with a chance to win it, and 4, and we really have 4 with like an easier path, as we'll say, because Magnus by winning can also kick Levon out, which is really useful.
Very important. And Magnus will have white, even though Levon has been very successful in 2017 against the world champion. Will he keep up that success tomorrow?
Yes, a huge game. And meanwhile, Maxime Bashir-Lagrave already told us he's going for the win. Anand saying, you know what, maybe I will be going for the win too. And it's just going to be an absolutely amazing round to watch. Maurice, give us your thoughts going into the final round.
I'm just standing here shaking my head, amazed at this event, how dramatic it's been throughout. We didn't see a clear leader until around round 4, and then he was caught, and now it's just like everybody wants a piece of the cake. And they're all scrambling to try to win this tournament, and we get to go to round 9 and have absolutely no clue what's going to happen, who's playing well, who's not. No one knows. It looks like they're all playing well and fighting for this title. It just should be amazing tomorrow, and you don't want to miss it. We'll be here for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be here for sure.
That's right. Get ready for a whole new round of predictions, guys, and join us again both on our Twitter feed and call in. Go check out the website for the Cup Chronicle. We've loved having all of you listen in, and I know we're going to see you back tomorrow.
Delighted to be with you, Jennifer, as always. Good night, everyone.